Chapter 651. The Apostle and Enlightenment. The task at hand was simple: deflect what was flying toward him. The moment he perceived and recognized it, his body reacted instinctively. No calculations were necessary. His opponent wasn't thinking about follow-ups. They were committing everything to a single, decisive strike. His accelerated thoughts stretched out time around him. Enkrid saw what was aiming for him: a long, slender skewer, a rapier. The way it lunged forward carried a distinct scent of Jackson's techniques. On seeing it, he pressed down with his right big toe and drew Penna, swinging it in an arc. The speed at which power transferred from his ankle to his waist and then to his hand was twice as fast as before. His knee bounced as he exerted force, locking his shoulder, elbow, and wrist to keep them from shaking. This was a thrusting technique of the heavy sword style. Rather than prioritizing speed, it focused on power. A poor block would fail to stop it, which was why it was sometimes called the battering ram thrust. As the name suggested, the strike flew like a siege weapon, smashing through castle gates. When a technique was combined with a treasured sword of impossible sharpness, it created something mystical. Slick! Slash! The metal skewer split in two at the midpoint, and the head of its wielder was severed, kicking up dirt as it rolled. A gust surged from beneath Enkrid's feet due to the rapid motion, and sparks leaping off his blade rode the wind, spiraling upward like a fiery waterspout before dissipating. To an uninformed observer, it might have seemed as if a whirlwind had suddenly ignited around him. More than just blocking an attack, he had cut through both the weapon and its owner in a single stroke. It was a blend of power and technique so refined that it could be mistaken for magic. Having slain his foe, Enkrid flicked his sword. Blood from Penna splattered onto the ground. When he examined the blade, not a single droplet of blood clung to it. Hadn't it been said that its edge remained pristine, even without oiling? Still, it was advisable to occasionally polish it with a special blend of woodguard sap and camellia flower oil, mixed in precise proportions. When he had agreed to do so, a fairy had personally handed him a bottle of the oil. More than just a fine weapon, it was a treasure worthy of the name. A fine weapon indeed. It was the man with the staff who spoke first. Enkrid shook his sword clean and looked ahead. While the attack hadn't been aimed solely at him, neither Luagarn nor Fell was someone who would fall to a mere ambush. As expected, both had defended themselves. Luagarn had used her forearm as a shield, leaving a hole in it. But since she was a frog, she had done well to block it. Fell had swiftly bent backward and drawn his sword to deflect the attack. Enkrid caught the faint sound of thang reverberating in the air. That was the sound of Fell striking aside a blade. Zero had instinctively leaped backward in shock, his nimble fairy-like footwork saving him. His golden hair scattered through the air. A scratch marred his forehead, and had he been a moment slower, a new hole would have replaced his eyes, nose, and ears. Of course, if Enkrid had thought Zero would actually die, he wouldn't have prioritized killing his own attacker. He would have stepped in to defend him instead. But he had judged that Zero would manage. The staff-wielding cultist attempted to speak, but Enkrid moved first. They were all waiting for an opening, one of those fleeting moments where thought lagged behind action. Enkrid's left hand brushed past his chest and extended forward. A bizarre sound rang out in response to the motion. Woo! Woo! What he had thrown was a modified whistle dagger. The silence dagger had never felt quite right in his grip, so he had altered it to suit his own needs. He had attached an additional blade to enhance its power, which meant it was time to rename it. At this point, it wasn't so much a whistle dagger as it was a horn-blaring dagger. Thwack! The weapon's sound matched its power. Enkrid wasn't lazy. Beyond swordsmanship, he had continuously refined himself, going over everything he had learned and training daily. The throwing technique he had learned from Jackson formed the foundation of his strike. The daggers he hurled tore through the heads of 3 ambushers rising from the ground, not merely embedding themselves but outright bursting their skulls apart. These were among the daggers he had specially commissioned from Enkrid. He had brought 6, and now only 3 remain. Penna is all I have left. He had lost his true silver sword and spark, leaving him with just Penna, which was a bit short for a primary weapon. But that doesn't mean I'm at a disadvantage. Enkrid kept his thoughts composed and assessed the situation. There was no need to panic. He calmly spread his legs and assumed a stance, sword in hand. As he raised Penna vertically, the reddish moonlight seemed to split around its blade. 2 moons illuminated the land. Before the group, with the hill at their backs, the staff-wielding man struck the ground with a firm thud. I'll make one last offer. Would you consider switching sides? It would be a waste for talent like yours to die here. And you are? Enkrid asked without breaking his stance in the slightest. There was no hint of fear or hesitation. The most surprised person present was Luagarn. Upon seeing the staff and the man's attire, she couldn't even puff up her cheeks in her usual manner. She simply glared at him. Could it be? Luagarn asked, her voice wary. Fel frowned, resting his hand on the hilt of the idol slayer, while Zero took slow, shallow breaths to steady himself. The black-armored knight's aura had been pressing down on all 3 of them since earlier, making it feel as though they had been thrown back into the depths of a labyrinth. It was a forceful presence, akin to a knight's overwhelming aura. You are correct. The staff-wielding man nodded. Enkrid watched him blankly as he continued. I am an apostle of the resurrection. In the holy church of the demonic lands, an apostle referred to someone with extraordinary talent. It also signified those who had encountered one of the 6 great demons and awakened their abilities. The man before them was one of the first apostles, one of the latter kind. Simply put, he had been the one pulling the strings behind all the cultists they had faced so far. He was the one who had sent the Apostle of Curses. He was also the one who had ordered the mage who wielded walking fire. A charisma potent enough to enchant even cultists. Fel had been working on his taunts recently, and the words slipped out reflexively. Is that what you mean? Enkrid responded. Fel chuckled. They sensed the threat, but there was no reason to cower in fear. If today was the day to die, so be it. If he had feared death, he would never have taken up the sword in the first place. A shepherd of the wilderness converses with spirits and plays tag with monsters. That is what it means to be a wanderer of the wilds. If fear of death prevented one from doing their duty, they had no business calling themselves a shepherd. So, isn't that the case? Fel replied with casual boldness. Enkrid saw it. Among all of Fel's talents, his greatest was his fearless audacity. And it suited him well. Enkrid wasn't jealous. The apostle's words about wasted talent only felt laughable. Go back to your ghoul and call it mommy while begging for more milk. As if I'd ever switch sides. His insult was abrupt and crude. For the first time in his life, the apostle heard something so bizarre that his brow furrowed involuntarily. What did he just say? Fel heard it too, and in his mind, something clicked. What was the essence of provocation? It was all a tone. Ta-da-dan. The clashing of swords rang out with a crisp noise, and the force between them stirred up the air. Amidst the flying sparks, Enkrid's blue eyes gleamed sharply. The knight in black armor was no less formidable. Though his visor was lowered, concealing his face, his eyes glowed an icy blue from within. In an instant, dozens of exchanges took place. Amidst the flurry of strikes, the one called the Apostle spoke, his voice neither hurried nor slow. Do you think you live as you will? Do you believe this world is fair? All humans are equal before the demon realm. If you understood our ideology, you would see. As he spoke, the blade of the Black Knight split into 3. Unlike before, it suddenly extended. Ting! The blade dispersed, stretching outward, revealing what seemed like thin cords connecting the segments. It was a calculated move from the beginning. Enkrid seemed unable to evade. He had just leaped back to avoid an attack, hadn't he? Moreover, the opponent had already reached out with his left hand, wrapping a strange cord around Enkrid's wrist. Everything pointed to a grim conclusion. The cord around his wrist bound his hand, while the segmented blade threatened to tear through his chest. Yet it didn't. Ignoring the rope binding his wrist, Enkrid pulled Penna and struck the middle of the now lengthened segmented sword. Bang! A burst of sparks scattered as the blade meant to pierce his chest was thrown off course. The longer a weapon extends, the more its movements become unwieldy. Any force applied to the middle can disrupt its trajectory. My name is the Black Serpent. The Black Knight shouted, seemingly exhilarated by the fight. As he did, he swung his sword, which appeared to be both his engraved weapon and his specialty. Sharak! The blade fragmented into numerous segments, lengthening like a whip of steel. Yet, it seamlessly transformed from a sword into a whip and back again, making it highly unpredictable. Ta-dang! Bang! But Enkrid held his ground. The battle appeared precarious, yet somehow he never seemed to be in true danger. It was a fight that couldn't be judged from appearance alone. Luagan, having eyes of her own, observed keenly. Naturally, the apostle noticed as well. Didn't he barely manage to win against that bastard giant? The apostle pondered. Even if Enkrid had emerged victorious, how could this be possible? In terms of combat prowess, the Black Serpent, Elay, was the strongest in his diocese. If it were a fight to the death, even the apostle himself was uncertain if he could prevail against him. And yet, Enkrid was enduring. No, he was enduring well. Did he come prepared? By nature, first apostles were akin to craze. Anticipating that Elay might fail to suppress Enkrid, he had already considered his next move. The apostle spoke. Levantine. A man clad in loose robes stepped forward. His billowing sleeves did not seem suited for combat. May I have a drink? Do as you please. Cryptic exchange. Levantine's lips curled unnaturally high, his mouth splitting wide to reveal protruding fangs, a grotesque sight. Drool dripped from his fangs, his exposed gums pulsing with black veins. I am Levantine, noble of the night. As he spoke, he lunged. Enkrid, unfazed, casually swung his sword toward the trajectory of his approach. Penna sliced through Levantine's robes. The fabric split in two, but the creature called Levantine dissolved into mist, dispersing upwards. Vampires existed within the demon realm, inhabitants who survived on human blood. Levantine was one of them. Though not a knight, even Elay could not guarantee victory against him. Naturally, he was a valuable asset, carefully cultivated by the first apostle. As Levantine reformed midair, he stretched out his palm. The skin of his hand split open, releasing a black, blood-like liquid that coalesced into the shape of an arrow before launching forward. Thud! Enkrid pivoted on his left foot, spinning like a top as he swung his sword. The black blood arrow burst against his blade. At the same moment, bang, Ellie's sword was blocked as well. It seemed as if Enkrid had barely managed to react in time. Damn it. Pell muttered under his breath. He had been searching for an opportunity to intervene, but found none. Standing back and watching, he had a hunch. The figure at the rear was likely as formidable as the two in the front. If this continued, Wouldn't Enkrid eventually fall? Fel gripped his sword, watching closely for an opening, but none presented itself. Luagan, too, focused intently on the battle. As for Zero, he didn't even dare consider stepping in. The apostle spoke again. Become one with the equality of humanity before the demon realm. Stand as a pillar for a greater world. That is your destiny. It seemed as if he wished to preach. I offer you a chance to restart your wretched fate. His voice resonated like a sermon, laced with a strange power. Bang! The clash of blades. Boom! The detonation of vampire blood. Amidst it all, Enkrid spoke. What? Whack! Da dang! Didn't catch that. Say it again. Ah! Fel let out a faint exclamation. Sometimes mere words, not insults but plain responses, could unravel an opponent's composure, and in that moment he glimpsed a new world of understanding. Chapter 652. 3 spells and an evil spirit. The apostle did not repeat himself. Instead he gripped the staff in his right hand and extended his left. To Fel, the hand gesture was peculiar. He brought his thumb, middle, and ring fingers together, then spread them apart while making sweeping motions. Finally, he folded his fingers again, leaving only his index and pinky extended. As he performed these movements, incomprehensible words flowed from his mouth, and a drop of black liquid dripped from his fingertips. Only then did the apostle utter words they could understand. Aren's Hound. Luagan had seen this spell before when facing cultists. Black liquid swelled on its own, growing into a 4-legged beast. Gurning. The creature shook its head and let out a chilling growl. Black vapor leaked from its maw, rising like steam above its head. The difference in power between the spells of ordinary cultists and those of a reincarnated apostle was incomparable. This was no mere dog. It was a beast far from trivial. Tear him apart. At the apostle's command, Aren's Hound joined the battle. It kicked off the ground with a force that sent a loud thud echoing through the air, shrinking into a black blur as it lunged. Enkrid sensed the beast coming for his back and twisted his body just in time, dodging the attack and smashing his elbow into its snout. Crack! Do! The crisp impact sent the hound flying backward, slamming onto the ground with a heavy thud. Despite the forceful hit, it sprang back up without so much as a whimper, shaking its head a few times before baring its fangs again. It wasn't particularly threatening, but it was undeniably persistent. Meanwhile, the apostle continued chanting, "There is your body. Go take it back. There stands the one who killed your mother. Hear my prayer and mark that human with a holy stigma." Amidst the spells, Enkrid finally found an opening. His sword flashed, slicing Aren's Hound clean in half. The beast did not cry out as it was struck. It simply crumbled into ashes and vanished. At that moment, a vampire's claw came slashing down toward Enkrid's head. He managed to intercept it, striking with his fist. Boom! A deafening explosion rang out, sending a shockwave through the air. The wind roared, scattering the remains of Aren's Hound into the night sky like dust. Whoosh! The wind carried a stifling heat, as if infused with the searing glow of the red moon. There was no helping it. With swords clashing and battles raging, even in the dead of night and the heart of winter, the heat was suffocating. Sparks flared, explosions burst. The battlefield was nothing short of a festival of chaos. A festival where blood was the wine, flesh was the bread, and bones served as the goblets. At some point, Enkrid's sword began to emit a pale blue glow, similar to the light of a moon, obscured by mist. Amidst the crimson glow of the red moon, his blade wove through the air like a black whip, clashing against the dark red magic of the vampire. Their opposing lights intermingled, forming a vivid battle of three colors in the sky. It was reminiscent of the scene O'Ara had once created when fighting Beelrog. But unlike O'Ara, Enkrid stood at the heart of the battle, scattering his pale blue light with every swing of his sword. Byron's hound had seemed sturdy at first, but it was gone now. The ghost that followed was impaled and cut down by the pale blue light, an eerie glow unseen on any ordinary night under the red moon. No spirit survived a single clean strike. And even if one did, Enkrid would cut them down regardless. It simply looked that way. He had no time for words. Enkrid swung his sword relentlessly, never speaking. The apostle, too, refrained from speaking further, instead focusing solely on casting spell after spell. Unfamiliar necromantic incantations poured from his lips in rapid succession. Shadows flickered in the air, taking form and lunging with blades drawn. Dark masses floated through the sky, streaking forward like arrows. Neither fell Luagan, nor Zero remained idle. All three drew their weapons. Luagan, in particular, puffed out her cheeks. Whenever she saw cultists, she remembered her dead lover. They were her sworn enemies. Even if the weight of her hatred had lessened over time, seeing cultists still made it impossible for her to simply stand by and watch. After all, these bastards sought to turn the world into a demonic wasteland. Would any sane person tolerate that? Agreeing with them would mean having something seriously wrong with one's head. You insane cultist bastards. Luagan gripped her loop sword in one hand and a whip in the other. Snap! Flames burst forth where her whip struck the ground. Fell, too, readied his idol slayer with a firm stance. Zero hesitated, stepping back. Should he even be here? He felt like he would only get in the way. Yet, he hated the thought of running. He had spent his entire life avoiding fights. If I have to run just because I'm weak, then I'll never be able to stand my ground. To Zero, Enkrid was his idol. The one who had fought his entire life against his own limits. The keen perception of a fairy allowed him to see Enkrid's essence. Zero wanted to follow in his footsteps. That was what he truly desired. But even if he wanted to act, there wasn't much he could do at the moment. So he remained silent, resolving himself. If he survived this battle, he swore to train so hard that even if he had to visit the celestial flower fields of death, he would do so only briefly before return. The celestial flower fields were where fairies went after death, akin to heaven for humans. The scent of those flowers was said to be so sweet and intoxicating that one could never tire of it. As Zero steeled his resolve, Fel turned his attention to the reincarnated apostle. If he were being honest, he had been waiting for a chance to kill the bastard, but there were no openings. The apostle was clearly agitated, his forehead veins bulging as he chanted spell after spell without pause. Even if there's no opening, maybe I should force one. Just as Fel adjusted his stance, the apostle's gaze briefly flickered toward him. Was his intuition sharp, or was he simply skilled at reading an opponent's intent? Either way, it made no difference. The apostle coldly uttered his next spell. Waring's Hunt. As he swung his staff, black liquid pooled at its tip before dripping onto the ground, where it immediately formed into more than a dozen hounds. And not just hounds, there were horses as well. Fel tightened his grip on his sword as he scanned the situation. It was time to change his approach. I need to ease the burden. If this continued, the apostle would drown Enkrid in spells. But if Fel could put pressure on him, that might change the tide. As he resolved himself, the apostle chanted another incantation. Come forth, warriors of death. The apostle had once been known as the spell collector, a man who had memorized over 100 spells. How did he compare to mages like Galaf, who could grasp an entire river with a single hand? Without Esther here, There was no way of knowing. But one thing was certain. This apostle could take on all of them by himself. You think our meeting here is a coincidence? It is not. I have been waiting. After I kill you all, I will rain despair upon Bordergar. I have already sent my forces to the city you once called home. Now, have you not understood me yet? Then I shall say it again. As many times as it takes. He must have been really pissed off. Fel thought as he watched a pale-skinned warrior emerge from the spot where black mist had risen. The warrior wielded a broad sword and had pitch-black eyes. Would this be considered a monster made of magic, or should it still be called a beast? Death warriors were commonly said to be necromantic spells used against apprentice knights. A tier above them was the Death Knight. However, neither of these spells was easy to use, unless the caster was willing to offer up their own body to the gods. They would need a warrior's or a knight's body as a foundation. The Apostle of Rebirth was capable of summoning 15 more death warriors with a spell. Fel didn't know that much, but he knew exactly what he had to do. The moment the Apostle looked in his direction and began chanting a spell, Enkrid also glanced over. At this rate, he would become a burden rather than an ally or subordinate. Damn geniuses! I'll catch up to them no matter what. Fel steeled himself with a resolve similar to Zero's, yet distinct in its own way. At any rate, he knew what he had to do. While Enkrid was fighting against 2 knights and fending off the enemy's spells, Fel had to assist him. That meant he couldn't afford to waste time against an opponent of this level. He steadied his breath and locked eyes with his enemy. The black warrior raised his broad sword and assumed a stance, feet slightly apart, sword tip pointing toward the sky. The weapon looked light, but his forearms appeared thick and powerful. It was a bit of a gamble. Thanks to that bastard Rupert, I've taken risks like this dozens of times before. Fel's talent was certainly extraordinary in some ways, and on top of that, he had been thoroughly beaten down by Enkrid on his way here. He hadn't just learned how to provoke an opponent. The black sword slashed diagonally downward. The stance had no visible openings. A strong momentum flowed from the warrior's feet up through his thighs. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it the skill of a master. The death warrior's swing seemed poised to cleave Pel in two. That was when Fel finally moved. Stepping forward with his left foot in a large stride, he slashed his sword upward. There could be no wasted movement, so there wasn't. Every finger, every toe was used solely for this single strike. While Enkrid had been stealing glimpses of Fel's talent to learn from him, Fel hadn't been idle either. What Fel had just executed was Enkrid's specialty, the full-power slash. Fel's sword sliced from the death warrior's abdomen up to his head. The warrior's own blade cut nothing but empty air. Fel advanced, stopping in the position where he had completed his upward slash. For a brief moment, the red moonlight behind him seemed as if it had been severed. Master-level skills weren't enough to play in this arena. Fel's sword spoke for him. The playing field had changed, and he had to change with it. Woo! He steadied his breathing and looked forward. The apostle was watching him, lips pressed into a thin line. Should he tell him to repeat that, pretending he didn't hear? Right now, it didn't seem like anything he said would provoke much of a reaction. So Fel stayed silent, keeping his sword raised. Mormon.eu. The apostle spoke. At his command, the figure standing beside him, dressed in garments bound at the sleeves and ankles, stepped forward. Fel naturally assumed the man would come for him. Another one? But the opponent didn't target Fel. Instead, he walked toward Enkrid. The measured footsteps alone were enough to indicate he was no ordinary fighter. Fel wasn't sure exactly what made him remarkable, but he felt remarkable. His instincts sent a warning. If he'd come for me, I wouldn't have been able to handle him. That was Fell's assessment. And there were 3 of them. All 3 of them were heading straight for Enkrid. Could Enkrid handle them all? Well, fine. Why? Let's do it this way then. We'll just sit back and watch now. Of course, we can't have idle hands. Come forth, Sham. The apostle summoned 4 more death warriors, sending 1 to Luagarn, 1 to Zero, and 2 toward Fell. Then he summoned 11 additional corpses, sending them all at Enkrid. Though their quality varied, they were at least on par with squire knights. They wouldn't serve well as mere meat shields, but as corpse shields, they could at least disrupt Enkrid's movements. Now, he had to deal with 3 powerful opponents, plus the death warriors swarming him. Shouldn't we be calling for reinforcements? Fell muttered. Had they acted too recklessly? Should they have anticipated that the cultists would pour everything they had into this battle? Had Craze overlooked this? If so, they were all going to die here. The look in the apostle's eyes as he stared at Enkrid made it clear. Escaping wasn't even an option. All 3 of them are knights. The difference in playing fields was being hammered home once again. The black serpent L, the vampire, and now the martial artist who had stepped forward were all knight-level fighters. The last one clenched his fists and charged in. If the first 2 specialized in unconventional techniques, this one fought with rigid orthodoxy. Now that he had 2 death warriors to contend with, Fell could no longer afford to stake everything on a single decisive strike. He had to buy time. Chapter 653. So he grasped the sword, so he sang in the language of the fairies. Penna was an abbreviation. When spoken in full, it was Kis Seko Pedna, meaning feather that cuts through everything. Enkrid swung his sword, infusing just enough will to avoid exhaustion, and a faint bluish light rose from the blade. At the same time, he felt the sword fitting more snugly in his grip. What should he call this feeling? A sense of becoming one with the sword. Something like that. Yo. Rem always said his axe was like an extension of himself. Perhaps this was what he meant. Penna's blade stretched forward in a swift arc, grazing the bridge of the nose of Mormon, the martial artist, right after cutting into the vampire. With a light pick sound, blood splattered across the man's face. The sound was faint, but Penna's blade was sharp enough to leave a deep wound. As blood trickled down, the martial artist tightened his facial muscles to stem the bleeding. It was a muscle control technique from Valaf martial arts. This newcomer was no ordinary fighter. Even so, he was manageable. Enkrid could block, evade, and counter without much trouble. With high-speed cognition and split-second decision-making, he executed the wave-breaking sword to defend himself. Compared to fighting the one killer, this was twice as easy. Tensing his muscles, relying on the elasticity of his knees, and twisting his waist, he swung and let his sword flow. Clang! He leveraged the recoil from clashing with the black serpent's weapon to drive his elbow backward. Thud! But at the end of his elbow was the martial artist's fist. The man spun, launching a kick like a whip. It was so sharp that it could have been mistaken for a slicing attack. In the stretched-out moment of time, Enkrid saw the incoming strike. He bent his back, raised his knee, and pointed his toes. The one killer attacked from any stance. His entire body was a weapon. Then, can't I just do the same? The thought became action. His body, tempered by Valafian martial arts, could incorporate martial techniques when needed. His movements didn't tangle. The wave-breaking sword wasn't just about swordplay. It was an art that honed the mind. That meant all of this was still part of the wave-breaking sword. Not to mention, Enkrid had endured over 500 such days, recently using this method. He could fight for 3 more days like this. With some effort, maybe even a full week. Though, that would be exhausting. Spells interfering mid-battle. Annoying, but nothing compared to walking through fire. To put it simply, this was a fight he could handle. Wait a second. Were these guys fake? Enkrid considered the possibility as he moved to kick Black Serpent Ile in the chest. But spikes suddenly protruded from the man's breastplate. Fitting for someone who specialized in deceptive swordplay. His armor was equipped with a treacherous mechanism. Enkrid adjusted mid-strike, switching from a soul kick to a toe jab at Ile's chin. The man tried to dodge but took a hit to the edge of his helmet. Thunk. Kaisentune. Not the most powerful attack, but enough to rattle his head. What a monster. Ile gritted his teeth and thought as much. Meanwhile, Enkrid grew more suspicious. They have to be fake, right? If this was a trap set by the cult, it wouldn't be this easy. Of course, they weren't fakes. They were real, and they were formidable. Yet, Enkrid was handling them like this. He simply had no idea how far he had come. That was why he had the luxury of pondering. The Black Serpent and the Vampire were unpredictable. The martial artist, in contrast, relied on raw strength and speed instead of trickery. A more orthodox fighter. If categorized using the new system, the Black Serpent and the Vampire were sustained technique types, while the martial artist was a tempered finisher type. Though, given their level, they were likely all-rounders. At higher levels, warriors naturally filled in their weaknesses. Being a finisher type didn't mean he lacked technique or endurance. The ideal form is a perfect circle, a balance where no single strength stood out excessively. By that logic, Rem, Ragna, and Auden still had room to improve. Beyond finishers, sustainers, and all-rounders, should I call it the complete form? Perfection didn't exist. But at a certain level one could be called complete. The vampire, now in 3 pieces, was dead. The martial artist was next. A gap opened, and Penna swept across his throat. His Adam's apple split, sending a fountain of blood into the air. Whatever his past, whatever he had wished for, no one would ever know now. The dead could not speak. Under the red moonlight, thick black liquid pooled and soaked into the ground. With a heavy thud, his knees collapsed first, followed by his head, which fell in slow motion, as if time itself had stretched. Where there is a beginning, there is an end. His tilted head finally touched the ground. Beneath his fallen body, the liquid continued to spread. Does red darken enough to turn black? Was it the same with their blood? Who could say? My wish will be fulfilled in the end. The Black Serpent Ile muttered something incomprehensible as he lunged. Enkrid could handle 3 opponents, but against an enemy willing to throw away his life, there was no room for softness. Saying the fight was manageable didn't mean he could afford mistakes. If he slipped up, he would die. But after fighting the demon known as the One Killer, he had grown too accustomed to walking a tightrope. Even against 3 opponents, he felt at ease. That meant he wouldn't make mistakes. He wouldn't be careless. Knights were already considered monsters, capable of feats beyond reason, never making mistakes, never hesitating. But even among knights, Enkrid's technique was refined to perfection. There were no openings. Was this why they called him the Unyielding Knight? Even Ile, despite himself, found the thought reasonable. Bang! Bang! Enkrid struck aside the elongated sword tip with Penna and leaped left. The Black Serpent's weapon coiled and pursued him like a living snake. It twisted mid-air, aiming for the back of Enkrid's head. It was as if a real serpent had launched itself at him. Enkrid pressed his right thumb into the ground, using it as a pivot to shift direction. The sudden movement created an illusion. His body seemed to lean one way, yet in reality, he was already running the opposite direction, pressing Penna against the stretched blade. T-K-T-K. Ka! Sparks flew as he left a trail behind. He was faster than the enemy's sword. A pale blue meteor streaked up the black serpent's weapon. In the end, the serpent never reached its target, and Enkrid's Penna severed Ile's neck. Squelch! A sharp sound was heard as the sword sliced through the throat. The strike was so fast that it merely traced a thin line without severing the head completely. Penna's blade was so sharp that it could leave only a fine line on the neck as it passed. Just die, all of you, bastards. Even as he was dying, L.A. spewed his resentment. Blood trickled down his throat like tears. Soon his neck slipped, and instead of droplets, a gush of blood erupted. Had it not been a severed human head and not blood but water from a city's fountain, it might have been a magnificent sight. No one could have known, but a man who met his wife at 19, had a daughter at 22, and lost them both at 29, growing to hate the entire human race, had perished. The black serpent Ile, that was his name. As he died, he felt as though he was being pulled into a black abyss. His wife and daughter were not there. He had willingly shared in the demon's blood to take revenge on the world. So, the place he was headed would be by the demon's side. Truly astonishing. A man holding a staff stopped his incantation and spoke. Now that the battle had been decided, the Apostle of Rebirth spoke in a calm tone, as if he was no longer surprised. Did I underestimate you? Or was my calculation wrong? Or is this just some trick of the gods? There are too many things I can't understand, but questioning them won't change anything. Are you going to fight? I'm the only one left now, so I suppose I must. The Apostle was a collector of spells and possessed an exceptional physique. However, in Enkrid's terms, he was an incomplete circle. A round circle can still be pierced by a sharp awl. That was Enkrid's philosophy. When a system was established, it led to inspiration for the next form of swordsmanship. As he fought, Enkrid envisioned a new technique. For now, only the idea had formed, but it was a beginning. It could fade away without amounting to anything, but the Apostle had wished to become their misfortune, but that wish did not come true. Tap, pothole. Tadat! He had used more than half of his collected spells, yet none had been effective. Even the black sphere spell that reduced anything it touched to dust was severed by Enkrid's sword. In the end, we will be the victors. The Apostle spoke. Thunk, stab. Enkrid paid little heed to the words and drove his sword into the Apostle's throat. The blood flowing from the wound gleamed under the moonlight. Red, vividly red. Though he was a cultist, he was still human. Serving the god of the demon realm did not change his species. The severed head hit the ground with a dull thud and roll. The eerie red moonlight continued to bathe the land, but there were no more enemies left. The traces of necromancy the Apostle had summoned also dissipated as soon as the caster died. Some of the vengeful spirits tried to run amok, but Luagarna's whip and Zero's sword did not allow it. Phew. It seems my approach was flawed. And then, despite having no body, the fallen head spoke. The Apostle displayed a bizarre talent, attempting conversation with just his head. Are you immortal? Would he survive even if his head were split into 8 pieces? Enkrid raised his sword again as he asked, but the head hurriedly opened its mouth. No, I'll die soon enough. At best I might last until morning. The red moonlight is merely sustaining my magic. A lie? It didn't seem like one. Would splitting my head further change anything? If you feel any pity and wish to spare me, just bring 5 virgin men and 5 virgin women. Pour their blood over my body and reattach my head. But I doubt you'll do that. If that were an option, I wouldn't have severed your head in the first place. Well, even if you did, my head wouldn't reattach. Having sex doesn't change the blood itself, unless, of course, you find the blood of a dragonkin. Joking at a time like this, Should I just crush him with my whip? Luagarn kindly offered. I can cut him apart. Are you worried about a curse? Even Fell stepped forward. If that's the case, I can do it. Zero joined in. All of you are eager to put an old man down. Have some mercy. Ugh. Gathering my remaining magic just to talk is exhausting. Do you have something you want to say? I have regrets and an offer. The regrets are personal, so they don't matter, but the offer still stands. You should switch sides. My whip? It is then. Luagarn prepared to strike. In truth, the apostle had been barely holding on. He didn't have many words left in him. He could have used his last strength to curse them, but he had already tried that, and knew the outcome. It wouldn't work. It never would. So, speaking a few final words was the best he could do. This is a battle you cannot win. There's no reason to side with the losing faction. Despite having only a head left, his words carried weight. He wasn't as skilled as Krang, but he knew how to make a speech. The apostle had once been a formidable schemer in his own era. He had stood on the side of the demon realm, following the doctrine of the demon sanctuary church, and rising as an apostle of rebirth. Right or wrong, one could not deny that his actions bore a heroic quality. A misguided faith did not diminish personal capability. Similarly, skill and character did not always align, and walking the righteous path did not guarantee a bright future. Enkrid silently gazed at the head. The apostle, left with only his head, spoke his last words. In the end, you will be stopped by our blades. That was possible. Enkrid knew the apostle was speaking as truthfully as he could, but Enkrid's fight had never been one he expected to win. He had taken step after step forward despite his meager talent. He wanted a mother protecting her child to live in a city free of monsters. He wanted a fruit vendor who split even rotten apples to share, to smile. He wanted an old tavern woman who lamented her life, to find peace even in old age. He wanted an earnest mercenary who called a child a genius and instilled them with dreams, to have nights free of nightmares. Yes, that was the world he wished for. That was why he held a sword. That was why he sang. The song of a night to end of war had yet to begin. It doesn't matter. Enkrid dismissed the apostle's words like one would brush off a curse spoken into the wind. It wasn't difficult, nor was it something he had deliberately thought through. It was simply the result. You're saying you'll fight a losing battle? There was no talk of that, it's just your opinion, or you won't know until you fight. The words that came first came from a deeper place. I'll keep fighting until I win. I see. Behind him, Fell gained another realization, while the apostle stared at the madman for a moment before leaving his final words. It's a shame I won't get to see the world of the demon realm. He was an apostle, a reformationist to his very core. But now that he was dead, such desires were meaningless. That was the end of it. His severed head could speak no more. The crimson moonlight tilted to one side. Then came the pitch-black night, a time without moonlight. The hour before dawn. In the language of the West, it was called Urkiora, the dim morning. And after the dim morning, dawn was inevitable. A pale blue light first embraced the surroundings, and shortly after, the day broke. Light descended upon the world. The sun shone brightly, as if nothing had ever happened. Nice sunlight, murmured Luagarn. As the group cleared away the bodies and put things in order, some of the fairies, sensing an ominous presence ahead, approached. These were individuals with exceptional skill in handling life energy. What's going on? An ambush? One of them, scanning the surroundings, asked. He was a fairy with experience traveling across the continent, chosen as a guide for this journey. Chapter 654, Sparring and Real Combat. The fairy leading the way had once worked as a mercenary for the Information Guild, learning much in the process. His eyes scanned the surroundings, a habit ingrained in him to remember whatever he saw. His gaze fell upon a knight, in black armor sprawled on the ground. A familiar face. Black Serpent Ile? He had met him by chance, merely passing by, but the sight of that armor had stuck with him. It was too distinctive to forget. The engraved names on it stood out clearly. The black armor exuded an ominous aura, yet the names etched into it carried a deep sense of affection. Livia Sophia. Unforgettable details. Considering the situation, he could piece together what had happened. The fairy who had become Ermin's successor was now their guide. His eyes continuously read the traces of the battlefield. He took them all down alone. It would have been shocking enough if 3 had ganged up on Black Serpent Ile to take him down, but the reality seemed to be the opposite. They're cultists. They called him the Apostle of Rebirth, said Luagarn. The fairy nodded cautiously, shifting his gaze. The body wielding a staff with a round iron ring at the end had to be the one. An apostle of the Rebirth Church. The evil of the continent. The devil's representative. There were many names for the entity Enkrid had slain. Not a demon, but a man who had committed acts even worse than one. It was said that he had single-handedly massacred an entire city. That he had turned hundreds of people into wraiths through a curse. Given another decade or two, he might have become a figure of legend. That was the fairy's assessment. He was strong, but not unbeatable, Fell boasted. Now that he understood the situation, the fairy couldn't hide his shock. It was an event too surprising to keep his composure. Was this real? You killed an apostle? He asked. It's probably a fake, Enkrid answered nonchalantly. He genuinely meant it. The fairy judged his words to be true. While his own eyes widened in shock, Enkrid remained calm, as if it were nothing. A fake? That didn't seem right. When the fairy asked again, Luagarn shook her head and called out to Enkrid. Enki. What? When we return, have a spar with Rem. I was going to do that anyway. Then you'll understand. Understand what? The fairy wasn't sure, yet he had an inkling. If this is a fake, then the ones who staged it deserve to be called the continent's greatest traveling theater troupe. Otherwise, they must be thieves living with their souls pawned away. That armor and the apostle's staff are both incredibly valuable artifacts. Ermin's successor had many strengths, but he also had a flaw. He talked too much for a fairy. After spouting his observations in one breath, he looked at Enkrid. That's so. Enkrid only gave a slight nod. But the fairy inhaled deeply, and then, as if settling in for a long tale, began to speak. Yes, that's the symbol of Black Serpent Ile, and the staff in the apostle's hands is made of magic metal. Do you know what magic metal is? Ah, this reminds me of my first year as a mercenary in the Information Guild. Back then, the guild's receptionist was a woman named Emily. She was always curt with me, and at first I thought she disliked me. But no, I was just unfamiliar with human customs at the time. My instincts told me she liked me, yet her words were sharp. Thanks to her, I learned a lot about human speech and behavior, especially bedroom manners. Ah, not that I fathered any mixed-blood children or anything. Anyway, because Emily looked out for me, I was able to take on my first mission. Fairies weren't naturally talkative. His habit of rambling had developed as a coping mechanism while adapting to human society. Fairies couldn't lie, yet as an Information Guild mercenary, he often needed to fabricate things. After days of deliberation, he found a workaround, drowning his audience in unrelated stories to confuse them. It had become second nature. Among fairies, this wasn't a problem. They were patient and adept at picking out the important details from his words. Enkrid also understood him. But that didn't mean he liked listening. The monologue had gone on too long. "Summarize," Enkrid interrupted. The fairy had just begun talking about his second date with Emily. Huh? He was obedient. After all, this was his idol speaking. Condense it. Well, realizing he didn't need to embellish, the fairy finally gave a straight answer. "It's expensive." Enkrid observed him and thought, not Ermin, but this guy. He's more like Craze. That single compressed remark reminded him of the way Craze spoke about trade. Perhaps it was the weight of experience. Then again, it made sense. As someone involved in commerce on behalf of his kin, his mindset had naturally developed this way. It wasn't a bad thing. Living in the continent meant interacting with humans and other races. Isolation wouldn't work. Communication was essential. And trade, the exchange of goods, was the most natural form of interaction. It was far easier to argue over profits than to start with mutual understanding and respect. Of course, Enkrid didn't dwell on such thoughts. He left that to Cray and Abnaya. He simply asked what he was curious about. Why is it expensive? That staff is made from a metal that can absorb and retain magic. Over time it becomes attuned, which is why it's sometimes called a living stone. Some even call it a philosopher's stone. Actually, let me rephrase. It's not just expensive, it's valuable enough to buy a small castle. I see. Who should I give it to? Esther? Kreis? Enkrid simply nodded, lost in thought. No more obstacles blocked their return. The death of a cultist would ripple across the continent, not as a storm, but as a drizzle spreading far and wide. After all, he hadn't been one to act openly. He had lurked in the shadows, pulling strings from behind the scenes. If Enkrid hadn't been this much of a threat, the Apostle of Rebirth wouldn't have needed to step forward. In other words, Enkrid had thwarted countless schemes by the cult so far. On a smaller scale, he had destroyed the Null colony. On a larger scale, he had ended Norilia's civil war. Along the way, he had even slain the Apostles of Curse and the one controlling the walking fire. From the perspective of the Apostle, this was intolerable. It had become a problem that had to be dealt with, even if it meant postponing other tasks and mobilizing all available power. Objectively speaking, it was reasonable to step in personally. In fact, the real question was why he hadn't acted sooner. But the reason for that was Enkrid himself. No matter what was done, he refused to die. Curses didn't affect him, and even the walking fire couldn't kill him. Even when the most infamous assassins on the continent were sent after him, their severed heads returned. Well, in truth, Enkrid had died countless times. But that was something only he knew. "It's raining," Fell, who was walking ahead, remarked. As he said, raindrops started to fall. Instead of snow, it was rain. Perhaps the sky was signaling the end of winter. And after a few more days, when they returned to Bodergard, Luagarn clearly felt the change in Enkrid. "This is insane. What the hell did you do?" Rem had been defeated, the result of a one-on-one spar with Enkrid. But Enkrid, standing there somewhat awkwardly, merely asked in return, "Don't mess around. Go out. There's no need to hold back." "Huh. Fine. Let's put our lives on the line, you crazy bastard." That day, Rem went all out. If the battle wasn't about killing but purely sparring, few sword styles were as formidable as the Wavebreaker sword. It was a technique honed through hundreds of duels. Perhaps it was only natural for it to be exceptional. A moment ago, Ram had subtly shifted his footing, swinging his axe at Enkrid's head while simultaneously stepping down on Enkrid's foot with his right leg. If Enkrid dodged the axe by moving his foot back, Rem's foot would land where Enkrid's had been, allowing him to secure an advantageous position and continue his attacks without pause. It was an impromptu maneuver, one that couldn't be easily read and countered in a tactical exchange. If his opponent dodged, they'd be forced onto the defensive. If it had been the old Enkrid, he would have relied on his sturdy body, deflecting the axe with his sword, while allowing his foot to be stepped on. Or he would have withdrawn, momentarily fallen into a defensive position before finding a way to break free. But this time was different. Enkrid lifted his foot and kicked Rem's away while simultaneously using the short sword he had received from the fairies to deflect the axe. Neither of these movements lacked power compared to Rem, and the timing was flawless. It was only possible because two separate thought processes were occurring simultaneously. For a brief moment, Rem was shocked that his attack had been broken, but that didn't mean he hesitated. The clash of sword and axe wasn't particularly loud, yet at that moment, Rem felt an immediate sense of danger, and that danger quickly materialized. Using the recoil from deflecting the axe, Enkrid drove his short sword downward. Rem had neither the time to dodge nor the means to block it. His only option was to grab Enkrid's wrist with his left hand. Just as he thought he had secured the sword-wielding wrist, thunk. A headbutt. Tactics and strategies meant nothing at that moment. Rem stumbled backward. Dazed by the sudden impact, he swung his axe in front of him. But of course there was nothing there. That was the end of it. Enkrid didn't press the attack further. Instead, he simply looked at Rem with a curious gaze. Even though it was just a spar, even though he couldn't go all out, this was unsettling. He didn't say it aloud, but one undeniable fact remained. Did I lose? Rem's pupils trembled. Even when fighting that bastard Ragna, he had never been so overwhelmed. Of course, if he used every ounce of his spiritual power through invoking or dissent, this wouldn't have happened. And losing just because of a single headbutt? That wasn't right either. But this was a spar. Given how things had unfolded, it wouldn't be wrong to call it a loss. What if Enkrid had continued his attacks after the headbutt? Speculating on things that hadn't happened was meaningless. I could have lost. Rem revised his thoughts. If victory and defeat were measured in probabilities, he was now at least 80% likely to lose. Shocked, he asked Enkrid what he had done. Enkrid dismissed it as a joke. So this time, Rem got serious and swung his axe with real intent. Damn, you're blocking everything. But Enkrid blocked everything. I call it the Wavebreaker sword. My axe should be more ferocious than the waves. That so? Their words lacked humor. They were both too serious for that. And yet, Rem couldn't overpower him. No. If anything, he was slightly being pushed back. This is absurd. Enkrid's will was like an unending, bottomless well. Rem wouldn't go down easily, but if this dragged on into a war of endurance, he knew he wouldn't win. Even in a real fight, I'd lose. His natural talent told him as much. How could he not be shocked? Especially since the weapon in Enkrid's hand wasn't even his primary one. It was just a short sword. Granted, that sword was undoubtedly a treasure, but it wasn't enough to give him an advantage. In fact, its short length should have been a disadvantage. Let's go again. A brief spar followed. A very brief one. That's enough. With those words, Rem twisted his wrist and swung his axe 4 times before retreating. It was a technique he had recently used against Ragna, one that had once caused Ragna's grip to falter. By channeling divine energy through his body, even these small movements carried enormous power. But Enkrid simply angled his sword and deflected every single strike, despite their tricky angles. Clang, thud, ting, clang. The clash of their weapons was like a melody. When their spars finally ended, Odin, who had been quietly reciting prayers and scriptures, was now standing and watching. Meanwhile, Ragna, who had been dozing under the warm sunlight, had also risen, resting a hand on his sword's grip. Up on the rooftop, Jackson had leaned forward, resting his chin on clasped hands, eyes gleaming. All three of them had seen it, and they had all felt it. Chapter 655. How does it feel? Didn't you say you were going to meet the fairy? Jackson asked, his words slipping into informal speech as they often did when he was surprised. Even from atop the roof, his voice struck Enkrid's ears clearly. That was the intensity behind it. A cold flame, perhaps. His tone was sharp, carrying both chill and heat, a challenge laced within. His eyes gleamed, but his voice was low and heavy, making it sound even more so. I went, and there was a demon instead. No matter what Jackson said, Enkrid remained unfazed. There was even a slight hint of confusion in his voice. And then Jackson pressed again. So I cut it down, strong and clean. Normally he wouldn't have phrased it that way. He could offer a more detailed explanation now, rather than sounding like a madman. He had organized his thoughts. But this wasn't the kind of situation to be explaining things in detail, certainly not when dealing with people brimming with sharp, blade-like energy. So, out of habit, he spoke as he would have to Ermin. Not that anyone here would complain about such a blunt statement. Not wrong. Ragna agreed as he stood up. He took a few steps forward, drawing his sword. Chiring? A crisp, cutting sound rang through the air. Ragna tossed the scabbard in his left hand aside and gripped the sword with both hands. Step aside, you cowering pup. It's my turn now. It seemed Ragna had acquired a fine sword in Enkrid's absence. The blade gleamed with a soft light, its color resembling the sky. A sword crafted from Valerian steel, noir soft iron, and pure silver. The thick, elongated blade, much like the black gold sword he had before, was a trademark of Ragna's. A talent blessed by the heavens, the genius Ragna's eyes burned with visible flames. He wasn't even trying to hide it. As Enkrid quietly observed him, Ragna spoke. If you can't block, you die. In sword practice, losing an arm or a leg was expected. That was how Ragna had learned. His voice was serious, but the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Expectation, joy, excitement. Those emotions were clear. Enkrid, keenly perceptive, read Ragna's expression and attitude with ease. He was good at reading emotions to begin with, and recently, spending time among fairies, who naturally suppressed their emotions, had sharpened that skill even further. So when Ragna spoke, filled with expectation, Enkrid asked seriously, "Are you going to hold back?" Ragna answered with his sword. It felt as if there had been no preparation at all. One moment, his sword was still, and the next, the tip was cutting through the air like a severed piece launched forward. Clang! Enkrid lifted Penna vertically, blocking the attack with the flat of his blade, then leapt aside as if taking flight. Boom! With a tearing sound, Ragna's second prepared strike carved through the spot Enkrid had just vacated. From the initial thrust, the follow-up cut. Not a single strike was light. At a glance, it looked as if Enkrid was moving lazily, dodging everything effortlessly. He's predicting and reacting. If any miscalculations occurred, he adjusted in an instant. If it couldn't be avoided, he blocked with raw strength. If something fell outside his predictions, he used skill and force to counter. At times, it even looked absurd, yet in the end, it felt as if Ragna was being led by Enkrid's design. He adapts his tactics in real time, adjusting calculations while fighting, maintaining complete focus. Only then was such a feat possible. But does this even make sense? If you look up, you can't see the ground beneath your feet. What Enkrid was doing now was like lifting his head and still being able to see the ground. He makes luck and coincidence seem inevitable. It was as if he was watching the fight from a distant, strategic vantage point. Normally, something like this shouldn't be possible. Yet here it was, happening before their eyes. Rem knew the outcome before the fight had even begun in earnest. Before Enkrid arrived, Rem and Ragna had fought 10 times, each time ending in a draw. There had never been a decisive winner. But if even Rem was being overwhelmed like this, Ragna wouldn't fare any better. The Wavebreaker sword wasn't something one could simply counter with attributes or affinity. It blocked everything. Ragna wouldn't be able to break through. If this dragged out, it would turn into a battle of endurance. Ridiculous. When that moment arrived, the bottomless will would embrace Ragna as well. Fighting Enkrid, Rem had always felt like he was being dragged into a swamp. His instincts were sharp in that regard. Enkrid's tactical approach was like grabbing an opponent's ankle, pulling them into the water, and slowly submerging them. Once the water reached their head, the battlefield would belong to him. That was his intention. Rem had seen it, and Ragna had felt it. I'll lose. His genius mind condensed the process, skipping straight to the result. If this continued, he would lose. And the moment he realized that, he changed his stance. Rem had seen this technique before, a strike nearly impossible to counter. Tensing every muscle in his body, pouring all of his will into one downward swing. The motion was deceptively simple, a heavy sword descending in a vertical slash. But for the one forced to receive it, it wasn't simple at all. A sword like a thunderbolt, as if thrown by a god. This was a technique reinterpreted in Ragna's own way after witnessing how Enkrid fought, channeling his full will into his strikes. To Ragna, it was nothing more than a strong swing. He widened his stance, lifting both arms high above his head. All of it happened in an instant. The preparation time was remarkably short, made it even harder to block. During the heat of battle, a warrior's vision naturally narrows. When every sword swing carries the weight of life and death, even the most seasoned fighters are sometimes forced to focus only on what lies immediately ahead. This is why a knight's ability to foresee a move is called the eye that sees an inch ahead. No matter how insightful a knight may be, predicting this was impossible. And even if they did predict it, it would be too late. Dodging? He would chase and strike again. Despite appearances, Ragna's footwork was incredibly fast. Even compared to Rem, who had spent his childhood racing across the vast western plains, Ragna was swift. Simply jumping back wouldn't be enough to escape. Rem had found a way to counter it. Instead of retreating, he had stepped in close just before the strike landed. That way he could reduce the force behind the attack. But attempting that in a real fight? A truly terrifying gamble. Both had nearly died, and after that they had stopped sparring. If they continued, one of them was bound to die. Ragna's sword was about to come down on Enkrid. It was a moment when everyone believed there wasn't even the slightest opening. "This is bad," Odin muttered. Just as Ragna gathered momentum to take his stance, Enkrid had already leaped far back. It was impossible to tell whether Ragna had taken his stance first, or if Enkrid had retreated first. It all happened at the exact same time. Of course, even with that retreat, Ragna could still chase him down and swing his sword. After all, it wasn't just an ordinary slash, but one infused with Aurora's connecting blades technique. However, the further the distance, the greater the loss of power. Enkrid had retreated just enough to make a difference. A tactical maneuver. He had already foreseen and grasped the flow of the battle. It reminded them of Acker's spiderweb swordsmanship, yet it was a step beyond that. Acker's spiderweb swordplay trapped opponents, leaving them unable to escape. But what Enkrid had just done was beyond that. He blocked every possible move his opponent could make. Is his thought process just faster? No. It was as if he had two separate streams of thought. If Rem had noticed, then Jackson, Ragna, and Odin would have caught on as well. Their eyes gleamed with realization. Ragna eventually swung his sword, but Enkrid intercepted it with his short blade, swinging it horizontally. Two weapons infused with will clashed with an explosive roar. Boom! The air itself seemed to shatter from the impact. It was like a lightning strike from above meeting a volcanic eruption from below. A streak of sky-colored light clashed with a pale blue moonlit arc before separating. A full-powered clash would have resulted in mutual damage, so they pulled back just enough to deflect each other's strikes. And since this was a spar, they each took a step back. As they retreated, their bodies crossed, one moving left, the other moving right, widening the distance between them. With that, the fight came to an end. Ragna had exhausted most of his will. He needed to recover. Enkrid, however, had not. Want to keep going? Enkrid held Penna upright before his face and asked. Ragna stared into his blue eyes for a moment before lowering his sword and walking over to stand beside Rem. The sight of them standing together was almost comical. Anyone aware of how much their relationship had deteriorated during Enkrid's absence would have found it absurd. The shriveled-up brothers should step back now. Audin stepped in as he spoke. His eyes were burning just as intensely. Excitement, joy, and anticipation filled his gaze. Had he always been like this? Or had Enkrid changed him? Either way, it hardly mattered now. Every single one of them was ablaze with a thirst for battle. Like madmen itching for a fight no matter what, a golden light emanated from Audin's entire body. It trickled down like sand, pooling at his feet before climbing back up his calves. The golden sand that coated his body was a symbol of his divine power. This is my full strength right now. With that, Audin moved. Light exploded from his clenched fist. Oosh! A single point of light condensed and shot forward, hurtling toward Enkrid's face. The motion itself was a simple punch, pivoting on his left foot and twisting his waist. But with the addition of divine power and the sheer strength of his honed body, it was nothing short of a spear made of light. Boom! Enkrid blocked it. But the spear of light didn't stop after one strike. It scattered, raining down like stardust. Fists, kicks, and even clawing fingers lashed out, attempting to grasp him from every direction. Enkrid deflected each one, moving his feet constantly. At a glance, it seemed like a one-sided assault from Audin. One tried to close the distance, while the other refused to allow it. In the end, Audin managed to get in close. At that moment, Enkrid let go of Penna, grabbed Audin's arm, twisted it, and drove his knee into his chin. Thud! Audin blocked with his palm, but he couldn't stop Enkrid from stepping back and reclaiming his sword. Every move had flowed seamlessly together. Even letting go and picking up Penna again felt calculated. In battle, chance and luck were inevitable factors. Yet, Enkrid fought as if he turned every coincidence into a certainty. Even when his calculations were off, he acted as if he had accounted for the mistake all along. He fought by dividing his thoughts, accelerating his mind, and instantaneously calculating everything. He can't win. Rem once again glimpsed into the future. Audin must have realized it too. Even if his divine power was the most solid among them, his limits were clear. As he stepped back to watch, Rem's axe trembled. The weapon, imbued with a will of its own, sent a message directly into his mind. I know, but I'm not stepping in. We're not trying to kill each other. This is just play. Play. The axe insisted that it could kill them all, but that wasn't Rem's intent. It had simply misread his emotions. Wanting to win and wanting to kill were two very different things. If he unleashed the cursed power within the axe, there might be an answer. But he didn't want to. Even in defeat, Rem didn't feel bad. If anything, he felt exhilarated and refreshed. Audin seemed to feel the same way. I lost. Of the three, Auden was the only one to say it aloud. Then, drenched in sweat, he asked, "How does it feel?" Now that they looked, Enkrid had endured just as much. His entire body was soaked in sweat. The same went for Ragna and Rem. Auden's question carried a deeper meaning. They all recalled the moment Enkrid had first arrived as their squad leader. Chapter 656, This Isn't Just a Joke, was it called the Heart of the Beast? Teach me. There was someone who asked to learn. Rem thought that the person would die within a month at the most. When the next battle was just 15 days away, Rem thought that person would die in 15 days. Ragna had no interest in it. As long as they didn't bother him, that was enough. The troublemaking squad, too, had no plan other than to leave when the time came, not knowing exactly when that would be. It was only after meeting Enkrid that the lost swordsman, who hadn't figured out what he wanted to do or what his purpose was, began to walk. Before that, he had been a wagon without wheels, a child whose growth had stalled, like a statue frozen in place. Only after he started walking did Ragna find his will. That beginning was with that squad leader. To Auden, Enkrid was like a messenger sent by the gods, but that thought had now changed. He's not a messenger, just a human living his life. There are people like that in the world. Just realizing this had caused a great internal shift in Auden. What's important is one's mindset. It was now okay if the answers to his prayers to the gods didn't come right away. Why do I fight? It didn't have to be noble. It didn't have to be holy. The reason didn't need to be lofty or respected by others. Only those who could trust themselves would remain unshaken. Even if shaken, it wasn't a sin. If wrong, correct it. If late, start moving now. Even if he couldn't hear what the gods were saying, their will had already permeated him. All of this had begun with that crazy squad leader. Does memorizing it help you feel better? When Teresa first asked him, Auden answered, "Not really." Then why read it? It's fun. Fun? Yes, it's fun to read. Sister, please speak your mind. Teresa shared her concerns. Do you think the world is trying to crush you? Do you think the giant's blood mixed in your body will eventually devour your reason, turning you into a monster drunk on instinct? And if you must die, do you want to die by Enkrid's sword? These were Teresa's words, and while they were spoken to Teresa, they were also words directed at Auden himself. He had sealed his divinity and wandered the battlefield. What did he want? Life or death? Then he saw Enkrid, a man who seemed to dance on the edge of death, walking the fine line between life and death. What is it that moves you, brother, huh? Why do you fight? I want to be a knight. A simple, unadorned dream, neither hidden nor embellished. That was when Auden realized what he wanted to do. Lord, did you guide me? As they each pondered, Jackson suddenly dropped down from the roof. Looks like there's no other way but to kill him. Though right now I can't kill him. As the master of the guild, Jor's poison master, and the owner of the Morning Dew, those who knew Jackson's identity would understand how unexpected his words were. He himself had just said that he couldn't kill Enkrid for now. If his subordinates or lovers had heard this, it would have been time to tell him to stop joking. Everyone had been pushed back and defeated. Whether they admitted it or not, all had accepted it in their hearts. Though they all hated losing, ironically, none of the three showed any signs of displeasure. Jackson was no different. The path had not been drawn with blood, steel, or poison, but with life, dreams, and survival. The man who should have died long ago had become a knight, and was now swinging his sword to slay demons. He killed demons and heretics, and within that, he had come to a realization that had led him to this point. So, how do you feel? Jackson asked again. It wasn't just the four of them. Rupert and Teresa were present as well. The 6 of them, including the leopard who had taken a proud stance next to Jackson on the roof, all watched him. Enkrid made a soft sound as he sheathed his sword and raised one hand above his head. They all waited for his answer. Becoming a knight was surprising, but now he had advanced further than even his own subordinates. They all wanted to know how he felt about having come this far. All eyes were on him, with a sense of warm expectation now replacing their competitive spirit. With a casual scratch of his head, Enkrid looked around, his eyebrows twitching. This isn't just a joke, right? No one could speak for a moment. What did he just say? If this was a provocation, it was as sharp as a blade. Rem's veins popped as he glared, and Ragna clicked his tongue in disapproval. Odin quietly began a prayer, asking, "Lord, do we send one of them?" Jackson, without a moment's hesitation, had already grabbed his silent dagger. Rem asked, "Should we just kill him?" "We don't need all 4 of us. 2 will do," Ragna answered. After Enkrid left, things had gotten very tense between them, and it was even said that one of them might die if this continued. Their subordinates had already drawn blood in the past. While competition could lead to improvement, every light cast a shadow. Excessive rivalry could easily turn into an accident if not controlled by higher-ups, especially with the young soldiers who were full of fire. Ragna's troops weren't calm either, so conflict was inevitable. Kreis had to step in and make adjustments to prevent their 2 squads from clashing, a serious issue. Yet now the leaders of these 2 squads were united in purpose. "Let's just make a distraction up front, and the cat can strike from behind," Rem said. "That sounds good. You take the left, I'll take the right," Ragna responded. "Take any side. Just make sure to attract attention." "Got it." Rem and Ragna's movements clicked perfectly. Kreis, who had been nervously watching them during their practice, would feel both happy and sad seeing the 2 of them now. If this was the way things were going to be, why didn't they just get along all this time? Why did they spend so long at odds, nearly killing each other? After their near-fatal duel, the air between them had grown even more tense, to the point that no one could intervene. The Madman Knight's order, back when Enkrid was absent, had been eerily calm. Everyone continued training their subordinates and staying active, but the energy from before wasn't quite the same. To be precise, the intensity of the energy had changed. Problems were rife, but Kreis, knowing the root of it all, had only managed to keep things under control, preventing any major accidents. Everything would be fine once Enkrid returned. "We'll talk about this later. It feels too awkward right now." Enkrid spoke honestly after observing his subordinates' reactions. It still hadn't sunk in. He thought Rem, Ragna, and Odin had all stopped intervening, but that wasn't entirely wrong. Going any further would be a fight to the death. And while I can't claim I'd win right now, at least not for sure. Luagarn, who had been watching, read Enkrid's mindset and spoke up. If it came down to skill in determining a winner, they'd have to actually fight to find out. But even just reading the atmosphere, it was clear. Rem, Ragna, Odin, and Jackson. None of them could guarantee a victory. There's a gap between perception and reality. Let's refine this and talk again later. Normally, Enkrid would have visited Atri, but he needed to sort his thoughts before discussing his own experience. With that, Enkrid unpacked quickly and began swinging his sword. In some ways it was typical of him, but in others it seemed almost naive, rolling with his senses despite the disconnect. Yet, it wasn't unpleasant to watch. "Hey, you lost little idiot. Let me show you the way. Come train with me." Rem's eyes narrowed. Seeing the captain's crazy side got him excited too. That mad dog who never gave up. I was about to say something similar. "Follow me through the mountains." Ragna looked equally fired up. He wanted another go at Enkrid right away, but that meant not holding back like he did with Rem. Without seeing blood, he wouldn't stop. That was the conclusion he'd come to. He couldn't beat Enkrid at this stage with just a sparring match. Why am I so excited? Ragna was intoxicated with a joy he'd never felt before. He wanted to swing his sword madly and throw himself into training. Audin adjusted his attire while watching the two of them. He too would pack his things and join in. He decided to put off his own subordinates' training for a while. Sister Teresa. At Audin's call, Teresa, who had been watching with mixed emotions, surprise, joy, and more, responded. Can I be of help? Yes, you can. Audin decided to make Teresa his training partner. She was unaware, but to Audin, Teresa's potential was far beyond surprising. It was extraordinary. Teresa had briefly felt a shift in her emotions when she heard about the apostle's death, but she quickly calmed herself. She was no longer the social Teresa, but the warrior Teresa, the Madman Knight's Orders Teresa. That had become the anchor in her heart, keeping her grounded. While the others enjoyed watching Enkrid grow, none of them were pleased about being surpassed. Did being surpassed mean the end of the line? Nothing happens if you think it's too late and do nothing. This was something Enkrid often said. And true to his words, they felt determined to keep moving forward. I'll introduce you to someone later, so let me know when you're settled. Audin spoke. Enkrid, who had been refining his senses, nodded in response. Got it. Yeah. He had returned, but life was still unchanged. Shortly after, Craze arrived, and Enkrid passed on a message while asking a question. A social squad, you say? If there was such a thing, we would have heard about it already. Oh, there are plenty of people trying to infiltrate, pretending to be from the social faction. I even heard recently that Captain Vengeance nearly died. It's hard to catch every one of them. The social squad of the Resurrection Apostles wasn't real, at least not in the way Craze had imagined. Even if one tried to infiltrate, Enkrid wouldn't worry. It seemed like the talk had been a provocation after all. So what exactly is coming? Craze asked again. Fairies? And what should we be cautious about? Don't be surprised and attack when you see walking trees. Is there time for an explanation? It should be visible within 2 days at the latest. As if to confirm, Zero approached and added more details. Craze, having heard everything, nodded before asking again. So these big trees are walking? Be careful? Not be careful. Don't be surprised. Enkrid corrected him, and Craze decided not to be surprised for now. Let's save the shock for when we actually see it. Delaying emotion often helps see reality more clearly. It was natural for Craze to deal with anxiety and hesitation by focusing on understanding the situation and preparing for it. Emotional regulation was one of his strengths. The city of the fairies, the fairy spring, filled with hot water, was known for its refreshing feel when one entered. There was little to eat except fruits and leaves, but when settling in initially, nuts and fruits were abundant. And now the entire fairy city is relocating. The trees were walking to relocate. Could this really be happening? No. Let's hold off on the shock. Now wasn't the time to be surprised. I'll save that for later. It was truly a shocking thought, and Craze refocused to organize his thoughts. The trees that walk and shoot arrows can replace even strong city walls. In their forest, instead of monsters, fairies live, and it's full of life. You could say the forest is full of fairy energy. There are skilled artisans among them, and the fruits they cherish can boost one's vitality. There are those who specialize in alchemy. They are called druids, and there are also wood guards who smoke, so don't be too surprised. Yes, the fairy city is coming. It's coming in its entirety. So, what's the gain? What is the benefit of accepting them as neighbors? What potential problems might arise? It wasn't so much problems that were being calculated first, but rather the gains. First of all, it would be like having a natural fortress to the south. A forest inhabited by fairies, rather than monsters, serves as a barrier, blocking out both monsters and beasts. Trade. If they engage in bartering with them, there were things to be gained. Enkrid hadn't said it with that in mind, but Craze had certainly heard what he needed. They have skilled artisans, and if they use fire, they will need metals. Since this is a migrating forest, there might not be any ore inside. Metal would be a very valuable trade commodity for them. Grain obtained from farming would also be a favorable trade item. Aside from fruits and leaves, the crops grown would be precious. This was something Craze had figured out from observing Shinar earlier. What could be given was clear, but what could be gained? Anne. She was a healer and an alchemist. She had said that the materials from the fairy forest were treasures for alchemists. Ask any healer. If they can get fairy spring water, it will be more than a treasure. It's something people would kill for to obtain. For some reason, Anne always took naps when the Madman Enkrid came around. Craze didn't know why, but her behavior was strange. Maybe it was because being here helped her fatigue ease. Craze had joked that it was because she might be in love with Enkrid, so he had told her about the golden flower and the black flower, but she just snorted in response. It's not like I'll take him for myself only. People's preferences are different, so it wasn't worth arguing about. Not only fairy spring water, but from an alchemy perspective, this city is almost a treasure trove. As soon as the calculations started, reality hit Craze. A gold mine. Not just any gold mine, but one that didn't even require consideration of profitability. The quantity of the gold wasn't known, but there was no need to hire workers to mine it. Instead, we can trade with them, and they'll give us what they need in return for providing what we need for the miners. This was a gold mine facilitated by trade. It wasn't literally gold pouring out, but its value was just as great. A windfall, Cray muttered. And that's the conclusion. Chapter 657. Seeing the truth while Enkrid was adjusting his senses, Cray carried out the task he had been assigned. He had scouted the location where the fairy city would be established. It was to the south of Bordergard, a little further south of the barren lands, where a stream from the river reached. The final destination was a place nestled against a small mountain range, an ideal spot for a forest to take root. However, in reality, it was difficult to ensure safety with a mere safe road. Nearby there was a stone mountain that resembled a tower, which harpies had used as a nest. Beneath the mountain range, a small forest often served as a hiding place for several monsters and magical beasts. A barrier to block the monsters and magical beasts coming from the south. That location was perfect for the task. If the fairies were capable of eliminating monsters on their own, it wouldn't be a bad deal for them, either. With this thought in mind, Cray personally headed for the southern outpost. He was accompanied by a fairy named Zero, who acted as his guide, and as his escort, his lover Nurat joined them. Nurat, armed with a sword, walked right beside Cray's, her arms noticeably thicker than before. She had long since adopted Auden's physical training methods. "A tree is walking?" Nurat asked. "To be precise, it's called a migration spell, an ancient tradition of the Woodguard clan." The response came from Zero, walking on Crass's other side. Unlike most fairies, who exuded a cold and aloof presence, Zero was quite expressive with his emotions. Not all fairies were the same. There were individual differences, of course, but watching Enkrid beat up Zero to get a feel for him, Craze had a rough idea why Zero was the way he was. This fairy had learned how to express emotions by force. When Enkrid beat him, he didn't just use a sword. He shredded, stabbed, and cut with words as well. "This is all you can, right?" This is your best effort. A mosquito would be more of a threat. At least your sword swings are good for swatting bugs. After hearing Enkrid's relentless taunts firsthand, it was clear that even a patient fairy would have learned to express anger. And after anger, naturally, came the ability to express other emotions. When the three of them arrived at the outpost on the safe road, the station soldier approached and saluted. At first, there were some who looked down on Cray, calling him a member of the Madman Night Order who couldn't even fight. But such people had become rare. Part of the reason was that soldiers had learned that mocking him could result in more than just a few punches. More importantly, Craze himself frequently admitted that he lacked a talent for fighting. If the man himself acknowledged it, who could argue? Of course, there were still fools who acted out, but Cray was smart. After a few weeks of having Rem's assault squad act as his personal guard, all unnecessary remarks ceased. Who would dare speak out when the madmen guarding him were known for drawing their axes the moment they heard someone cursing Krez from afar? What was that? You want to disappear after joining our unit? Rumors even spread that some soldiers who joined Rem's assault squad simply vanished. It was just a rumor, but with training as intense as theirs, death wasn't exactly unheard of. The higher the training intensity, the greater the risk of injury or death. It was an obvious reality. Of course, Rem had never actually let a single one of his subordinates die. From that point on, open insults disappeared. People still muttered behind his back, but Craze didn't care. With all the worries about monster zones, magical beasts, and war, who had time to stress over a bit of bad-mouthing? Craze had more pressing matters to focus on, like learning about fairy society. As they walked, Zero continued explaining fairy culture. He also spoke freely about himself, mentioning that his goal was to eradicate all demons on the continent. He was a fairy who shared his thoughts openly. Crace also listened to Nurat and Zero discuss various topics, including the escort unit and the latest training updates of Enkrid's personal guard. That's when he saw it. A monster. The outpost soldier who had accompanied them muttered. Despite being told multiple times that a walking tree was coming, witnessing it firsthand was another matter. The soldiers guarding the outpost instinctively reached for their bows. One of them even notched an arrow. But would shooting it even make a difference? Their expressions showed doubt. Boom! Root-like feet stomped onto the ground as the massive tree approached. Against the backdrop of the sunlight, a colossal tree was walking towards them. On its branches, round figures hovered. Looking closer, it was fairies standing atop the tree, observing the group. Zero raised his open palm in greeting. Christ forced himself to speak calmly. Do not shoot. When Enkrid had explained it, he hadn't been surprised. Now he could let himself be astonished. It really is a tree. A walking tree. The tree is walking. Christ repeated. Yeah, even though I heard about it, it's still shocking. Nurat agreed. It was a good thing they arrived during the day. If they had come at night, it would have looked like a massive monster attack. The gigantic tree thudded forward, distorting their sense of distance. It was slow yet fast. Because of its sheer size, it shattered the normal perception of movement. None of them had ever seen anything like this before. It was larger than a giant. A tree so enormous they had to tilt their heads all the way up just to take it in. They're guests, not monsters. Craze reassured the soldiers once more. Still, one of the men muttered behind him, I need to pee. You too? Me too. If that thing steps on me, I'll turn into tomato paste. Ah, why'd you have to say that? Damn it, now I feel sick. 3 soldiers whispered among themselves. It seemed like they were speaking their minds freely, but it was clear that they weren't actually terrified. If they were truly scared, they wouldn't have been able to joke at all. Since the tree had been identified as a guest, Their comments were just a way to release tension. But that didn't mean they weren't nervous. Cock, cock. Suddenly, a few man-faced hounds leapt out from the side. This area occasionally had monster sightings. Among the territories controlled by the Madman Night Order, the southern region had the highest concentration of monsters. Except for the Penna mountain range, it was the roughest outpost to be stationed at. The monsters, oblivious to the walking tree's true size, charged straight for its legs. The 11 man-faced hounds howled and sprinted, only to abruptly tumble across the ground. At the same time, long sticks rained down and impaled them. The first defining trait of a man-faced hound was its powerful bite. The second was its ability to run incredibly fast. For them to suddenly trip and fall mid-charge, it didn't make sense. But of course, it was the fairies' doing. From atop the tree, a group of fairies had loosed arrows with flawless precision. Using hand signals, they swiftly shifted positions. And then, boom, the walking tree stepped forward. The corpses of the fallen monsters were trampled underfoot, leaving only a sticky black smear in their place. The tree giants approached, some towering even higher than the outpost. Kreis, allowing himself to be thoroughly astonished, spoke. "Welcome to Border Guard. Thank you for the warm welcome. But the air here isn't particularly pleasant. Just because I'm a fairy doesn't mean I know nothing. I've worked as a mercenary through the Information Guild, and I first started that job in a city to the southeast of here, down the waterway." The fairy who stepped forward rambled on, but Cray listened without discomfort, understanding every word. He even responded at the right moments after hearing everything. He wasn't familiar with tree giants, but he was more than proficient at this kind of conversation. "Are you telling me not to try any tricks? I have no such intention." "Yes, this place sees frequent monster appearances. Occasionally, armed bandit groups show up to the south as well. But I don't see that being a problem, do you? If you settle here, our leader will appreciate it. Even if he doesn't, your presence will undoubtedly be beneficial. If necessary, we will allocate troops to support you. So it would be better if you cleared the area and settled here. Specifically, I believe the best place for you to stay would be at the base of the mountains slightly west of here. Fairies do not lie, but they distort the truth. However, they do not distort when it comes to Enkrid, whom they revere as an idol. Even so, there was still room for caution. The one who took the lead was likely a fairy familiar with continental culture. This was a preventative measure, ensuring they wouldn't be swindled by humans. As with any initial meeting between two groups without mutual trust, this one followed the same pattern. That said, Kreis had never intended to deceive them from the beginning. To a swindler, one must speak the language of swindlers. But to those who wield truth as their weapon, truth should be met with truth. Kreis had no intention of allowing any discord in this transaction from the start. He would simply approach everything with sincerity. And that was enough. The fairy, pleased, smiled, though the shift in emotion was too subtle for Kreis to notice. "Your words sound good, but as Emily taught me, it's important to verify. Emily was my first lover, a woman who worked the reception desk at the Information Guild." Kreis effortlessly navigated through the unnecessary chatter and led the fairies in with a welcoming attitude. There were still administrative tasks and other necessities to be handled, but nothing too bothersome. Shortly after, the tree giants began their migration. The sight of enormous masses moving startled many, but no soldiers attacked them. Some southern nobles had sent repeated requests for reinforcements, claiming a large monster was attacking them, so a few patrols had been sent out as a precaution. Of course, no battles occurred. One more time. It was Rem who stepped forward and spoke, not Enkrid. Something about the situation had shifted. Rem had taken to requesting duels once every day or two. Enkrid had no reason to refuse, but that didn't mean he simply nodded along. Are you sure? What do you mean, am I sure? I don't enjoy tormenting the weak. Who are you calling weak, you lunatic? Rem pretended to fall for the provocation, but fought with a steady composure. He displayed intense passion and executed aggressive attacks, yet there were no careless swings. That was the genius of Rem. After making several adjustments to his senses, Enkrid reassessed his standing. If categorized within an established system, he at the level of upper-ranked knights, while Rem was at the middle rank. However, the system he adhered to was more akin to a training framework, rather than a strict measure of combat ability. How ridiculous! His boundless will granted him overwhelming efficiency in duels. Thanks to that, he could match those who had entered the realm of the upper ranks. And also thanks to the wave-blocking blade I wield at full force. By employing split consciousness, he managed to balance power and endurance, allowing him to engage in prolonged high-speed combat. That had become Enkrid's specialty. He could sustain extended battles while making every moment count. Each strike carried a lethal intensity. While Rivart and Jamal focused on stalling for time, Enkrid's approach was different. From an outsider's perspective, it might seem like he was merely dragging things out, but he often pressed forward aggressively. Naturally, Rem wasn't the only one coming after him. Come at me, you crazy knight commander. I'll fix that thick skull of yours. Ragna also taunted him before charging in. Enkrid accepted the challenge. Well, if you lack talent, you should at least make up for it with effort. Enkrid thoroughly enjoyed himself. Yet, at the same time, he could feel the moments of enjoyment gradually shrinking and disappearing. The regular soldiers and all combat-ready personnel burned with determination, watching Enkrid and the so-called Madman knights. And in turn, Rem and the others watched Enkrid with the same fervor. However, they had never once been overtaken. Yet now, they had been caught. They had truly fallen behind Enkrid. Anyone who didn't savor this moment wasn't human. I will win no matter what. For the Lord, I'll cut them all down. This was why Rem, Auden, Ragna, and Jackson had suddenly thrown themselves into training like madmen. Are you planning to kill every knight in the world now? Jackson's lover asked him one day. There's someone I have to catch up to. Have to? His lover knew him well. He never used words like must or have to lightly. Why? So she pressed further. Jackson hadn't put much thought into it before, but now that he did, the answer was clear. It's an eyesore, huh? Seeing him act superior, it's an eyesore. On the surface, that's what he said. But inwardly, his thoughts were slightly different. I stayed to be of help. I refused to become a burden. Thus, he trained, and soon enough, it bore fruit. It was 14 days after Enkrid returned to Border Guard. Auden, who had been waiting for someone, found that person temporarily away. As time passed, Enkrid carried on with his usual training. He had neither met Eitri nor had any separate discussions with Esther. He had planned to meet Eitri after assessing his condition, but when he handed over the weapons and items he had collected so far, Eitri suggested meeting at a later time. As for Esther, she had decided to live in her panther form for the time being. Shinar hadn't shown up either, so aside from a brief meeting with Lord Graham, there wasn't much else for him to do besides training. To be honest, he was thoroughly enjoying beating his subordinates, but still, this isn't enough. There's no thrill. You guys can't push me anymore. Enkrid would often mutter such words. No one remained unresponsive to them. You even ran into cultists on the way. Did you sell your soul to the demon god or something? Rem plucked a leaf from his hair as she spoke. A warm breeze was blowing. Winter was nearly over, and the goddess called Spring was approaching. It was the time when thoughts of Shinar who spoke of spring winds, would naturally arise. I hear the whining of the weak. Enkrid had grown noticeably better at mocking them. With his sword hanging loosely, he spoke as if reciting poetry, making Rem's expression change. It was a scene that had become increasingly common over the past few days. "You're dead today." Tui, died. Rem spat on the ground and adjusted his grip on the axe. The atmosphere thickened as if they were ready to stake half their lives on this fight. He bent his knees halfway, lowering his stance, ready to charge forward at any moment. Enkrid, seeing Rem's movements through his keen insight, raised his penna and prepared to strike diagonally. He expected today to be no different from the past. Unless Rem wielded his axe properly and used every bit of sorcery, the result wouldn't change. At that moment, Rem's figure seemed to shrink. He hadn't actually gotten smaller. He had just widened the distance in an instant, making it seem that way. "He's retreating." Rem leaped back at an extraordinary speed. Even while moving diagonally or backward, he was just as fast as if he were sprinting forward. His feet struck the ground without hesitation, leaving afterimages as he kicked off. And then, fwung, fwung, fwung. A spinning disc appeared above Rem's head. It spun lazily a few times before accelerating rapidly, bound to a leather pouch. A sling. No joke. Ween. Between the deafening hum of the spinning sling, Rem infused his will into his words. "If you don't block this, you're dead." Whoosh. The sling released its projectile. Boom. The air split apart with a deafening crack. Between the sounds, Enkrid's insight revealed a brutal truth. If this hit his head, it would explode. Even in his accelerated perception, the projectile remained a mere dot, a single point in time and space that moved faster than anything else. For a fleeting moment he realized this was far more dangerous than when he had once caught a flying dagger in the past. Enkrid threw his body backward. The projectile grazed his forehead, cutting a few strands of hair. They were sucked into the air current created by the shot and scattered away. He had to roll to the side immediately. Boom! A fountain of dirt erupted where he had been standing just moments ago. Rem's follow-up shot had struck the ground. And he wasn't stopping at one shot. Ween! Somehow, Rem had now spun up two discs. The left one was nearly vertical to the ground, while the right one was almost horizontal. Two spinning circles flaunted their deadly presence, mere handspans apart. "Die, you lunatic!" Rem shouted with joy, and Enkrid saw the sincerity in his words. Chapter 658. Sermon. What Enkrid displayed was akin to an absolute defense. He had constructed a perfect barrier using his reaction speed, swordsmanship, and an overarching perspective that seemed to encompass everything. His thought process was particularly remarkable. He didn't just see points, he saw lines and beyond that, surfaces. Rather than focusing on a single tree, he took in the entire forest, capturing his opponent's full body in his gaze, and reacting accordingly. Yet even with such broad perception, his instantaneous decision-making did not fall behind in the slightest. If this were an actual battle where they exchanged real strikes, the outcome might differ. But that wasn't something he could know at this moment. He's blended everything together so well. That was how it looked to Rem. Seeing Enkrid properly executing what he had taught him gave him a sense of pride. Making the most appropriate decision in the shortest time was one of his specialties. But that didn't mean he had any reason to lose. To determine victory in actual combat, one of them would have to die or sustain serious injuries. Winning in such a way was meaningless. Then I guess that means I lost. Victory needed to be achieved within the format of a duel. Rem delved into thought. He pondered, analyzed, and sought a solution. Ulke always had it in him. He already knew that Enkrid possessed an overwhelming amount of will. Now he had returned with vastly improved skills. That was why he was acting so brazenly. Why is it that every time he goes somewhere, he comes back changed like this? Had he hidden some secret training ground somewhere on the continent? Of course, Rem knew that that wasn't the case. He had traveled to the west with him, and found no such thing. Training every day, spending each moment the same way. Endless training to the point of tedium. That was all Enkrid had done. Rem had done the same, though recently he had been pushing himself even harder. Even when he had enjoyed physical exertion back in the West, he had never trained this obsessively. But once he had a goal, motivation naturally followed. I don't want to lose. More than the pride he felt, a fire of competitiveness burned within him. He had no desire to kill, only an overwhelming urge to win. Victory above all else. And so, he spent 15 days eating, sleeping, and fighting, searching for a solution. Whether I win with an axe or with this, it's all the same. He trained his mobility by practicing backward leaps, a method he refined while sparring with Ragna. If he had to name it, he would call it partial invocation, but names weren't important. All that mattered was using what he needed at the moment he needed it. Rem did just that. He widened the distance and fired a series of high-speed projectiles. This didn't consume a great deal of sorcery. While each bullet contained a bit of magic power, it wasn't an excessive amount. There was no need to burn himself out in combat. This way he could execute a strategy similar to what Enkrid did with his overwhelming will. The difference was that instead of defense, Rem's approach was pure offense. The projectiles rained down like relentless waves. As long as the waves continued, Enkrid had no choice but to defend against them. This alone restricted his movements. Whee! Bang! Whitting! Bang! Two slings, each operating on a different rhythm, launched bullets along separate trajectories, slicing through the air. And yet, Enkrid blocked them all. Boom! 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 Each time he deflected an attack, explosions erupted. Smoke billowed, and deflected bullets crashed into the lodging at the edge of the training ground, shattering it. Even those stray bullets could easily crush the skull of an ordinary warrior. Fortunately, there was no one around who would die from such an attack. Well, except for one person. Anne, the healer and alchemist, had just arrived to collect some dryas leaves. The red-haired, freckled girl had just stepped inside when a bullet shot toward her chest. She was about to be killed, until someone blocked the bullet in front of her. Clang! Ragna had driven his great sword into the ground, twisting it to deflect the bullet off its surface. The projectile had already lost half its power upon deflection, making the sound quieter than when Enkrid had blocked it. In that brief moment, Ragna had closed the distance in an instant, his massive back now filling Anne's vision. "This is a bad time," Ragna said flatly. Anne, quickly grasping the situation, replied, "So it seems." Her eyes widened in shock. Aside from Anne, only Luagarn, Teresa, Ropert, and Fell were around. All of them had either dodged or blocked the projectiles with ease. Only the poor lodging and the various structures in the training ground were being reduced to rubble. A tall wall had blocked 3 bullets before finally crumbling with a deep rumble. Dust and debris rose into the air. Through the dust stirred up by the deflected bullets, Enkrid's blue eyes glowed intensely. He was compressing his will, his gaze fixed on his target. The moment Rem showed any opening, he would close the distance. Enkrid's method of winning was simple. Turn this mid to long-range battle into a close-quarters fight, where swords and axes clashed. That would neutralize the slings. Of course, Rem had dozens of ways to detonate or fire projectiles at a close-range enemy as well. But to use them, he would have to be prepared to kill. There was a reason knights were forbidden from dueling each other. Fighting awakened one's will, and if the skill gap wasn't absolute, ending the battle without killing was difficult. Even with a significant gap, inflicting severe injury was common. Rem's grey eyes emitted a faint glow. Sorcery coursed through his entire body, and a part of that power seemed to settle into the high-speed projectile he held. The damn fool had annoyed him to the point that he was ready to half-kill him if necessary. There was no need to name the technique. But when forging a new path, sometimes a name was necessary. By concentrating his invocation into his hands and arms, he could unleash giant-like strength with just the flick of his wrist. That didn't need a name. It was simply an extension of an existing technique. But what he was doing now was something different. Stay. Magic condensed into the bullet he was about to throw. Within it, he wove a new spell. This wasn't a talisman, nor could it quite be called an invocation. In the past, Akerlin knights had the ability to imbue their weapons with their will. Rem did the same, but through sorcery. And instead of embedding it into a weapon in his hands, he left it in the projectile that had already been thrown. Linger. Remain. Do not dissipate. Detonate upon impact. It was a projectile infused with a spell for explosion. Enkrid saw the beast fiercely charging toward him within the realm of his sixth sense. If the projectiles he had deflected so far had been like hail, what was flying at him now was something imbued with intent. It was as if a living beast had been compressed into a mass and thrown at him. Enkrid did not ignore his instincts. In an instant, he lowered his stance and shifted his center of gravity, not into a position for advancing, but one for deflecting. Letting the force flow from below and behind, he tilted the penna in his right hand diagonally and struck upward. The round mass that resembled a boulder clashed with Penna. The battles so far had already been enough to understand why a knight's violence was called a catastrophe. But this went beyond even that. A brilliant flash erupted, followed by a deafening explosion. Quang! The shockwave roared violently. Ragna, looking annoyed, grabbed Anne's shoulder and pulled her behind him, while slashing downward 3 times with the greatsword in his other hand. Whoom! 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 With just 3 swings, the shockwave was sliced apart. Even a knight would consider it an incredible feat, but no one was particularly surprised. After all, who had time to admire such things when there was a chance that barbarian lunatic Rem had lost his mind and killed his own captain? Are you seriously insane? Jackson's voice cut through the air. Rem felt the presence of a stray cat approaching behind him, but let it be. There was a murderous intent, but it was the kind that flared up whenever tempers ran hot. Ragnar remained silent, his gaze fixed on the heart of the explosion. "O Lord, has the time come for me to deliver our savage brother to stand by your side?" Odin murmured a quiet prayer. "Is he dead?" Rupert muttered in surprise, but Fell shook his head. They had wandered the city of fairies and the labyrinth together, witnessed him slaying demons, and seen him cut down cultists on the way back. That mad captain would not die so easily. "This is supposed to be a sparring match." Enkrid's indifferent voice rang out. His right arm dangled limply, either broken or its muscles too damaged to function. At some point, he had shifted Penna to his left hand. At least the Penna was intact. That was a relief, perhaps. The fairy's treasure emitted a faint glow in defiance of the explosion's magic. Rem grinned at him and asked, "Got a problem with that?" Of course, Enkrid was the same as always. Whether it was when he became a knight or when he had briefly gained the upper hand against them recently, Enkrid had never changed. "One more round?" Mad Captain smiled widely, an expression that only someone completely intoxicated with joy could make. "You're all crazy, seriously," Anne muttered, but for Enkrid this was only natural. It was exhilarating. What would have happened if he had failed to deflect that last projectile? Would he have lost an arm? But he had blocked it. Rem had thrown that attack, confident Enkrid could handle it. And Enkrid had lived up to that expectation. This is thrilling. The electric sensation ran from the tips of his toes to the top of his head. The more he replayed the moment in his mind, the more he relished it. What if I had altered the deflection angle? But that projectile wasn't just a mere stone, was it? That means there wouldn't be many of them. Dodging something flying that fast is difficult. If I barely evade it, I'll be caught by the next attack. Rem is the kind of guy who would fire that kind of attack twice in a row. So I have to block each one and endure. How? The answer wasn't clear yet, but he had seen something layered over Rem's projectile. Something new. Someone who had reached a place he hadn't yet attained had brought that to him. How could he not be excited? Would Kreis feel this much joy if he stumbled upon a mountain of gold coins? Enkrid believed he was even happier than Krei would be in that scenario. This wasn't a battle to the death. It was a spar. He had time to reflect and train. Honestly, he couldn't find an answer right away. But inspiration would come again. He had learned to wait for it. Of course, he would do everything he could in the meantime. Tonight the stars will be clear, brothers. Odin looked at them and spoke. Enkrid automatically stopped replaying the fight in his mind. Following Odin's gaze, he observed the aftermath of his match with Rem. Rumble, crash. One side of their lodging collapsed, the walls turning into a pile of rubble. It had been Odin's room. Half the lodging was now in ruins, and Odin's room had become an open-air space, a perfect spot for stargazing. You're right. That room is now prime real estate, Enkrid responded. Odin merely smiled and murmured, "Oh Lord." The two words carried a blend of emotions. Enkrid started to raise his right arm but gave up and muttered, "Yeah, this arm won't work. I'll have to rest a bit." His arm wasn't responding. That was the price of blocking a reckless attack with an equally reckless move. You're just saying that? If you really want to die, I can hit you one more time. Looking closely, Enkrid wasn't the only one injured. Rem's 2 fingers were broken. He had handled an overwhelming magical force with his bare hands. It was, in some ways, an inevitable outcome. The technique wasn't yet perfected, but did a technique always have to be perfect? Not necessarily. Rem knew that, which was why he had simply used it. By using it, he would grow accustomed to it and figure out how to refine it. Either way, I still need more training. Though Rem thought this inwardly, he showed no sign of it outwardly. He gathered his sling, straightened the handle of his axe, and then, with a suddenly solemn expression, spoke in a voice loud enough for all to hear. In the West, there is a saying, Orquiola. In our language, it means dusk horizon. It represents the dawn before sunrise. We are all just at dawn, so if we push a little harder, that will be enough. Do not despair. It's fine. Just work hard. Push through. So what if you can't beat Enki? That just means that's your limit. The dusk horizon. The dawn. Well, sometimes there are dawns that never break. But it's fine, because I'm here. It was a sermon. And Rem was brimming with excitement, his eyes shining even brighter than when he was fighting. His gray pupils exuded an energy they had never seen before. He was overflowing with life. Naturally, the expressions of those listening to him were shifting in the opposite direction. Chapter 659. The nights we hoped and dreamed of hearing the sermon. Ragna's hand twitched and moved to the grip of his sword, but he didn't draw it. If he struck now, he'd be killing an injured man. That wasn't winning. It was the same as losing. Not now. He could kill him once he healed. Ragna endured. Jackson briefly considered slitting that bastard's throat before nightfall rather than waiting until dawn. A stab to the solar plexus with Carmen's stiletto would do the job, or perhaps slicing through one of his ankles. But of course, these were just thoughts. He wasn't actually going to kill him. Instead, what if he spiked his food with something? There was a certain drug that would make a person suffer relentless diarrhea. No, that bastard's stomach won't fall for it. Westerners had tough stomachs, and Rem was among the toughest. Even if it weren't for that, he'd notice the drug the moment it was mixed in. The likelihood of him detecting it by smell was high. And making a completely odorless one would take too much effort, too much to waste on a brute like him. Lord, do it to you. Auden called out to his god, this time without a trace of laughter. The Lord he uttered now was filled with pure wrath. The god of war might just descend any moment. A golden ripple, like waves, spread from his ankles up to his chest before fading. The scripture said, "Forgive the sinner who has received a just punishment. Forgive those who err out of ignorance." This was clearly the latter. Auden decided to forgive Rem, whose head was filled with nothing but empty thoughts. Rem looked satisfied, as if he had accomplished what he set out to do. After delivering his sermon, he spoke in his usual tone. "Well, the captain's finally learning to have some fun. Hey, lost boy, start calling me vice captain from now on. Big guy, stop calling me brother and just call me big brother. And you, stray cat, just stay out of my sight. There is no vice captain." Enkrid rejected the troublesome title immediately. "Oh, really? Well, let's just say there is." Rem nodded with a grin, as if it didn't matter in the slightest. The three of them had already endured once, so they simply ignored Rem's words. They had witnessed firsthand the impact of what he had just done. And they knew Rem was only the beginning. Everyone had a card they had yet to reveal. "Looks like you'll be using all the medicine made from driest leaves yourself. After the spar, or battle, or perhaps even natural disaster," Anne approached. As she spoke, she applied various ointments to Enkrid's body. Jackson, watching from the side, asked her about different remedies. Surprisingly, he seemed knowledgeable about medicine, and the two found common ground in their conversation. As Enkrid observed them, their interaction didn't seem as hostile as he had assumed. He then turned to Jackson and asked, "Won't your lover be mad?" It was a random joke about how close he was to Anne, something he had picked up from spending too much time around fairies. But Jackson simply stared at him blankly before replying in an offhanded manner, as if talking to himself. "A single poisoned dagger is enough. I just have to get close before they use their sword." Enkrid fell into thought. He remembered something from 2 days ago, when Jackson had come up behind him and said he had been caught. At the time, he hadn't made a big deal out of it, just brushed it off. But now, after hearing this, he began to understand. I wasn't off guard back then. Even if a dagger or arrow had suddenly come flying at me, I would have reacted. I could hear that Weird Eyes bastard mumbling from far away after all. Weird Eyes had lingered nearby for 2 days after confirming Enkrid's return. As if to say that was enough for a friend, he hadn't approached further or shown any excessive familiarity. I was aware of all the movement around me, every sign of presence within my sensory range. If necessary, if his instincts had reacted, he would have known. Yet Jackson had bypassed all of those finely woven strands of awareness and tapped him on the back. I let my back be taken. What if Jackson had been holding a poisoned dagger at that moment? So, it was then. It was then. A conversation that only the two of them understood. "What are you talking about?" Anne asked, but neither of them explained. There were too many things that couldn't be put into words. The subtle art of an unarmed thrust, the way someone could slip past one's zone of awareness. Anne didn't push for answers. She wouldn't understand even if she heard it. and to be honest, she didn't care. Her only concerns were creating medicine, developing cures for every disease, and Ragna. Enkrid mulled over Jackson's words again. Reused a sling, and even if blocked, he had a plan for the aftermath. Jackson said he could take my back. Somehow this felt different from his duel with Rem, but it was still amusing. Like a game of tag, where children tied long cloths to their backs and tried to snatch each other's tails. I must not let my back be taken. Sparring with Jackson would be meaningless. He had to win within the realm of awareness itself. With Rem, the challenge was enduring his projectiles. Both seemed to be saying the same thing. At least, that's how it felt. He hadn't been caught yet. They hadn't said it out loud. But words weren't the only way to convey intent. Both had crossed a certain threshold and were moving forward again. How long had it been since he surpassed them, only for them to catch up and reverse the tide? Rem said he was just starting. Next was Ragna. As soon as Enkrid recovered, he faced off against Ragna once more. To put it simply, Ragna was dead serious about breaking down the swordsmanship Enkrid had honed. Whoosh! His duel with Ragna was the opposite of his duel with Rem. Their blades didn't even clash, so the fight wasn't loud. How is it? Ragna asked. There was a newfound excitement in his crimson eyes. He was enjoying himself. His posture was frozen mid-swing, but there wasn't a single opening. There was an extraordinary quality to what seemed like an ordinary strike. That extraordinariness was even visible to the eye. How did you do it? I did it with strength. Hearing that made Enkrid feel a little guilty toward the farrierman. Was that really an explanation? Is using strength all it takes? Yes, it is. Ragna answered, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. And in truth, Enkrid found himself agreeing. If strength was all you had, then you simply had to use it. What else could you do? Ragna momentarily doubled the length of his sword, creating something similar to a fairy's spirit blade along its edge as he slashed. Enkrid, instinctively realizing that blocking it would mean death, barely managed to evade. In other words, this wasn't a sparring match. Do you call this a duel? Enkrid asked. Do you dislike it? Ragna countered with a question. Both that little brat Rem and that lost little brat fought in madness. They didn't think about fair play in a duel. They simply sought ways to win. No rules. Nothing predetermined. Only the will to push forward, the burning desire to improve. How could that not be exhilarating? No. Enkrid answered plainly, a smile forming on his face. Of course, he didn't dislike it. Ragna's sword was impossible to block and difficult to dodge. One could call it a sword that cuts even through waves. I need to figure out what he's enveloping his sword with if I want to block it. It seemed even Ragna himself didn't know exactly what he had done. To understand, Enkrid would have to analyze, investigate, and unravel it. Establishing a system, that process was far from over. In a way, it was only just beginning. No, it was the beginning. There was still much to do. Even Auden had come up with a solution in the end. He had simply copied Enkrid. It's a technique for blocking a downpour. Though his approach might have been slightly different, he had fully endured the wave-cutting sword by blocking it outright. Whenever he lost in a battle of techniques, he just took the hit with his body. His divinely imbued iron plate armor was tough enough to withstand Penna. But then, in that moment, Auden too began using his divinity in a manner similar to the other two. A golden glow condensed, transforming into a thick, leather-like texture. He compressed it and layered it on top. Will was an intangible force. Could it really be condensed simply because one willed it so? A doubt formed. Suspicion followed, but that thought was quickly cast aside. If I think it's impossible, then nothing will ever be possible. If he believed it could be done, then it would be done. A knight of past generation had once infused his will into his sword, creating something akin to a demonic blade. What resided within that sword was a fragment of his own will, which took on a personality of its own and expressed its intent through the blade. He had made use of a technique known as manifestation. Will, sorcery, and divinity, they can all change. Endure was a force of resilience, but when honed it could become armor. His will had changed, fortifying itself into a shield for his body. There exists a state that never dries and never ceases. They called it Oscura. And there exists another state where what one possesses is fundamentally different, called indules. It's an ancient term. Enkrid recalled something Loagan had once said. She had merely passed down words that had been spoken for generations. Now, at this moment, Enkrid found himself re-evaluating them and defining them anew. Oscura refers to an inexhaustible well. It's about the quantity of will. And in duels, it wasn't about quantity. It was about quality. A fundamentally different form of will. How is that achieved? How did one awaken to it? How did one grasp it? The path ahead felt shrouded in darkness. Somewhere, it felt as if the boatman was lurking, ready to mock him. And when will you master that? After dying thousands of times like before? Grind yourself down. Let yourself be broken. In the end, you'll be shattered and forever trapped in today. The boatman's taunts meant nothing. As always, Enkrid felt only exhilaration. In duels, he had Oscura. He had already manifested it in his swordsmanship. But in duels was an entirely unknown realm. Thump. But his heart pounded. Euphoria surged. He wanted to run. The intensity of his emotions roared like a flood, excitement and anticipation urging him forward. Are you seriously planning to sleep under the stars? Why did you destroy a perfectly good lodging? I don't get it. Well, I don't need to get it. I'll rebuild it. Might as well make it bigger this time. Until then, you'll have to stay in a tent. That should be fine, right? Christ was rambling beside him, but Enkrid barely registered his words. Are you even listening? No, you're definitely not. Ah, he's lost it again. Christ gave up and turned away. There were things he needed to get permission for and some tasks to handle, but given Enkrid's current state, there was no point in trying to talk to him. Enkrid simply remained where he was, swinging his sword downward 300 times. Repeating simple drills while contemplating was an old habit of his. He pondered and deliberated. Through this process he found new destinations, dreamed new dreams. How could that not be enjoyable? By nightfall, his excitement had slightly settled. Gazing at his subordinates, he spoke with absolute sincerity. Honestly, you're all insane. The way he said it was reminiscent of Krang. It was a statement filled with genuine conviction. And everyone there took deep offense to it. Of all people, I did not want to hear that from you, Captain. I'm being serious. Rem didn't lash out, but spoke more solemnly than ever. Begone, foul demon. Lord, cast out the devil that has taken hold of our brother's mind. Odin prayed fervently. He even called for Teresa, who immediately began singing a hymn beside him. Teresa nodded in agreement, earnestly aiding in exorcising the demon possessing Enkrid. And who exactly are you calling insane? Did Anne spike your drink with poison or something? Jackson, noticing the fire of zeal and euphoria flickering in Enkrid's eyes, muttered in suspicion. No one could act like this without being under the influence of something. Why was he suddenly like this? Then again, this was nothing new. He had always been like this, his skills suddenly skyrocketing, doing things that made no sense. It wasn't even surprising anymore. What was bothersome, though, was being lumped together with savages and lunatics. Jackson subtly shifted his footing and nudged Robert forward. "It's not me. I'm perfectly normal." Robert denied any involvement. Meanwhile, Fell murmured, "So, is madness just another talent?" Robert, overhearing that, replied, "Oh, in that case, you're a genius. You're already a complete lunatic." The two exchanged sharp glances. Esther, still in her panther form, lay on the rooftop, resting her chin on her paws as she watched the spectacle unfold. Luagan, meanwhile, stood by the destroyed barracks next to a tent, roasting larvae over an open flame. Once cooked, they would be sweeter than honey, so she had no intention of sharing them with anyone. Not that anyone was likely to ask. She quietly hummed to herself as she grilled the larvae, cheeks puffed up in amusement. Do you really need to say it out loud? It was something that needed to be said to be known, but of course, no one paid attention to those words. Truth was always bitter, but if even that bitterness was not spoken, it could be hidden. "Are you calling me crazy?" "I don't think so." "Well, considering what these guys did when asked for a spar, I guess I can understand why you'd think that." Ragna's final words sparked an uproar. "Huh? You want to die?" The captain was hit in the arm. "But you'll get hit in the head, you directionless bastard. I'll just cut it down before it even arrives." "Want to try?" "Go ahead." Rem and Ragna were at each other's throats. "Stop whining about talent. If you set a limit for yourself from the start, that's as far as you will ever go." "Ah, well, I have limitless talent, so it doesn't matter for me. But I see why it bothers you." "It's fine, I understand. I won't comfort you, but I'll pretend not to notice. I won't say anything to the trainees under you." Fell made a motion of sealing his lips. Seeing that, Robert flinched. Since when did this bastard get so talkative? His way of provoking others had changed. He used to be on a similar level, but now he was different. "You want to die?" Robert snapped back. "Oh, wow. There aren't many people who actually want to die, but it turns out you're one of them." Fell smoothly countered. It was clear he had improved. The reason? It had to be his journey with Enkrid. He must have learned on the way back. Realizing this, Robert briefly looked at Enkrid with a hint of resentment before immediately discarding it. At first he had wondered why Fell had received separate training. But now that he thought about it, was it really that big of a deal? He just had to catch up. Luagan was eating a roasted larva, while Jackson, who had gotten his hands on some wood from somewhere, began carving. As he shaved away at the wood, thin bark shavings fell to the ground. Watching it all, Enkrid smirked. A thought crossed his mind. He truly liked this place. This moment, these people. None of them mocked another's dreams. If they lacked skill, they simply trained. That was the norm. There was no envy, no underhanded attempts to surpass each other. To them, this was natural. But was it really? How much had he wandered to find something like this? How many people had he met who only envied, ridiculed, and scorned? It just hit him then. This was the knighthood he had always longed for. And so, how about walking the path of a holy knight? You must have faith in God, Faith. When asked this question the next day, Enkrid was able to shake his head with firm conviction. "And you are. You could say I'm your foster father, brother." He was a guest who had arrived at Bordergard while Enkrid had visited the fairy city. Chapter 660, The Ragged Saint. They also call me the Ragged Saint. Pardon my late introduction. I was playing with this child. Of course, playing wasn't quite the right word. In reality, he had been teaching Seiki how to handle divinity. Divine power had naturally manifested in Seiki's body without any formal training. If she didn't learn how to control it soon, it might end up harming her instead. That was why Audin had sought out his adoptive father, the Ragged Saint. That was also why he had arrived here only now, because to him saving the child named Seiki, right in front of him, took priority. Next to the man who called himself a saint, Seiki raised a hand in greeting and said, "I think you've become even more of a monster." From the moment she first saw him, Seiki had been an exceptionally talented child. Her sharp perception was the foundation of that talent, and once again he had noticed the change in Enkrid. Even if he hadn't, the constant talk around him made it impossible not to hear about it. "I heard the captain of the demon squad broke hundreds of women's hearts and then awakened. No, it's because he drank the blood of fairies. Can you really get like that just by training like a madman?" Ridiculous rumors were running rampant, but Seiki, while pure, was not naive. She could tell fact from fiction. "I was joking about becoming a holy knight." Audin's adoptive father, the so-called saint, spoke again. His voice was calm, and a faint, modest smile appeared on his face. He patted Audin's thick arm in a familiar gesture, showing their closeness. Audin merely lifted the corners of his mouth slightly in his usual gentle smile. To Enkrid, Seiki's abilities seemed different from before. But more than that, his attention was drawn to the saint's appearance. Despite being called the Ragged Saint, his attire was anything but ragged. "King." The man extended a hand for a handshake, and as he did, Enkrid noticed the thick gold bracelet on his wrist and the rings adorning all 5 of his fingers. Rubies, emeralds, sapphires, and more. A large pendant hanging from his necklace held 4 embedded jewels, and the circular plate securing them seemed to have silver mixed in. His clothes, made of smooth, high-quality silk, were the kind of fabric even minor nobles wouldn't dare dream of wearing. Even a poor noble wouldn't be able to afford those clothes. Enkrid recalled that Andrew, a noble himself, still only wore coarse clothing. The last time Enkrid saw him, that hadn't changed. Andrew had once mentioned needing a formal outfit for special occasions, so he had reluctantly bought one. "If I cut down on clothes and food expenses, the people of my territory will have one more piece of meat in their meals. There's no room for luxury." That was something Andrew often said. Given that he was still in the process of rebuilding House Gardner, it was an entirely reasonable stance. Living that way was difficult, of course. But Andrew, having learned discipline from watching Enkrid, had no trouble staying committed to his goal. The Ragged Saint blinked his cloudy eyes. His vision was clearly impaired, something evident even without anyone pointing it out. "You should believe in God. Even if you don't become a holy knight, faith is still important." It was a beautiful day. The bright, clear spring weather filled the air. As the cold receded, blades of grass peeked out from between the trees, shattered and splintered during Enkrid's training matches with Rem. Beyond the serene atmosphere, Enkrid felt the gazes of Rem and Ragna watching from a distance. They had looked over at the Ragged Saint but showed little interest beyond that. Jackson had gone out early in the morning for some business, and Esther was still in her panther form. Enkrid had planned to head down to the city after finishing his morning training, but on his way, this so-called saint had blocked his path. "And what about you? You don't believe in God either?" Then he added, "Not particularly," Enkrid answered bluntly. His tone wasn't disrespectful, he was simply stating the truth. The saint's words and demeanor weren't particularly irritating, but they weren't exactly pleasant to hear either. His voice was rough, and his face was covered in age spots. But his outfit, if he walked into a temple dressed like that, wouldn't he look like a bishop leeching off the faithful? While Enkrid was thinking that, the saint opened his mouth again. "On, yes? If I told you to kill this friend of yours right now, what would you do?" The Ragged Saint said it with the same smiling face. Enkrid didn't intervene. It wasn't a matter of whether Odin would or wouldn't comply with his adoptive father's words. Christ Quafi. That was the kind of person this saint seemed to be, like Craze, Abnaya, and Erman. People like them always hid multiple meanings in their words. Their intentions were layered and complex. Enkrid found it difficult to pinpoint a single meaning behind the saint's words. He was someone even more enigmatic than Craze. He might be more troublesome than Craze. He also seemed to conceal more than Erman did. Still, Odin maintained his smile and replied, "Have you lost your mind?" At that, the saint burst into laughter. "Not yet. If you're feeling unwell, there are healers who use divine power right next to you, as well as alchemists who make potions." Enkrid spoke. The saint chuckled again and shook his head. No. This old man is better at using divine power than me," Seiki added from the side. Odin dismissed the saint's words without much thought. "I've always enjoyed spouting nonsense. Consider it a sacred joke, brother." So, in addition to fairy jokes, were there also sacred jokes? Enkrid let it pass without concern. But the ragged saint suddenly stepped closer and said, "I hear you're headed to the blacksmith. Mind if I come along? Seiki, you should practice what I taught you morning and night. Prayer. That's boring." Seiki pouted. "You must endure the boredom and cultivate patience. Only then will you be able to use it properly." The ragged saint raised his hand and gently patted Seiki's shoulder as he spoke. Earlier, he had looked like a bishop sucking the lifeblood of the faithful. Now, he looked like a wise sage. The gold and jewels draped over him shimmered like a halo. "Well, then I'll be off. Odin, I don't recall giving my permission yet," Enkrid responded, unwavering against the saint's pace. At that, the old man immediately let loose a torrent of words. "If you don't allow it, I was planning to secretly follow from a distance. Are you really going to treat a blind old man so harshly? Did I misjudge you? Or is it that a young man like you is itching to mock this old man?" At this moment he didn't seem like a sage, but rather a stubborn old man throwing a tantrum. "You have quite a way with words," Enkrid replied. "How do you think a poor wanderer like me has survived all this time? By wielding divinity. Well, you got me there. Though I have made good use of it." He spoke as if he had been caught off guard, though his expression showed no signs of it. "I heard you pretend to be blind? Odin, you really do say the strangest things." The ragged saint scolded Odin. Was that supposed to be a secret? Not exactly. It wasn't quite a comedy routine, but the conversation was getting long-winded. Enkrid had no particular reason to refuse him, and he also felt the desire to observe this so-called saint up close, so he came to a conclusion. "Come along. Please don't treat him too harshly. If you have concerns, he might be of help." "Brother." Odin gave a small bow of gratitude. Watching from a distance, Rem called out loudly, "Are you heading to order a shield from that guy, Atri? If so, get something sturdy." "Yeah, sure." Enkrid replied nonchalantly and turned away. "If you spot any assassins targeting me, feel free to take care of them." The ragged saint, now walking beside him, said, "What kind of things have you done to attract assassins?" "Well, I've been exposed recently. Officially, I'm supposed to be dead in Legion, but now people know I'm alive. There's no shortage of people wanting to kill me. You must have accumulated quite a few grudges." "Not that many. Maybe just over 10. You call that not many? It's not." People had different perspectives after all. Enkrid saw no need to argue further. Odin watched the two leave. He knew what kind of man his foster father was. He wasn't someone who would bring harm to others. So letting him go off alone with that old man wouldn't be a problem. At worst, he might just play some mischievous pranks. Odin recalled the first time his foster father came to Borderguard and met him. You've lifted the restrictions, drawn forth divinity again. Now let's see. Looks like you've found a place to settle. Feeling better now? I'm improving, little by little. The hallucinations are still there? They come by occasionally, chat a bit, and leave. Since he had already confessed about the visions of the boy who was dragged in as a saint and killed, his father already knew. Hearing Audin's words, his father chuckled and patted him once on the shoulder. The question he had thrown in at the commander earlier was the same one he had once asked Audin. There was no way his father would ever tell him to kill Enkrid. He must have wanted the commander to understand that Audin's allegiance wasn't to the temple, but to the Madman Knight's order. I don't need to say it. He already knows. He will understand. There was no need to emphasize it to Enkrid. Eshion, I know Audin is with the Madman Knight's order. As he left the barracks, Enkrid returned the salute of the guards and spoke. Just a precaution. It was his way of saying that he understood the real meaning behind what he had told Audin earlier. The ragged saint also knew. As the saint walked, tapping his staff against the ground, two figures came to Enkrid's mind simultaneously. One was the blind old man who had once called himself an apostle. Their appearances were different, but the way they concealed their thoughts, the cunning beneath their expressions, it was similar. But they're not the same. Their auras were entirely different. The old man who had left him that letter as an apostle had a chilling presence, whereas this one did not. If this old man was truly hiding such a murderous aura, then he was more skilled than Jackson. But Enkrid's instincts told him otherwise. And the second figure, why does he remind me of him? For some reason, this old man brought to mind the King of the East. Two entirely different people, living entirely different lives. Go take care of your business. The saint spoke. There was no need for him to say it. Enkrid was already planning to do just that. The two walked at a leisurely pace through the marketplace, heading toward Itris Forge. Clang! SSS. The hammer striking metal rang out, and the heat from the bellows made the air sweltering. I'm here. Atri was standing off to the side, while his apprentice handled the forging. You must have a story to tell, Atri said. He had been waiting for Enkrid for days without even picking up his hammer. I was grateful for the lucky charm. It saved my life. That lucky charm, a short blade, had altered the trajectory of the last sword the One Killer had thrown. Thanks to it, Shinar didn't die. If Shinar had died there, what would he have done? Would he have killed himself just to go back? No, Enkrid wouldn't have done that. His heart would have been torn apart, and he might have shed tears, but he would have kept walking toward tomorrow. That was the path Enkrid had chosen. To never repeat today. To push forward no matter what. Shinar could have died. Though the chances were low, it wasn't impossible. The demon had tried to tempt him by showing him his entire life. Perhaps the goal was to corrupt him completely, to turn him into something else. If Shinar had fallen into that and lost herself, Enkrid would have beaten her unconscious, dragged her back, done whatever it took to bring her back to her senses. Even if he vowed never to repeat today, he wouldn't give up. That was the path Enkrid walked. And so he was simply grateful. That sword of fortune had blocked every possibility of tragedy. That was fortunate. Really, I'm glad you liked it. I also received the items you sent. Enkrid had sent all the weapons and armor he had taken from the cultists to Atri. While Enkrid had only just arrived after honing his swordsmanship, Atri also needed time to research and experiment with the metals. It was a necessary period for both of them. Well then, Atri spoke as he brought over a table and 2 teacups. Taking a sip of tea, Enkrid briefly looked outside the forge. There was no door, just an open entrance, beyond which the so-called ragged saint was loitering. Across the street, a tree stood still, its flower buds beginning to emerge. A spring breeze blew, but the heat from the forge pushed it back. As he gazed outside, Enkrid briefly conveyed what he knew. It had seemed like a long story in his mind, but when spoken aloud, it wasn't that lengthy. After listening to everything, Eitri fell into deep thought before finally speaking. "Come back in a month." Understood. There was nothing more to discuss. Even the tale of how he had broken his true silver sword hadn't surprised Eitri. Throughout their conversation, his assistant had never stopped swinging the hammer even once. Enkrid liked watching that. It seemed as if the assistant was also walking his own path. And the frog? Out. Went to gather materials. I see. He could meet him next time. As he stepped outside, the ragged saint spoke. "Aren't you hungry? I heard there's some fantastic spiced jerky for sale around here." "Yes, they sell it. Buy me some." "All right." Without delay, the two headed toward the street lined with restaurants selling spiced jerky. Grace had reorganized the city's layout, creating separate districts, one for restaurants and inns, and another for forges and craftsmen. At the city's center, 4 inns served as a hub for public carriages. Anyone could ride for just a small fare of krona, with sturdy donkeys pulling the carriages instead of horses. The carriages had no roofs, and were large enough to carry up to 10 people at a time. But there was no need for the 2 of them to take one. The ragged saint had no trouble walking, and for Enkrid, that went without saying. "You must be looking forward to the craftsman's work, right?" the ragged saint asked as they walked, referring to Enkrid's visit to Eitri. "Yes, very much." With that brief exchange, they walked diligently until they arrived in front of a shop grilling jerky. Next to it was another shop selling marmalade. "Just the smell is making my mouth water." They ate heartily, and then grabbed drinks from the adjacent shop. As they wandered the city, a few people recognized Enkrid, and the saint observed everything. Chapter 661. Fruit and Shadows. Should I call you a lord or a noble? It all started with a fruit vendor. The lord is Graham, and I'm the captain of the Night Order. Enkrid casually responded to the merchant's words, his demeanor one of familiarity. "Then, Captain, have one of these." With a sly expression, the fruit vendor handed him 2 plums. Enkrid popped one into his mouth and handed the other to the ragged saint in his group. The saint blinked his cloudy eyes, took the plum, and bit into it. The flesh split with a satisfying crunch, and the sourness blended with a hidden sweetness that swirled in his mouth. The fragrance of the perfectly ripe plum filled the air. "Tastes good," Enkrid said. "Yes." The ragged saint agreed. It was a luxury they could enjoy thanks to the large orchard recently established inside Green Pearl. The reason why a noble in charge of orchards near the kingdom's capital, Gnarl, existed was precisely to enjoy such fruits. It wasn't an exaggeration to call it a luxury. Passing by a bustling area where peddlers gathered, one merchant with a stall called out to them, "I'm now with the Rockfried Trading Company." This was no ordinary merchant. It was the giant who referred to himself as a peddler. Enkrid showed the cloth wrapped around his hand. "This one's sturdy." It was a cloth gauntlet with a thin layer of leather on the inside to shape it, made from fabric the giant had sold him earlier. "Wouldn't expect anything less." "I don't sell shabby goods," the giant replied, his voice booming, and the ragged saint, who had no real place to intervene, simply watched from the side. "What are you selling today?" Enkrid asked. "Stuff like this." The giant spread out various items on his stall, including charms and rings imbued with ominous energy. "They say this ring has a curse that brings nightmares every night, but it can stop one unlucky event from happening." The giant's voice drew the attention of passers-by. Enkrid observed the items the giant showed. He could sense a faint energy that hadn't been there before. Is it because I've been training with Esther? It was probably also because of the experience in dealing with magic like the walking fire. Just as the giant had said, there was a certain energy emanating from the ring. If one looked closely, dark mist seemed to lightly surround it, though others couldn't see it. While wandering the continent, one would occasionally come across small pioneer villages, some of which had the good fortune of not being overrun by monsters. However, some villages had to endure attacks from small numbers of monsters. Among such villages there were those who traded with nearby mages or witches. The ring likely came from such sources. It wasn't hard to guess. As expected, the giant briefly revealed the item's origin, but there was a hint of him talking more than usual. For some reason, this giant friend seemed unusually talkative. Had he ever been this detailed before? I don't think I need it, Enkrid replied indifferently. If he had needed such an item, he would have asked Esther. I thought so. Then why are you explaining about it? The giant sat down on the ground, yet his height still matched Enkrid's. He lowered his head and whispered, "To let others hear." Because of his appearance and race, people generally avoided him, making it hard to do business, so he was taking advantage of Enkrid being present. He's turned into quite the merchant. Of course, the giant wouldn't stray from his principles. That's just who he was. You've gotten better at this, Enkrid said in a whisper, and the giant nodded. Now go. All right. I'm off. Enkrid continued to meet others. The ragged saint noticed that he seemed to have a rather close relationship with the innkeeper located in the city center. How's it going, sir? If you haven't had a meal, please have a bowl with us. The innkeeper, named Alan, greeted him. He dreamed of surpassing Vanessa's pumpkin soup with his own, and lately he had been selling chicken soup with a message about his grandmother, making it for her when she caught a cold. Thanks to this, his business was doing quite well. While it didn't sell as much as Vanessa's pumpkin soup, pie, and juice, it wasn't something to complain about. With the stability from the safety route, commerce had flourished, and since the Rockfried Trading Company established a commercial city, Border Guard had also become prosperous with abundant goods. Alan had been benefiting from this as well. And with green pearl farming too. The ragged saint had seen and heard enough. Despite his poor eyesight, he could observe things well when he was close, especially within such a group. After all, he always considered himself someone who paid more attention to the little details rather than the big picture. He was more interested in the lives of the people living within the city than the political standing of the city itself. It's really prosperous, really, the saint thought to himself as he observed the city. The recent absence of small skirmishes with Azpen had helped, and the vast plains were being used for farming without the threat of monster attacks. The regular patrols along the Penna mountain range and the stone road linking to the west had also helped. All of this had contributed to the city's wealth. However, as with all things, where there is light, there is shadow. The ragged saint knew well the balance of the world, and that shadow was just beginning to show its face. A frog, a rare sight with a scarred body, was approaching with a distinctive white scar on its neck. Was he thinking of picking a fight? Or was he coveting the precious metals draped around his body? Or perhaps he was a bounty hunter after him. Or maybe it's the blade prepared by the Holy Kingdom. No, it wasn't. It's been a while. The frog approaching greeted him as if they knew each other. Enkrid stared at him for a while before speaking. Melon? It's Melon. Have you already forgotten my name? Ah, right. Melun. Even though he had casually altered his name, the frog didn't show any displeasure. This was surprising for the ragged saint, but it was entirely normal for Melon. No matter how much one provoked him, he'd be killed by a single sword strike. Forgetting a name was nothing. Melun was a frog, and as such, he remained true to his desires. A modest victory and a sense of accomplishment were enough for him. That's why his current life was satisfying. Following Malin, a bald man emerged who looked like he'd walk around the back alleys, trying to put on a little show. He came out from a dark alleyway between tightly packed houses. The sunlight reflected off his head. "Captain." But he approached and called out to Enkrid. "Gilpin Deutsch." Enkrid immediately recognized him. "Why do you remember his name?" Malin mumbled under his breath. No one paid it much mind, though. "Are you looking for something?" the man named Gilpin asked. "No, just taking a walk." Only then did the bald man's gaze brush over the ragged saint. What he wore would have been tempting for a pickpocket. However, there was no hint of greed in his eyes. The ragged saint, though his sight wasn't great, had extremely sharp hearing. While he couldn't use a resonance technique, his hearing was so developed that he could hear whispers from a distance. With his hearing so sharp, his ability to observe people with his instincts became a strength. He watched Enkrid and the man beside him, Gilpin, and felt no malice or greed from them. Despite their appearance, they were likely working for some criminal guild, or at least a group of similar standing. His experience from years of wandering told him so, though the man had no interest in him at all. Nothing going on? With vengeance around, what could possibly go wrong? Though his words sounded casual, Gilpin did a lot for the city. The Information Guild organized by Cray fell under his jurisdiction, and he also managed to prevent accidents within the city. As a result, Gilpin had lost weight, his cheeks hollowed out. It was a natural outcome for anyone working under Cray's, though the compensation wasn't small, and Gilpin was satisfied with his current life. These were things the ragged saint couldn't understand, and so the situation felt rather unusual to him. Interesting. Very interesting. After some time observing the city, Enkrid headed toward the barracks where tents had been set up. The ragged saint quietly followed, observing from behind. He then spoke as if it were an afterthought. "I'm taking care of war orphans. Would it be okay to build a monastery in the city for that purpose?" It could be a difficult request, but for Enkrid, who had recently decided to move the fairy tribe's village, it was nothing too challenging. "Go ahead." There was no hesitation in his response. "It will cost some money, though. Didn't you intend to sell what you're wearing? Don't say that. Why don't you help cover it?" "Well, if it's like that, you know Craze, right? The guy with the big eyes who gets angry when you ask him for krona. Just go ask him. Am I supposed to help children with a few gold coins? Are you just like those gray church guys? What is this guy?" The ragged saint blinked his cloudy eyes a few times. He spoke with the sharpness of someone who could think. "There are a lot of people hurt because of those fools. Then do something about it. That's beyond my abilities. Fine. Build your monastery." The conversation bounced back and forth, but the ragged saint felt a strange sense of pleasure from it. Within the condensed dialogue, everything that needed to be communicated was clear. What was this? Similarity. The ragged saint had come to see Odin's chosen path. He knew his adopted son was walking a thorny road, that he wasn't someone easily influenced, and that there were scars inside Odin. It would be a lie to say he wasn't proud of his son for overcoming all of that and becoming a better man. However, there was one thing that still bothered him. Why was he staying here instead of returning to the temple? Enkrid. This man was the answer. The saint had heard a lot about him while staying here. He had heard stories of those who had saved him, of those who lived each day without wasting it, and of knights calling for the end of war and slaying demons. He had learned much about Enkrid, but what was more important was that Enkrid was unlike anyone he had met before. What's different about him? His thoughts, his will, the way he walked, they were all different. What do you want? all the questions he had condensed into one burst. Enkrid didn't have to think much before answering. For now, I just want to use my techniques as naturally as water flows. What? The ragged saint asked, confused. I've developed a system, and now I have a specialty. But I want to go beyond this and see what else I can achieve, although I don't have talent, so I have to work on it one step at a time. For now, yes, it's learning to swing the sword as smoothly as water flows. As I'm talking, I'm starting to figure out what I need to do. After the wave-breaking sword, it will be the flowing sword. Not a wave sword, but a flow sword. Like a stream that never stops, not a well that doesn't dry. He couldn't understand a single word. Although his body had been trained in his youth, his skill level wasn't that high. So he really couldn't understand anything at all. Huh? The beggar saint asked again. It helped. Auden said not to go at it too badly, and that if I had any concerns, it would help. And well, it really did. Enkrid continued speaking as if he was absorbed in something. Shouldn't you be teaching Seiki after all? By the time they arrived at the military camp, Enkrid immediately began to swing his sword. It didn't seem appropriate to keep talking now. He was deep into his world. The beggar saint, known for wearing many valuables meant for charity for an orphanage, stood still watching Enkrid's training. After a while, Auden approached and asked, "Did you have a good trip?" The beggar saint paused for a moment, and then asked, "Why is he acting like that? Is something wrong?" He suddenly started talking about a flowing stream or something, and then started swinging his sword. "Oh, that's just how he is. Just how he is. Yes, that's right." While wandering the world, meeting and helping people, the beggar saint realized something. Madman. He finally understood why the order was called that. Chapter 662. A daily routine. Enkrid knew that merely swinging his sword a few times wouldn't suddenly lead to a surge of enlightenment. So, he just had to take it one step at a time. The first step was naming it. Let's call it flow. The foundation would be Oara's connecting blade. And from there, it should be natural in every moment. Its meaning was like a river that never stops flowing. The execution was as simple as swinging the sword as naturally as breathing. Then, how should he train it? That was where Enkrid hit a wall. As always, he had reached the limit of his talent, yet that only made him feel exhilarated. Even when the wall was unseen, he felt the thrill of overcoming it. That was the kind of madman Enkrid was. Now the wall was visible, within reach. And this was only the beginning. He had already glimpsed beyond it. It was the path his entire unit had forged ahead. It wasn't just about quantity. It was a transformation of quality. That realization sent shivers across his body. A tingling sensation struck his heart, reached his head, and exploded into sheer euphoria. It was driving him mad with excitement. Of course, that didn't mean a clear path had suddenly appeared before him. For now, the only thing he could do was swing his sword. So, Enkrid did just that. He swung it relentlessly and stubbornly, without any unnecessary thoughts. He only knew how to do one thing, so he simply did that one thing. And yet, a smile never left his face. He swung his sword like a child experiencing first love. Isn't he insane? The ragged saint muttered with deep concern, watching from the side. Why was that guy suddenly talking to himself, then running outside to swing his sword while grinning? Honestly, it was downright terrifying, even if no one voiced it aloud. They all nodded in agreement with the ragged saint's mumbling. "Well, you're just stating the obvious. He's always been crazy. There's no need to be too surprised. He always comes back to normal after a while. It's fine. It'll pass." Hearing the responses from Rem, Ragna, and even Auden, the ragged saint snorted. He couldn't help but retort. You guys are the last people who should be saying that. Enkrid might be someone he met later, but he had seen plenty of Rem and Ragna before. He had even witnessed how much his foster son had changed. These people, who once talked about killing each other, were now working together in perfect harmony. It was absurd. And the reason for that? The ragged saint knew it well. It was because of the madman grinning and swinging his sword in front of them. Yeah, so he's the center of it all. Everything revolved around that one man. The knights, the city, the people. Impressive? Without a doubt. Having such a madman around somehow made it seem natural for others like them to gather here. Watching that lunatic wield his sword, the ragged saint was flooded with thoughts. Regret and remorse mixed within them. What if he had someone like that in his youth? What if there had been someone who could even sway over deer? No, what if there had been someone universally acknowledged by all? There was only one person who came close. A friend, blessed as if by divine grace, who knew how to give power to his words. His divinity and talent were on par with Auden's. Sometimes he felt like a younger brother. Other times, like an older one. He could command authority and care for people alike. He possessed dignity, leadership, and charisma. But his talent was as great as his ambition. What if they had protected him when he became pope? Would anything have changed? The ragged saint already knew the answer. Nothing would have changed. Only regret remained. Ultimately, it was the Legion that drove him away, and it was the Legion that led him to corruption. The greatest genius the Legion had ever produced lost his family, lost his lover, and left for the demonic realm in pursuit of vengeance. He neither shed tears nor wailed. He simply left, disowning everything he once had. If this is the will of the gods, then I will defy the will of the gods. That was his final declaration. What a fool! He was too exceptional, too capable to sit on the Pope's throne. Jealousy was inevitable. Many wanted to bring him down. That incident had led Overdeer, the Holy Knight, to abandon his own opinions and swear to obey the next Pope's every wish. As regret gnawed at his heart, a sudden realization struck him. Divinity wasn't necessary. What was needed was someone who could unite others. Someone who knew how to sacrifice. A person who earned everyone's recognition needed to be that kind of person. The holy knights could fight. The ones blessed with divinity could wield it. Not everyone needed to get along, but respect should be earned through character, not just strength. Ha! Yes, the ragged saint knew himself well. He wasn't suited to be pope. He had no desire for such responsibility, and he was far more comfortable tending to sick children before his eyes. The holy city needed someone with a different kind of stature. And here at Border Guard they needed someone like that too. A man who neither ruled over others, nor commanded them with force. That man is no king. He was meant for something else entirely. You said his dream was to be a knight, right? The ragged saint spoke as if asking Auden, though he already knew the answer. He had heard it before. More precisely, Enkrid had spoken of a knight straight out of a bard's tale. It wasn't something he could mock. Not because of Enkrid's current status, but because he had lived a similar life himself. And now, seeing that man walk through the city, it became clear. Enkrid wielded his sword to protect what stood behind him. That was all. That one thing had carried him this far. A madman indeed. What a ridiculous man! With that final thought, the ragged saint knelt where he stood and began to pray. Praying for forgiveness for past mistakes, for the regrets that haunted him, and for a bright future ahead of that madman. Clasping his hands together, he sought his faith. Praying won't erase what's been said, you know. I don't care whether they're nobles or whatever, they mean nothing to me. Right beside him, Rem casually placed his hand on his axe. Hadn't that guy just crossed the line a moment ago? That madman had called them all the same, hadn't he? Strictly speaking, he had only said that they weren't in a position to talk, but to someone as sharp as Rem, it sounded like the same thing. Calling them madmen. And that was as good as picking a fight. In the West, there was a custom of respecting elders, but that old man wasn't a Westerner, so it didn't matter. You're not exactly wrong, barbarian brother. Audin stepped in to defuse the situation. A stray cat always takes the side of a wildcat. At Jackson's words, Rem went beyond pretending to place his hand on his axe. He actually did. The weapon, imbued with his presence, reacted to the warmth of his palm. He wasn't truly planning to use it, but a little intimidation wouldn't hurt. You're not wrong that it's not your place to say that. And then Ragna, in the midst of it all, added another remark. That brought the fight to a halt. He had conveniently left himself out of the equation. You really are a hopeless idiot with no sense of direction, you lazy bastard. With those words, Rem drew his axe and swung it down. A strike delivered with a firm wrist coming down in a straight line. It was as if the axe had grown out of his arm, moving as one with his body. Ragna, as if it were only natural, drew his sword to block it. He unsheathed his greatsword like it was a mere dagger, stopping the axe blade with the half-drawn sword. Clang! Sparks flew, adding fire to the fierce eyes of the two beasts. You lunatic brothers, honestly. Audin, worried that his foster father might get hurt, shoved both of them apart. His fist, wrapped in divine energy, shimmered like golden sand. Rem leaped to the side at the sight, while Ragna raised his sword vertically like a shield and stepped back. The three of them soon clashed and circled one another over the battered, dented training ground. Nearby, Enkrid swung his sword while muttering to himself. Rupert and Fell, watching him, shook their heads. Then their gazes met, and without hesitation, they started fighting. What are you looking at? Not at your rotten eyes, that's for sure. I think you can do without one eye. Let's pluck it out today. That was the kind of exchange that led to their brawl. Luagarn, noticing all the commotion, grew excited and grabbed Teresa. Hey, half-giant, if you've gotten any better, want to have some fun? Not a bad suggestion, sister. Her deep voice resonated even more, with its characteristic huskiness. It was a voice that struck straight to the heart. And then, there was the ragged saint, kneeling in prayer, clad in tattered robes, but adorned with gemstones from head to toe. It was just another ordinary day. A few days later, it was the day after Rupert passed on the role of basic training instructor to a squire named Clement, who had recently tripped and fallen on the battlefield. Am I really doing this? Yes. You're doing it. Clement was now officially a squire of the Madman Knight's Order. Enkrid had taught her a few times before and knew just how fierce her spirit was. He liked that fierceness. Because of this, both Rupert and Fell had cancelled all their other plans, every single one of them, at Enkrid's request. A day of promise, so to speak. Waking up early in the morning, Enkrid meticulously stretched his body. Good. Spring was in full bloom, but the mornings were still chilly. The crisp air felt invigorating. Moving around, he started to sweat, and the way his body warmed up felt pleasant. Audin had come out before sunrise, training beside him using the isolation technique. Not long after the sun rose, Rupert and Fell arrived. Enkrid didn't believe in forcing things that weren't meant to be. Instead, he trained consistently and steadily handled his other duties. He built a structured system, mentally categorized temperaments, and methodically arranged his plans. And now before him stood two individuals with completely opposite temperaments, Rupert and Fell. They were excellent test subjects. "Don't you want to become knights?" Enkrid asked. It was a question that didn't even need to be asked. Both Ropard and Fell trained relentlessly, to an almost absurd degree. There was no other reason for that. Do we even need to say it? Fell was the first to answer. Ropard nodded firmly. Yes. Enkrid had thought about this moment countless times. Could a structured system pave the way to knighthood? It was time to test that question. Unbeknownst to him, this was a path that many other military factions had walked before. Considering the impact knights had on the battlefield, it was strange that such an attempt hadn't been made sooner. Norelia had also wanted to attempt something similar, but with Count Molson, cultists, and bandit groups constantly interfering, things had become too complicated for even a trial run. But lately, it felt like they had a brief moment of peace, like a lull in the storm. It seems they really did wipe out the cultists. The scattered ones aren't even visible anymore, and even the number of monsters and beasts has decreased, Crace observed, studying the continental situation. Then he added, "If life could always be like this, I'd have no complaints." Crace had grown up surrounded by battlefields and demon-infested lands. To him, this peace must have felt strange. Even though it was a peace forged by the sword, a peace they themselves had created, it still felt unfamiliar. Given the circumstances, it was a good time to focus on training new warriors. That was why Crace had been so keen on developing their unit in the first place. Of course, he hadn't expected the cultists to be wiped out so cleanly. But in an era where quality mattered more than numbers in warfare, the training of knights had become the top priority for every military force. As Ropard and Fell subtly tensed, Enkrid, Rem, Auden, others surrounded them. From a distance, it looked as if they were being encircled. Chapter 663. Price and Gift Azpen and the Holy Kingdom had both attempted to cultivate knights, but they had only learned that shortcuts had clear limitations. Of course, for ordinary soldiers, those produced through such shortcuts were still a disaster to face. However, it could never stand against true knights. Enkrid, despite not knowing all these circumstances, chose the straightforward path. He had a vague sense of it, but didn't consider it something he needed to dwell on. He simply followed the theories he had established along the path he had walked. Ropard and Fell stood in front of him, their mouths tightly shut, staring at him. "Even if I ask again, the answer will be the same, won't it?" Enkrid asked once more. Reaffirming one's resolve was always the right choice. "Yes, I want to become a knight. My answer won't change even if you ask 3 times. If you're worried about talent, then sure, from your perspective, it might seem that way. But I won't stop here," Ropard replied calmly, while Fell, though somewhat indignant, showed his determination. Enkrid merely nodded, unconcerned. Ropard clenched his teeth. He had already lost in provocation techniques, but he refused to concede in this. If there was a path to knighthood, he would walk it. No training would be too much for him to endure. His determination shone like a star. Fell was no different. "I have talent too. Maybe not as much as the captain, but still." It was said that an idol slayer was a sword that ultimately devoured its wielder. Yet he had chosen to wield this sword, believing he could overcome it. So he would prove it. Would a shepherd of the wilderness stop here? Perseverance and endurance were fundamental virtues of a shepherd. His resolve was firm. It was evident to anyone who saw them. Enkrid calmly organized his thoughts and spoke. "Put your swords down." "What?" Ropard, tense, responded in confusion at the unexpected words. "I said, disarm," Enkrid repeated. Something about his tone gave them an ominous feeling. Fell and Ropard exchanged glances. Was this bare-handed training? The isolation technique? They had already done that countless times. At that moment, Anne entered the training hall, having been there since the morning. "Why are you calling someone busy?" "I'm calling you to do your job." "What the hell are you planning to do?" Following Anne, Seiki arrived, her steps light and bouncy. Beside her was the ragged saint. "If I guide them, they'll improve faster," the saint remarked. "Guide them in what?" "I'll go first," Seiki answered. "Go first in what?" Simultaneously, the same question popped into Robert and Fell's minds. Auden then approached Enkrid's side, holding a metal club. In his hands it seemed small, but it was thicker than an average-grown man's forearm. And it wasn't just Auden. Rem also held one. "I was against this." Then came the voice of Logarn. "I would have chosen a different path." Teresa added her piece as well. Robert suddenly felt the same gut instinct as when, as a child, his mother found the bedsheet he had secretly wet and called his name. "This is bad." Fell felt the same. It reminded him of the time he got caught stealing aged cheese from the village elder. Really bad. Both of them could feel the sharp edge of impending doom. "You said you were prepared, so if you run, we'll drag you back." Ragna Jackson. "Understood. I won't cut off their legs." Ragna and Jackson's voices came from behind. Their escape route was sealed. Rupert turned to look back and met Ragna's gaze. He knew all too well how ruthless Ragna was in sparring. Yet now, Ragna was looking at him with something akin to pity. "Sir Ragna, accept it." Ragna dismissed his question. Fell realized this was his last chance. "Run!" he shouted, but it was already too late. There was no escaping from the core members of the Madman Knights gathered here. Soon both had relinquished their weapons, stripped down to a thin layer of clothing, even removing their boots, standing barefoot before Enkrid. Rem, holding his club, chuckled. "I really hate this. I hate it so much. I'd rather die than do this, but what can I do? It's for our brother's sake." Auden responded solemnly. "We start with full-body impact training," Enkrid announced. "What did you just say?" Fell refused to accept reality. Auden, "Yes, brother. I'm ready." The first step was to draw will from their unconscious. If they were beaten all over, it would happen naturally. Enkrid firmly believed that. If they were beaten to the brink of death, it would be even more effective. "What the hell? Are you all insane?" Fell resisted once more. Rupert, however, hung his head in resignation. Meanwhile, Enkrid noted the stark difference in their personalities. Rupert had quickly calculated that resistance was futile, whereas Fell, despite knowing it instinctively, still chose to deny it. Thwack! Ah! With a single precise strike, Fell's legs gave out. That was how precise the blow was. Rem had trained obsessively to defeat Enkrid, so his control was flawless. Auden, who had frequently pounded on Enkrid's body in training, was even more skilled at this. A club whistled through the air and slammed into Rupert's shoulder. Smack! Ah! A groan mixed with a scream burst from Rupert's mouth. The club continued to hammer down on the two apprentice knights' bodies. After a long beating, Rem finally spoke. "Is this the establishment of a system, or the establishment of punishment?" It was just like Rem to say something like that after finishing a thorough beating. Not that he was wrong. If you're going to say something like that, say it before you start hitting. "You barbarian bastard." Rupert and Fell shared a brief moment of understanding but kept it to themselves. The same routine continued the next day and the day after. "If you want in, there's always a place for you." Enkrid extended his offer to Teresa, who stood off to the side. "I'm fine." She refused without hesitation. It wasn't due to a lack of resolve. She had already found her own path. She just hadn't put it into words yet. and her way was vastly different from theirs. The beatings were simply a method to enhance one's senses. That was the case, there was no need for a clubbing session. Later, Enkrid led the two down the path. It wasn't just some vague notion like swing with power. It was advice only someone who had walked the path from the foot of the mountain to the peak could give. Moreover, it was coming from someone who had paved the path and set up milestones along the way. Are you going to counter Fel's sharp moves the same way? Use your own method to block them. Enkrid spoke to Robert, then turned to Fel. Same goes for you. Don't try to predict Robert's calculations and read one step ahead. Don't predict. Overturn the entire board. Whether it's through your physical abilities or an unexpected maneuver, use whatever means necessary. The point was simple. There is no need to hand a bow to someone who's good with a sword. Rem, listening nearby, nodded. That makes sense. That's why I gave every member of my unit an axe. Suits them better. It sounded a little forced, but it wasn't entirely wrong. Rem's men, at least on the surface, were recklessly powerful when breaking through enemy lines. Even Ragna, Auden, and Jackson paid close attention to Enkrid's words. Lethality, endurance, versatility. Those were the broad categories, which could then be further divided into skill-based and endurance-based styles. But right now it seems more fitting to divide them into sense-based and calculation-based approaches. Or perhaps those two elements could be included as subtypes. No theory is perfect. One just has to refine it step by step, believing that a clear path will eventually emerge. Is this really certain? Fel, covered in bruises, asked. Even without the influence of the fairies, Enkrid was an honest man. And when there was no reason to lie, he was even more so. No. Then, I believe it will work. Fel grit his teeth, producing a sharp, grinding noise. When I become stronger than you, we'll see about that. The resentment in his words carried the weight of an almost malevolent grudge. If Fel were to die now, he might return as a vengeful spirit, powerful enough to devour demons. A vengeance type? No, that's not quite right. Enkrid dismissed the thought with a shake of his head. Robert, on the other hand, wavered between resignation and renewed determination. From Enkrid's perspective, Robert might appear indifferent, but he had a strong aversion to losing. Maybe dividing by personality traits also makes sense. That was, in a way, how he had categorized endurance-based and skill-based styles. Fel spent his time mastering techniques, while Robert focused more on physical training. Neither was more correct than the other. Rapport disliked showing off, and was steadfast in his approach, while Fel openly discussed his talents and immersed himself in the technical aspects. Their swordsmanship represents sense and calculation. As test subjects, they were ideal. By coincidence, they had opposite natures and were highly conscious of each other. Even if this training didn't serve as a direct path to knighthood, they would still gain something valuable from it. At the very least, they'll learn endure, a technique typically reserved for those who had already advanced beyond the rank of knight. They need to be using it at the apprentice level. Future sight, endure, and hardening. These were all the same. If they can grasp those, they'll naturally start using will. It was the path toward becoming a knight. No, more than that. It was the prerequisite. The fundamentals. Enkrid was both teaching and learning. And these two were already somewhat prepared. Except for endure. So he just had to fill in the gap. Future sight was something one could learn depending on their disposition. But at least the basics had to be grasped. What remained were hardening and endure. Hardening had left the strongest impression on Enkrid. How could he forget the moment on the battlefield when an apprentice knight had launched forward, striking the ground with immense force? Robert and Fell had also learned hardening, though they weren't proficient. That part needed further training. It was simply a matter of conditioning their legs to the point of near destruction, then strengthening them through repetition. At one point, Robert made a request. "I want to pass this special training method to my unit." Enkrid wasn't sure whether this training would truly forge knights, but he firmly believed it would benefit everyone. At the very least, this was just the entry-level intensity of his training. Sharing knowledge was how systems were built and overall skill levels were raised. Unintentionally, the Border Guard Reserve Forces had ended up on this path. Though, at this point, they were no longer just reserves. They were the so-called Madman unit. A system provides a clear path. While it may not surpass natural talent, it allows one to at least chase after it. Enkrid repeated the words to himself, reflecting on their meaning. It was something that required time, a task that could be tedious to some. Yet he simply carried on, repeating the same things as he always had. That was Enkrid's strength. "You don't seem bored. But how about sparring with me?" It was on such a day that Esther appeared in her human form during the early morning training. Sparring against a mage followed a different pattern, but that didn't mean he lacked interest. There was no reason to refuse. When he nodded, Esther immediately insisted they get started. "Auden, take charge of today's training. As you wish, brother." Enkrid entrusted Robert and Fell to Auden's care. Esther wore the same robe as before and carried a long staff. It was the first time he had seen her with a staff. She had acquired it after Enkrid had picked it up from an apostle and gifted it to her. Some of the metal from the staff was repurposed for himself, while another portion had been handed over to Eitri. "I accepted this well. So what happens next is something like my way of repaying the favor." As they left the city, Esther spoke. Enkrid had the impression she was feeling somewhat embarrassed, though that didn't seem fitting for a witch. He assumed he was mistaken. Reading the emotions of fairies and witches was no easy task. The two headed toward the mountain range. Along the way, a soldier stationed at a tower-like outpost recognized them and saluted. "Keep up the good work." Enkrid greeted him in passing, while Esther didn't even glance his way. "Do you remember how to fight against a mage?" "Yes. If I see one, I cut them down." "Well then, now it's time to learn how to fight a prepared mage." As Esther spoke, Enkrid felt his senses distort. It was as if she had suddenly moved far away, even though she had been right beside him moments ago. At the same time, he saw a giant made of mud clutching at his feet. Its hands, head, and shoulders emerged from the ground, gripping his ankles. The tactic was simple: disrupt his senses and restrain his movements. But it was effective. Enkrid reacted as soon as he became aware of the situation. First, he slashed at the wrist of the mud giant, gripping his foot. Penna gleamed with a pale blue light as it severed the summoned creature's wrist. The mud should have scattered and vanished into thin air, but instead it coalesced mid-air, transforming into a net. That's unexpected. His foresight ability didn't activate. Of course, mages were beings who sought constant change. This was to be expected. Magic is always striving for change. If that change becomes predictable, you might as well put down your staff and quit. Though it's also fun when someone sees through it but still can't counter it. Esther's voice came from somewhere unseen. Instead of replying, Enkrid swung his sword. He planted his feet firmly on the ground and watched as the net came flying toward him. Drawing upon the sensation he had felt when cutting through the walking fire, he pondered. Should I dodge? No, I won't. If Esther was expecting unpredictable responses, the best countermeasure was to maintain the status quo and defend his tactical position. Spells had their own texture, akin to a scent one experiences for the first time. Invisible, yet present. Existing, yet difficult to describe. but through keen perception, their essence could be discerned. It was the culmination of countless days spent cutting through spells. Rather than making any rash movements, Enkrid traced his sword in a repeated up-and-down arc, slicing through the magic. The net, which had transformed from mud into a dense web, was cut apart. Penna's sharpness was not diminished, simply because its target was a spell. Esther continued casting and launching spells at him. Indeed, through careful observation she had realized something. Ever since cutting through the walking fire, Enkrid had gained the ability to perceive the flow of magic. Instinctively, he could probe for gaps in spells and dismantle them. Because of that, most magic had no effect on him. Spell severance. With further refinement, it could even lead to magic suppression. A non-mage suppressing magic? This sparring match was, in a way, aiding him in that pursuit. If he were to become her enemy, she was effectively teaching him a fatal technique to use against her kind. But she didn't particularly mind. Other witches and mages, however, would be horrified. If they saw this, they'd be appalled. But if they were truly so alarmed, Esther would simply criticize them instead. If a technique that could sever spells existed, then the logical response would be to develop new spells that could overcome it. Trying to prevent the spread of knowledge instead was sheer foolishness. Idiots. All of them. She understood that many battles had been fought over such reasons throughout history, but she considered it none of her concern. Enkrid sparred with Esther once a week. By the time rumors spread throughout the barracks about a black flower claiming victory, spring had fully arrived. And with it, the golden flower has returned. Sinar had come back. I brought a gift, fiancé. The title of the golden flower remained unchanged. Her golden hair and green eyes locked onto Enkrid. Without hesitation, she presented her gift, drawing out blades with a gleam. Chapter 664. You're back, you crazy fairy, she said. Gift, right? Rem muttered. He said it because she had drawn her sword and looked ready to pounce. As if responding to his words, Shinar spoke. If it's a gift for a madman, then, of course, it would be a duel. Ah, that makes sense. Shinar's words could have been a song if they had a melody. Her voice was that clear and beautiful, like the sound of a water droplet falling into a still lake. After the previous destruction, the lodgings had been moved slightly away from the training grounds. Rebuilding was always an option, but Cray wouldn't stand by and let Krona be wasted. Thus, the training grounds, positioned in a corner and viewed from above, were bathed in light as it fell upon them. You'll regret underestimating her, brother, Auden warned. It was a late afternoon with warm sunlight. Pollen from the wildflowers across the training grounds scattered in the air, carried by a gentle breeze, mixed with the scent of grass and flowers. A season where simply lying down would lull one to sleep, and just walking around would lift the spirits. And now, the two standing in the training grounds were indeed excited. Enkrid was thrilled at the mention of a gift, and Shinar was excited simply to be back. Standing at the center, Shinar made it clear to everyone that she was no longer the same as before. The first sign was her smile. Her lips curved ever so slightly into a faint smile. That alone was enough to make it seem like a royal guard was about to form just to protect her. Fortunately, at least here, no one was foolish enough to pledge their allegiance simply over a smile. She's smiling, is she? Rem and Ragna stared blankly. You've learned to smile, sister. Auden returned a smile. It's a good look, Teresa commented in surprise. Hey. Robert felt momentarily dazed before quickly gathering himself. Is she possessed? Fell muttered, rejecting what seemed like an enchantment meant to cloud his mind. Even without magic, that smile could have very well been a spell. History had no shortage of such cases. The most famous tale was that of the painter Pellerin and the alchemist Zellerin. The two brothers had fallen in love with the same countryside maiden, whose beauty was so mesmerizing that even a king would have taken her as his queen at first sight. Knowing this, the painter and the alchemist were locked in conflict, until the prince saw her, then the king, and then the nation's most powerful noble. The king, coveting the woman, killed his own young and handsome son. The noble, determined to have her, waged war against the king. As the city burned and the nation teetered on the edge of collapse, Zelleran committed the ultimate folly. He created and fed her a love potion, and with that she died. Pellerin, devastated, neither ate, drank, nor slept, painting endlessly for 15 days before he, too, perished. Thus was born the legendary portrait, Dorothea's Beauty. It was said that any man who saw it would be unable to look away, consumed by an overwhelming desire to possess it. I, the flower of gold, have yet to concede. Had Pellerin or Zelleran seen her now, they would have thrown their lives at her feet without hesitation. And judging by what Shinar said, she must have already heard the rumors despite just arriving. But of course, that was only natural. The relocated fairy clan had kept their ears open and their mouths shut, absorbing everything. Especially when it came to their savior, it went without saying. Whenever Enkrid ventured into the city, some fairies would secretly follow just to watch. Jackson had caught them several times. Some had even tried staking out in advance, preparing for an occupation before their queen arrived, but all had failed. Getting into Enkrid's lodgings was a feat in itself, but fooling Jackson's senses and bypassing Esther's magical barrier was another matter entirely. With no means to act directly, the entire clan had sharpened their ears, absorbing every bit of information they could. They say the Black Flower has won against him. Having heard that upon arrival, Shinar's rush to the training grounds was inevitable. Seeing the swords before him, Enkrid steadied his excited mind and focused on the blades. He remembered the Shinar from before, the one who had gifted him the Four Seasons sword, the one who had been trapped by a demon. Shinar raised her knives and gave them a shake above her head. As she flicked them, the direction of the wind shifted around the blades, and the scent of flowers vanished. She kicked off the ground and moved. As always, a fairy's steps were swift. To Enkrid, it suddenly seemed as though her form had grown larger, and he immediately heightened his perception, slowing time in his mind as he swung his sword. At that instant, Shinar's blade descended toward his head. The moment he registered it, Enkrid twisted his waist and turned his head. A reflexive, evasive maneuver followed. His feet pressed firmly against the ground, muscles propelling him sideways with inhuman strength. His body stretched and glided as if elongated. Anyone watching would have been awed by the feat. And yet he had not completely avoided the blade. It wasn't a fatal strike, but even considering it was a spar, Enkrid could feel the solid weight of the blade as it grazed his shoulder. How? There was another blade hidden between the visible ones, undetectable to the senses. A technique that blended Ragna's heavy strikes with Jackson's precise thrusts. Winter Mountain Breeze. Shinar spoke and halted. Enkrid looked at her, and she looked at him. He could feel the faint heat radiating from her entire body. She must have gritted her teeth and trained relentlessly to prepare this gift. After witnessing him fight a one-killer, she must have carved away at herself in training. I was careless. It wasn't arrogance. It wasn't complacency. He had simply underestimated her. If I can change, others can too. Hadn't he already learned that from Rem? So why had he forgotten? Enkrid realized it anew. The fairy before him was also one of the greatest geniuses her clan had ever produced. Indeed, Shinar was born from the combined talents of her mother and father. The only thing that had held her back was the fairy's innate, slow perception of time. Because they lived so long, fairies had lost their passion in exchange. They only burned brightly for brief moments in their long lives. This was Igniculus, the spark of life, Thus, Shinar's transformation was inevitable. Her flame was still burning. "How did you do that?" The one who had given her the spark now asked. "What fun would it be if I told you everything?" Shinar responded with a sly tone. Of course, the sheer impact of her appearance was so overwhelming that she didn't come across as cunning. Instead, even this demeanor seemed elegant. Enkrid reflected on the recent events and reached a conclusion. An extreme, ultimate art type. This was the form of Shinar's swordsmanship. It was something she had honed to perfection, and at the same time, a manifestation of her innate talent. More than that, her counter-technique had been meticulously devised after days of contemplation upon seeing the wave-breaking sword. This was likely one of the reasons why she had arrived 2 weeks late. Had I been just a little slower, I would have become a flower fallen before its peak. Was she speaking about swordsmanship? Enkrid, curious, asked back. What do you mean by that? It would have been like an unripe fruit falling. Enkrid tilted his head. Did this hold a deeper meaning? Seeing his confusion, Shinar adjusted her wording into something more direct. It means you would have become a widower without even experiencing your wedding night. It was a high-purity fairy-style joke, the likes of which he hadn't heard in quite some time. You're back, you crazy fairy, Rem remarked in admiration. He found it impressive that she could spout such things the moment she arrived. Let's go again. As always, Enkrid ignored the joke entirely and spoke with refreshing decisiveness. If I win, will you marry me? Shinar was a fairy who didn't understand the concept of giving up, especially when it came to jokes, where she didn't even consider her opponent's reaction. Are you serious? No, I wouldn't force it. That wouldn't make the night enjoyable after all. For some reason, her remarks had become even bolder and more daring compared to before the demon's subjugation. But putting that aside, her skill and technique were undeniably real. When discussing new swordsmanship and the next step forward, Shinar's contribution was akin to scolding him, telling him to refine what he already had first. It shattered his complacency. It shifted his way of thinking. Was that why it was frustrating? No. It was more exhilarating. The moments of sweating and pushing forward, the steady progress, the deep and intense discussions with capable individuals. Every bit of it was endlessly enjoyable. That day, Shinar used the same technique 3 more times before shaking her head. Any more and I'll collapse, you adorable little brat. And what kind of title is that? Enkrid's mouth fell open in disbelief. It means I acknowledge that I'm older than you, and I am the one who'll collapse, not you. Oh, but if I do, will you hold me again? Your embrace was quite warm. Shinar was practically dancing in excitement, and at this point, her tongue was sharper than her sword. Enkrid saw no need to cross blades with a possessed tongue. A true strategist knew when to fight and when to hold back. In a sword fight, there were times to push forward recklessly, but in verbal battles, Enkrid was like a seasoned veteran who had fought 100 times. For the sake of a tactical retreat, he simply shut his mouth. That evening, everyone gathered, and since they were all there, they decided to roast an entire pig. The meal preparation was Chrysis' handiwork. Feels like a banquet. Roasting a whole pig seems perfect for the occasion. A knight's appetite was incomparable to that of an average person. Even an entire pig wouldn't be enough to satisfy them. Even Jackson, who looked like a quiet eater, consumed a hefty amount. Their calorie consumption was simply on a different level. Seated at a long table in front of the newly built lodgings, Enkrid could feel Kray's meticulousness. So he's telling us to eat here when we're too exhausted from training to bother moving? A separate dining hall had been built, yet there was also this outdoor stone table. It stood right before him. Large, rough, and purely functional, with no thought given to aesthetics. Judging from this, it was clear that Kray's thoroughness extended even to considering potential damage to property. If I tell you to stop fighting in the middle of meals, will you actually listen? No, right? So just eat separately from the soldiers now. He hadn't explicitly said this, but being on the receiving end of Kray's considerations was as good as hearing it directly. These days, Krays had been incredibly busy. Apparently, he had asked the fairies to dig another well. On top of that, he was working on trade arrangements and establishing new contracts with the merchant city. And that wasn't even the end. There were talks happening with the Holy Kingdom as well. Enkrid knew the plan and could guess Christ's intentions, but he found it exhausting. He had stamped his seal on several documents, but one thing was certain. He had absolutely no interest in such matters. Lately, he'd been considering handing over all authority to Lord Graham. Of course, Lord Graham would have no intention of accepting it. Was there anyone who could handle such affairs properly? There had to be. If not, Krays would suffer for it, so he'd find someone somehow. As everyone ate and drank, their conversation naturally revolved around techniques and swordsmanship. Among them, the topic that burned the hottest was the system of knighthood that Enkrid had recently established. It was only natural. There hadn't been many opportunities for them to gather like this before, and while Enkrid had spoken with each person individually, this was the first time they were discussing everything as a group. Then, as they talked about the upper knight's qualifications, not just techniques or specialties, but the natural way of wielding a sword, someone raised a question. What do you mean by striking naturally? How exactly is that done? Ha! What's there to say? Rem was the first to respond. Like I told you before, you just do it. Simple. Final short Canadian. Famous status ever more. I'm my friend cordially. Enkrid listened to them all, and through their discussions, he could clearly grasp each person's unique characteristics. Chapter 665. Red-cheeked Esther. It just happens when you keep doing it. Following Rem and Ragna spoke again. It was rare for him to pause mid-sentence, chew over his words, and then continue at length. He had also heard, learned, and realized many things during his time here. Unlike certain individuals who simply believed that swinging a sword with force was enough, he had developed a sense of understanding, or perhaps consideration. If you believe in yourself, that's enough. You choose a path and walk it. If you trust that the path is right, then no matter how much others claim you're wrong, you just ignore them. And even if you stray a little, you simply correct your course. Let's say you need to go this way to get to Martai, but you mistakenly head in this direction instead. Once you realize it midway, you just turn like this, and you'll reach Martai. That's all there is to it? Which means the path I take becomes the right path. When Ragna first said this way, he pointed north. Then, when he said mistakenly this way, he pointed west. And when he demonstrated just turn like this, his finger ended up pointing south. In reality, Martai was to the east. His ability to point in every direction, except the right one, was truly remarkable. That guy's unbelievable. How do you even get to Etri and back? No, seriously, how do you even find the bathroom? It's amazing that you don't get lost on the way. The latrine was within 50 steps of their lodging, with a stone-paved path leading there for convenience. It was a considerate arrangement. Enkrid suddenly wondered, when was that path laid down and by whom? There was no need to think too hard. Krays, of course. Compared to Ragna, Kray was practically a walking signpost. But still, while it was understandable for him to find the bathroom, Ragna occasionally ventured into the city alone as well. How do I manage? There are plenty of soldiers along the way. I've ordered them to follow Ragna whenever he steps out. Kray spoke as he grilled sausages, their juices beating on the surface like sweat and releasing a savory aroma. Ah, right. Kray was around. Rem nodded in understanding. That guy would probably prepare for the possibility of a meteor crashing onto the Royal Guard unit tomorrow. Seriously, none of these guys are normal. Not a single one. Rem shook his head. Don't assign soldiers to follow me. It's annoying. Deal with it. Ragna protested, but Cray firmly shook his head. By now, even Cray had adapted to them. He was too busy to cater to their every whim, and if he tried, every day would be a battlefield. These madmen, if they could even be called knights, were generally accommodating as long as certain lines weren't crossed. From Cray's perspective, if left to his own devices, Ragna would likely wander all the way to the Empire. And he'd probably return carrying the embers of war, having cut down anything in his path. That didn't mean Rem or Audin were any more normal. If Rem were left alone, the best-case scenario was that he'd refrain from beating up the latest noble to arrive at border guard. Audin wasn't much different. Training is good and all, but why is he so obsessed with pushing it onto others, that bear of a man? Cray swallowed his complaint without much thought. Audin would grab anyone in sight and force them into training, and once he got his hands on someone, escape was out of the question. With that hulking frame and his ever-smiling demeanor, calling people brother or sister, he radiated a kind of madness. Perhaps that was why Audin's holy unit had the most disciplined bodies. They lifted stones daily, even during prayer, maintaining a seated posture as if sitting on an invisible chair while seeking divine guidance. Sometimes watching them made Cray feel emotional. Poor guys. That said, Cray didn't actually mind all of this. After all, the benefits of being around Audin, Rem, and Ragna far outweighed the drawbacks. Craze was a man who found satisfaction in profit. Jackson was present as well, though he didn't seem inclined to offer any advice. But then, he suddenly drew everyone's attention. As he spun the dagger in his hand, the blade reflected the firelight from the campfires illuminating both sides of the dining table. Spinning the dagger smoothly, Jackson finally spoke. There is no such thing as a perfect person. The difference lies in who has the sharper edge. It was a short but piercing remark. Enkrid thought it struck at the core of the system he was building. What can surpass a completed circle? Was the ideal to develop in all aspects, rounding out every ability? But if a sharp needle pricked it, a hole would form. He had experienced that himself today. In a sparring match he could defeat Shinar 8 out of 10 times. But when it came to the wave-breaking sword, her blade had still struck his shoulder. She had wielded a sharp needle. The wave-breaking sword wasn't about a specific form of swordplay, but rather a response-driven technique shaped by thought. Shinar had exploited the gap in his reactions. Spirit blade. She had hidden an unseen blade within a perceptible one. A winter mountain breeze. There were no gentle breezes in winter, only biting winds. In other words, a wind that should not have blown in winter had suddenly appeared. Brother, can you calculate everything? I don't think so. Instead, if you stay ahead of your opponent's calculations, do you really need to be so natural and instantaneous in finding the right answer? Does a technique have to emerge reflexively? Audin answered with a question. Calculate everything. That was impossible. So the goal was simply to be superior to the opponent. Moreover, his words meant that one should only bring out what was necessary at the right time. Sometimes soft, sometimes fierce, sometimes straightforward, sometimes deceptive, balanced, heavy, swift, and smooth. He began to understand why Leonesis Oniak, the genius swordsman of his era, divided swordsmanship into 5 categories. Mastering the basics allows you to catch up with everything else. Enkrid before training in the wave-breaking sword and Enkrid after were vastly different. Of course, he had also changed after becoming a knight. Some aspects of a person never changed, but others always did. Enkrid found part of his answer in Odin's question. In the end, it all comes down to swordsmanship, doesn't it? If simplified, that was the essence of it. What do you mean by that? Teresa, who had been listening beside them, asked. Odin answered. In the end, you punch with your fists, slash with your sword, and stab with your spear. That's all there is to it, sister. That's why all you need to do is refine your basics. Stick to the basics. Train every day. Find the answer not with your head but with your body. Odin repeated the words, interpreting them once more. Everyone had their own ideals and convictions. Enkrid absorbed all those words as if dry cotton soaking up water. Calculating everything is, in a way, the same as what Rem does. Rem grasped everything in an instant and devised the most rational and lethal move. In a game of rock, paper, scissors, he could predict his opponent's changing hand and counter it. That meant his eyes were keen and his reactions were fast. He's on par with beastkin. If a beastkin learned to use their head well, they could fight like Rem. Their innate ability to control their bodies was that exceptional. Rem, on the other hand, compensated for it with his own talent. Ragna's words were long-winded, but their essence was clear. It's fine to take a roundabout way. Just don't leave any regrets on the path you've chosen. Once you start swinging your sword, you need the determination to turn even the wrong path into the right one. Faith. A knight who experiences omnipotence may, through defeat, accumulate distrust. Especially if their oath is broken, they become consumed by doubt. A will without faith is only half complete. Ragna was a genius. His brilliance was beyond remarkable. That was why he could say such things. Still, that didn't mean his words were useless to Enkrid. He listened, pondered, and carved them into his heart. That was how Enkrid processed things. Jackson had said not to see the opponent as too formidable. Odin had said that steady training was the key. Different words, yet the same meaning. It wasn't just advice that helped Enkrid. It was valuable for Luagarn, Ropard, Fell, and Teresa as well. Forging one's own path, that's probably a requirement for reaching the upper ranks. Luagarn, ever the researcher, added. That's right. Enkrid agreed indifferently, popping a piece of meat into his mouth. The pork belly, skewered and sizzling over the fire, dripped with fat. Blowing on it slightly, he placed it in his mouth, where it melted instantly. The salt and spices blended with the fat, delivering a thrilling taste. The slow-roasted, tender meat tore apart between his teeth and wrapped around his tongue. A dish truly worthy of praise. Nearby, Shannara nibbled on some ripe fruit, her every motion so graceful she looked like a goddess. If things don't go our way, let's just form the Shannara Knights. Gathering people wouldn't be difficult at all. By the way, Shannara, have you ever heard of salons? Seeing the fairies this time, I thought it would be good for them to learn some work on the continent. They could start working in a salon, and later we could establish a fairy-exclusive one to help them adapt. Kreis spoke, his eyes shining brighter than the campfire's glow. There are some interested in such work. They come from the Erman family. You must have met some of them already, Shannara replied. The fairy representing the clan's business dealings. Of course, Kreis had seen them. He scowled slightly, a rare show of displeasure. Why was he reacting like that? That fairy talks too much. So it was distaste for his own kind. Enkrid realized it at once. The others shared the same thought. I do not represent the will of the clan. I protect them. Let each follow their own path and will. Shannara spoke, turning her gaze to Enkrid. Meanwhile, Ropard muttered as if talking to himself. A sword swung naturally without conscious thought is always the right answer. That was the mark of a high-ranked knight. Fell, frowning deeply, picked up the conversation. How does that even work? He himself had glimpses of that talent. But that only made it harder for him to accept. How could every movement always be correct? Swinging and striking a sword involved probability, meaning luck was a factor. Could one always keep luck on their side? What about unexpected variables? So they mean to turn every path into the right one? Was that even possible? Was it simply a matter of talent? A whirlwind of thoughts raced through Fell's mind. Questions he had no immediate answers for. Shannara responded to his doubts. How, you ask? With the power of love. Enkrid briefly wondered if the fairy had taken some strange drug today, or perhaps had too much to drink. But no, her appearance was as neat as ever. She had helped with the final relocation of her clan, so she might have been fatigued, but certainly not intoxicated. Then why was she acting this way? You're in high spirits. Luagan, speaking with a woman's intuition, hit the mark. Shinar had been bound by duty, unable to leave her city, Kirahais. So, she had brought the entire city with her. If not, she had even considered renaming it to Ermin. Either way, her oath, her lifelong promise, had kept her away from the border guard for far too long. She had escaped the devil's grasp, yet she could not be with the man who had freed her from it. She wasn't resentful, but she was frustrated. And with frustration came impatience. Among fairies, it was an open secret. It was also why, in the past month, the number of fairies sneaking over walls at night to approach Enkrid had increased. The odds were simply better while Shinar was absent. But even without her, they couldn't do anything to Enkrid. Besides, the presence of the black flower pressured the fairies. Among the older fairies, those who would be considered elders in human society, many saw witches as servants of demons. That prejudice had originated in the past, during the war against demons, when some witches and wizards sided with the enemy. To fairies, who lived in a closed society, witches were extremely dangerous beings. Of course, Esther had never once considered displaying fairy bones and flesh on poles as trophies. Even if she were to kill a fairy, she would never do something so pointless. Regardless, at this moment, Shinar was deeply satisfied as she faced Enkrid. She had not teased him in a long time, and now she was eager to do so. So, to be precise, Shinar was not acting strangely because of drugs. She was simply excited. Though, from an outsider's perspective, the effect looked quite similar. If you really want to know, come to my quarters tonight. I'll teach you everything. Every single thing, with the power of love. Saying something like that with such a calm and indifferent expression was what made it terrifying. With a face resembling a goddess's sister, it was baffling why she was acting that way. Enkrid felt a chill run down his spine, different from the thrill of excitement. Should I knock her out? That's why he asked seriously. There was no better way to shut that mouth. Is that really necessary? Rem responded to that. May your goddess watch over you, sister, Audin added, while Jackson spun his dagger in his hand. Then, out of nowhere, he asked, Are you really going to keep using that unsightly, ear-offending dagger? There had to be something about it that annoyed him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said that. It's a hornblade dagger, not some unsightly piece of junk. I'm more used to this than throwing quietly, Enkrid replied flatly, and Jackson didn't bother answering, simply ignoring it. He clearly didn't like it, but it seemed he wouldn't push the issue further. Spells carry intent. A spell without intent is trash. But the more familiar you become, the more you can cast simple spells with just a gesture. Instead of intent coming first, reaction takes precedence. A spell that bursts forth in any moment. That's what's called a glint. Glint means a sudden flash, Esther interjected. Today, Esther was in her human form, flaunting her black hair. She had provided an answer to Enkrid's earlier question. But why were her cheeks red? Chapter 666. The madman wielding a hammer, Enkrid's gaze turned to Esther's eyes. Her pupils carried a burning heat, and her hair swayed despite the absence of wind. What's with her? And I didn't cut in line. Big eyes, another round. A scent other than the night sky's fragrance mixed with Esther's breath. It was a rich, smoky aroma with a hint of sweetness. Yeah. At some point, Craze had fetched a fragrant bottle of liquor and was pouring it into the glass Esther extended. The aroma was smooth, but the alcohol was strong. This was a gift from the fairy city. As Craze poured, Shinar added, "It's a liquor made from 5 kinds of fruits, infused with dawn dew. It's called Tinctillus Weir. In the continental tongue it means seeping poison, or silent encroaching mist. Something like that. So, it's a strong drink. I don't get drunk. Don't worry. The glint spell is a secret of mages. One does not reveal their vision to just anyone. Shinar, it's good to have you back." She's drunk. Enkrid was sure of it. Liquor? I don't get drunk. Why are you looking at me like that? The night sky is spinning. Is today the end of the world? Are the stars descending to shatter the earth? If so, we can't just sit here. Enki, follow me. We need to find a place to stay for a while. Definitely drunk. Is there no place for me? Christ chimed in with a grin. He must have found Esther adorable. You little claw-thieving bastard. Without warning, Esther clenched her fist and swung. Cries, though not untrained, instinctively bent backward to dodge. A sharp whoosh cut through the air. If that had landed, at the very least, it would have been a fracture. Esther might appear slender, but her hands carried the power of a panther. She told them so herself, one of the benefits of transforming into a lake panther. Not the face. But Christ's response as he dodged was ridiculous. So, other places are fine? Why not the face? Hearing that, Rem swallowed the meat he'd been chewing and asked. Despite eating something that should have left grease all over his mouth, Rem remained surprisingly clean. That guy is full of contradictions. He's sharper than he looks, enjoys setting up elaborate traps, and even when he torments others, is all calculated. Even when killing nobles, he never picked just anyone. He only killed those beyond redemption, deliberately cultivating an infamous reputation. That way, only the truly malicious bore grudges against him. Watching him eat so neatly was just another contradiction. This was likely a side of him only seen within the current knighthood. Just something to think about. Unlike Rem, I take care of my looks. Raced away from Esther as he spoke. Did he even realize what he was saying? That's the thing about Craze. Normally, he calculates everything, but in moments like these, he blurts out nonsense. For example, he should know exactly how Rem would react to that. Yet he still said it without a second thought. And me? Rem asked. The smile at his lips was chilling. It was the kind of smile that could snuff out the campfire's glow. The most handsome man the West has ever produced? Christ quickly corrected himself. Too late, bastard. I'll make that face of yours a lot more manly today. Rem pulled out a bone dagger. Where did he even get that? The thing radiated an eerie presence. Hey, let's not do this. Ragna, Auden, Commander! Craze scrambled behind the campfire. The flames shifted, reaching sideways like outstretched hands. Watching the fire flicker, Shinar murmured absent-mindedly, "It's fine now, it's fine." The devil's fire was gone. She knew that. But a brand burned into one's soul was not so easily erased. "What about Bran?" Enkrid asked, glancing at the commotion. Shinar quickly answered, "He hasn't quit smoking. Funny, isn't it? A wood guard smoking tobacco? Not really. Not when he knew why Bran smoked. I'll take a walk in the night air. Big eyes, a few scars on the face should be fine. Ragna stood up, making Craze bristle. You don't have a single scar on yours. Well, that's because there's never been anyone good enough to leave one. Ragna wasn't much of a talker. He moved as if everything was a hassle. But here, among them, he spoke more and didn't seem so sluggish. That was his contradiction. That was a pretty smug thing to say. You should say that in front of the whole unit later. They've been slacking lately, Rupert commented, and fell grumbling, grabbed the expensive fairy liquor and chugged straight from the bottle. If you drink all that alone, I'll cut open your stomach and scoop some out. Rem, ever as blunt as he was deadly, made another chilling remark. Odin didn't even give Fell the chance. He grabbed his throat and pried the bottle from his mouth. Fell struggled instinctively, only to get smacked. It's divine punishment, brother. No, that's just violence, Odin. Rupert followed after Ragna, not wanting to leave him alone. Meanwhile, Enkrid took a sip of the liquor Cray had brought. It's strong. Yet, amid the heavy scent of alcohol, a sweet and tangy taste spread across my tongue, making the drink oddly enjoyable. Should I say it was a liquor that, rather than overwhelming with its potency, worthy of its nickname, seeping poison, first ignited the palate with flavor? With alcohol this strong, it was no wonder Esther had passed out. I shall save you. Don't worry, you fools, Esther mumbled while lying down. At some point her robe had spread wide, transforming into a thick blanket, yet she still looked cold. I should bring her a proper cloak later. This is strong liquor. Should we make it a celebratory toast? Shinar approached from the opposite side and sat down as he spoke. For what? I expected another pointless joke. For grasping with your own hands the very thing you wished for. Perhaps influenced by the flickering flames, Shinar spoke in a serious tone rather than joking, saying exactly what needed to be said at this moment. Enkrid had once debated the value of the peace he had forged through the sword. He had also thought at one point that these people represented the knightly order he had always dreamed of. But to be honest, all that mattered now was that he simply liked the way things were. He liked standing beside these madmen. He liked being able to protect those behind him. He liked fighting for his own will and pushing forward. He liked everything about it. Sometimes you should set aside your troubles and just rest, Shinar said. She added, in my embrace, but that part was ignored. Enkrid ate, drank, and slept, and he dreamed. Other is fine. Today, I'll tell you an old story. It's a really fun one, about a fairy who loved jokes. An old woman who had once sold her body to survive, now found peace in telling stories to her grandchild, seated on her lap. Business is tough, but when I see my little one's face, I feel recharged. A fruit vendor pulled his cart, thinking of his wife and child. A bashful young man and woman whispered love to each other in a field of flowers. A soldier, in charge of maintaining public order, grumbled about his growing belly, lamenting the recent lack of work. A baker, watching him, nagged that he should wake up earlier and run. The guard retorted that his own father should do the same, only for the baker, his father, to fire back that he was too busy baking bread every morning. If he didn't like it, he could quit and start baking instead. In the dream, no one worried about monsters lurking outside the village. No one feared that the flames of war would someday consume them. There were no bandits stealing from them. Even the Lord pondered whether maintaining the city walls was truly necessary. Enkrid watched them and drew his sword. Or, to be precise, he drew his sword outside the city where they lived. Peace and tranquility would not come simply by lying down and waiting. A knight who will end this war. A knight who will paint the twilight with the end of war. We shall call him the twilight night, the night of armistice, the night of the end, the one who shall bring war to its conclusion. With the bard's song as his lullaby, Enkrid awoke from his dream. He rose at dawn and began training. By morning, Esther, recalling the events of the previous night, let out a silent scream, then disappeared for 2 whole days. The soldiers stationed near the mountain range later reported hearing eerie wails echoing from the mountains. Some were monstrous cries. Some sounded like the shrieks of beasts. "Well, she sure knows how to blow off steam," Rem commented. Enkrid simply chuckled. A few days later, a summons arrived from Audiobook. He wanted Enkrid to come to the forge. The news sent a thrill through him. It wasn't an engraved weapon yet, but it was said to be 1 step away. How could he not be excited? As soon as he finished his morning training, Enkrid raced through the city at dawn, heading straight for the forge. "You're here?" Audiobook welcomed him as if he had been waiting. The forge heat filled the air, warming the crisp morning breeze. He sat amidst that heat, with his hooded assistant standing beside him. "Do you know about the 3 great metals of the continent?" Instead of greeting him, Audiobook got straight to the point. "No." Enkrid shook his head. People are knowledgeable about the fields they take interest in. Enkrid had heard of Valerian steel, true silver, and black gold in passing, but he wasn't well versed in metals beyond that. The assistant brought out a chair, and Enkrid sat down. 2 cups of tea, steaming, were placed before them. Audiobook retrieved a long object wrapped in cloth, placing it on the table. From the eastern Huang mines, Wuber Mountains black gold was discovered. Lewis iron mines yielded true silver. You know, of course, that despite their names, neither is actually gold or silver. That much he knew. Enkrid nodded, and Audiobook continued. Then, from the Valerian mines, something rarer still is found, true iron. It has a deep bluish-black hue, and while most metals become brittle as they grow harder, true iron does not have that weakness. And when you smelt meteorites, you get star iron. Enkrid listened carefully, trying to grasp Audiobook's point. "This armor we acquired contains traces of star iron. And the other metal was philosopher's stone, what some call living metal. The first sword Enkrid had received was black gold. The next was true silver. And the one in his hands now, Penna, a blade reforged by a fairy blacksmith, using a rare variation of true silver called moonlight silver." Audiobook's eyes burned with passion. A scholar devotes their life to truth. A knight is consumed by the way of the sword, and a craftsman. For a master craftsman, undertaking an unprecedented challenge, what mattered most? The answer might change over time, but right now, Enkrid knew exactly what Audiobook wanted. "You want me to get true iron for you?" "Yes." Audiobook answered without a moment's hesitation, without even taking a breath. It was as if a swordsman had drawn and struck before his opponent even noticed. This was what the craftsman before him truly desired. Materials. Just say it plainly. "I will next time." It wasn't that he had intended to be indirect. Audiobook is enjoying this too. He was savoring the process of forging an engraved weapon. He wasn't seeing the present as suffering and despair. And that was the right way to see it. A lunatic who wields a hammer, enjoying even the process. "That's you." Yo. That was how Enkrid defined it. If Audiobook had heard, he would have looked at him with a most disapproving gaze. Having let the moment settle, Audiobook returned to his usual composed demeanor. He unwrapped the cloth bundle he had placed on the table. "I can see a path forward to some extent, but I suppose this could be called my first test. Do you like the form?" Seeing a path forward likely referred to the method of crafting engraved weapons. Calling this a test while asking about the shape meant he intended to finalize it in this form. Penna was a short sword with a single-edged blade. Even so, it had served well. The way it fit snugly in his grip, and once he grew accustomed to it, its sharpness became another weapon in itself. Even Rem had grumbled every time his axe clashed against Penna. "If this keeps up, my axe is going to get upset." That's what he had said. Ragna had outright declared that it was time to get a new sword. "I need to go fetch a sword real quick." "Where from?" "There's a place for that." Leaving without stating a destination was akin to declaring he would never be seen again. "We call that a farewell, not a journey, Ragna." Christ's words echoed Enkrid's exact thoughts. In the end, Ragna did not leave. Well, the way back is a bit confusing. Hearing that only reinforced that letting him go would have been a terrible mistake. For Ragna to say he was confused, he could easily end up lost, drifting by ship, and eventually drowning at sea. In any case, Penna was a weapon of that caliber. Finding something he liked better would not be an easy task. Enkrid grasped the sword hilt, resting on the table. Wrapped in smooth brown leather, the pommel was simple in design, an elongated rhombus shape. The ricasso area remained unsharpened, and the guard was a simple straight line, devoid of any engravings or embellishments. The sword tip is imbued with black gold, the blade is mixed with true silver, and the core is meteoric iron. The philosopher's stone had been melted down to fuse the three metals. The blade was long, closer to a two-handed sword than a one-handed one, with a grip to match. Its thickness resembled that of a spatha, slightly robust. Overall, it had the form of a two-handed sword, but that did not mean it couldn't be wielded with one hand. A knight's strength allowed them to swing even a club forged from 5 iron maces lumped together. And among knights, Enkrid's strength was exceptional. "I like it, more than anything." Enkrid spoke. A certain phrase came to mind: falling in love at first sight just by seeing someone from a distance. That was exactly how he felt. The form alone was magnificent. Even without testing the balance, it was already the ideal weapon he had envisioned. Chapter 667. Penna is enough. There could be no better compliment for Atri. Yet the madman hammering iron simply stood up without a trace of a smile. True iron. His greeting was just as simple. "Understood." Enkrid nodded in an equally succinct manner. With that brief exchange, he stepped out of the forge and quickened his pace. There was no real urgency. He simply wanted to return as soon as possible and swing his new sword. Technically, it was the Mugumunjin Yuanqiol sword, but that name was far too long. Etel, Mukumunjin Onkiol means something like black gold true silver meteor iron, but that is a mouthful, and it just sounds better in Korean. I highly doubt we will be using that term anyway. A name like Weird Eyes would be better. Something just as intuitive and striking would do. 3 iron sword? If the sword had a will of its own, it would have likely burst out of its sheath and run away in protest. But since it didn't, nothing of the sort happened. I like it. Enkrid admired his own naming sense. Though true iron was the core material, simply calling it true iron sword felt inaccurate. True iron varied in quality, and the one Atri worked with had a peculiar trait. When sharpened into a blade, it was fragile, but when forged into a solid core, its hardness increased, and its weight was evenly distributed. There was a reason the Black Serpent had used it for armor. It was far more suitable for defensive gear. Yet, Atri had skillfully crafted it into the backbone of a sword. The remaining material had been left aside for research. By the time Enkrid left the forge, exchanging a few words and thoughts along the way, the market was beginning to stir. It wasn't overcrowded yet, as Crazy's district divisions had prevented excessive congestion, and it was still early. As he walked through the market, his steps followed a steady rhythm. Left foot forward, right foot forward. Then, before his left foot touched the ground again, his hand settled on the grip of his sword. Pivoting on his left ankle, his right foot naturally stepped back half a pace as he came to a halt. In that brief movement, Enkrid took in everything around him. Above to the right, he saw rolled-up tarps and a wooden framework for a new building, with nails and hammers left by a carpenter. To the left, a child who had woken unusually early sat blankly on the steps in front of their house. Sunlight streamed down from the clear sky, casting shadows across the buildings and tents, with people moving in between. And beyond the intersection at the center of the market stood a swordswoman. She hadn't hidden in the shadows, nor she made any effort to conceal herself. Her armor was a mix of iron plates stitched together into a cuirass, with leather armor covering her waist to her thighs. There was an unmistakable air of confidence in her attire. Her lips moved. "It's you, right?" A question, but not really. She already knew the answer. That was why she acted instead of waiting for a response. With a light push off the ground, she crossed the intersection. Shane! Her blade was drawn mid-stride, slicing through the air as she weaved between the market-goers. From above, the trajectory would appear as a smooth, flowing arc. She advanced like a cunning serpent, slipping effortlessly through the crowd. Her blade, like the fangs of a striking snake, aimed directly for the center of Enkrid's forehead. Pain. Why? Naturally, it missed its mark. Enkrid sidestepped and swung Penna upward. The new sword hadn't fully settled in his grip yet. This wasn't the kind of fight where he could afford to test an unfamiliar blade. Swish! Penna, too, failed to strike. He had read the perfect timing, striking along an inescapable path, yet she had read his move in return and retreated. In the next instant, she was already beneath the tent, its canvas rolled up over the entrance, with wooden pillars supporting the structure. The deep shadow cast over half of her figure. Her subtly curled lips spoke volumes about her mood. She's smiling. She looked entertained. Then she moved again. Her speed was nothing to scoff at, on par with Enkrid's own. Blades clashed, evasive maneuvers followed. Neither side could land a decisive blow, nor did they seem to be trying. Their movements were so refined that even predicting each other's next step was a challenge. They were both reading each other's moves at an equally high level. Whip, flick, pierce, slice. Like a silent agreement, they dueled amidst the flowing crowd. And yet not a single bystander was harmed. Penna brushed just above the head of a dazed child who had been sitting on the steps. The controlled force of the swing caused nothing more than a faint breeze to ruffle the boy's hair. He hesitated, then reflexively patted his head. By then, both fighters had already passed him. The swordswoman's blade glided just above an elderly woman's shoulder. The old woman paused, tilting her head in mild confusion, but unharmed. Huh? Not everyone failed to notice the fight. But understanding what was happening was another matter entirely. A baker, up early to prepare his goods, blinked in confusion. Had something just flashed past him? It was difficult to tell. Neither combatant had stopped moving. Whatever had darted into his vision vanished just as quickly. At a glance, it almost looked like they were playing tag. The problem was that their game of tag involved swords. Their ceaseless rapid movements made it nearly impossible for the bystanders to make sense of it. Is this a fight? That was the only conclusion they could reach. Enkrid knew fighting here was to his disadvantage. If his opponent chose to target civilians, he would have to protect them while fighting. She skillfully used the crowd as a shield. His strength was superior, but this battlefield did not allow him to make full use of it. This is a bad tactical position. He had gone out of his way to ensure the one killer's attention was solely on him in their last battle, preventing the enemy from causing collateral damage. The woman before him, however, had a superior grasp of tactics. Would individual duels lack tactics? Far from it. In fact, they were full of them. Every effort to exploit environmental factors and gain even the slightest advantage fell under the realm of tactics. She's better at this than I am. A few exchanges were enough for Enkrid to confirm this. She knew how to use her surroundings. She had claimed the terrain as her own advantage. Every person near her was her shield. And conversely, every person near Enkrid became a responsibility he had to protect. That didn't mean he saw them as a burden. If he did, he wouldn't have made a vow to protect everything behind him. I need to calculate this. The wave-breaking sword wasn't just about blocking. It was a sword technique that refined the mind, pushing both high-speed thinking and split-second decision-making to their limits. Since returning to Border Guard, Enkrid had spent time clashing with his unit members. Had he learned nothing in that time? That wasn't the case. Even if it was slow, so slow that Rem found it infuriatingly bizarre, Enkrid still walked forward. And in doing so, he gained something. He expanded the domain of the wave-breaking sword. This was partly inspired by Jackson's own specialty. It's about expanding your sensory field to establish your own territory. Just as Jackson had described, Enkrid did something similar. What he saw, what he heard, what he smelled, what passed over his tongue, and what touched his skin, he condensed all those inputs into his intuition, predicting what was to come. He took in every bit of surrounding information in an instant, processing and calculating again and again. A drill pierces a circle, a byproduct of refining the wave-breaking sword. He fused its way of thinking into it. In other words, through calculation, he could see the future. High-speed thinking lets you see further than your opponent. His eyeballs burned, a nosebleed dribbled down, brushing against his upper lip. To perform this, several conditions had to be met. First, the location had to be somewhere he frequented. Otherwise, the number of factors in his calculations would explode, and his brain might as well burst. Second, he had to know his limits. Too much, and I'll black out. Even the human brain overheats and fails. He had already experienced it firsthand. Right now, Enkrid was following both conditions to perfection. He might not visit the Border Guard's marketplace often, but he was familiar with its streets. And as for controlling his limits, he had practiced it endlessly, repeating today over and over. The key was control. And when it came to controlling will, Enkrid was the most deranged master of them all. He stomped the ground sharply with his toe, on purpose. The action drew attention. Calculations were a game of probabilities. He preemptively traced a few lines. Instead of simply dodging to gain a slight advantage, he brought forth a future where he would collide, driving his opponent into an inescapable position. Enkrid pulled the future he saw in his mind into the present. Sensing the gathered gazes, he shifted his stance to the side. Compared to before, his movements were astonishingly slow. Seeing the break in his high-speed movements, his opponent judged it as an opportunity. A blade came slicing toward him from the left rear. Enkrid twisted his waist fluidly, drawing his sword with the smallest motion necessary. The new sword here. With his left hand, he half drew the newly received sword, using it as a shield. If his opponent withdrew their attack, he would immediately press forward, chasing with his blade. Knowing this, the opponent had no choice but to commit to the attack. Clang! The sound rang out intentionally. As the clash of swords echoed, someone finally shouted, "A fight!" Craze had once insisted on conducting evacuation drills for the Border Guard residents in case of emergencies. Back then, the citizens had cursed him for forcing them through such pointless training. But now, the moment they heard the shout, they bolted, diving into houses and stores. "Guards! Another person called out. "Our time here will be short, won't it?" The swordsman, realizing her attack had failed, muttered. Yet she showed no disappointment at losing the human shields around her. She hadn't taken anyone hostage, either. She was a knight. Or, at the very least, someone with comparable skill. Instead of responding with words, Enkrid simply sheathed his half-drawn blade. Click. Naive. Smooth when drawn, smooth when returned. A fine sword indeed. Even the scabbard was treated as part of the weapon. It was meticulously crafted down to its finish. If he wasn't confident of winning, or if things got dangerous, he wouldn't hesitate to draw a new sword, even if it was unfamiliar in his grip. Penna had enough, but since he didn't think he would lose, he didn't do so. Something felt strange, though. His opponent's face was vaguely familiar. But from where? He couldn't remember. No matter how well he remembered people's faces, it was impossible to recall every fleeting encounter from his past. Your tactical thinking is excellent. You judged this battlefield as unfavorable and erased its disadvantages. The female swordsman spoke again. Enkrid simply nodded. The fact that he hadn't targeted the fleeing people was answer enough. And you're confident you can take me down, aren't you? That half-drawn sword, did you just receive it? The other sword, did you change weapons recently? Given its length, it compensates for a certain drawback. And judging by its single-edged blade, it specializes in cutting. Her words contained answers. She wasn't demanding a response. She let her sword droop slightly, a blade with an unusually white sheen. Even from their brief clash, Enkrid could tell it was no ordinary sword. I wonder what the others are doing right now. Then, she suddenly spoke again. Do you think I came here alone? A habit, perhaps. Every sentence was a question. No, probably not. Even when she wasn't expecting an answer, her words always had implications. Who are you? This time, Enkrid was the one asking. If she wasn't alone, then others had been ambushed too. Which meant their target wasn't just him, it was Beauregard itself. Her identity was difficult to guess. There was too little information. But if he didn't know, then he simply had to ask. Of course, by beating it out of her. Who do you think I am? She asked while moving again. Now that the bystanders were gone, she seemed more unrestrained. Her footwork was quicker than before. Her sword left afterimages, transforming into a streak of light as it sliced through space. Enkrid never stopped calculating. To see before his opponent, he overclocked his mind even further. He calculated probabilities and searched for the most rational path. Maybe this was the true way to make every strike the right answer. His overheated brain frantically sought a solution. Amidst the incoming blade's trajectory, he read his opponent's intent and chose the best response. His honed muscles were the perfect tools to support his high-speed cognition. Clang. Their swords met once more. The force was strong enough that Enkrid's grip tingled. His opponent was powerful. Damn, you're strong. His opponent muttered in surprise, but her voice stretched strangely. Even as she spoke, she moved, her steps dynamic, charging forward once again. Between the flashing blades, Enkrid continued his calculations. Even as his nose bled profusely, he was thrilled. Honestly, this fight had been so damn fun from the very beginning. His brain felt like it was melting with excitement. Chapter 668. Fun all right. Who wants to die today? As usual, Rem was fully invested in training the soldiers. To anyone watching, it might have looked more like bullying than training. He selected soldiers one by one and either fought them in one-on-one duels or forced them into group battles. In the case of the group battle, 3 opponents of similar skill were placed before them, and they had to hold their ground. Naturally, this was easier than facing Rem alone. No one dared speak up during Rem's speeches. Instead, all they displayed was a fierce resolve to kill anyone who dared challenge them. Those who had once voiced complaints now kept quiet, having learned the hard way that resistance only meant a beating and that they would still have to finish their tasks. Bunch of cowards. Rem pushed them even harder. The purpose of the training was simple. If they trained hard, they would fight better in real combat. Those who had been pushed to the brink of death by Rem's axe during training found themselves far more composed when fighting monsters. When dealing with packs of monsters or beasts outside the city, they had fought fiercely as mercenaries. But they weren't just good at fighting. They didn't harass women in the territory, nor did they engage in acts resembling pillaging. They didn't even ask for freebies at the dining hall. Despite their rough exterior, they were one of the most dependable and courteous units stationed in the territory. For this reason, Rem's status was steadily rising. Everyone knew this was Rem's assault unit, and it showed. As a result, some of the southern nobility no longer avoided him. Of course, just because they knew about Rem didn't mean they approached him warmly. After spending some time engrossed in his training, Rem had recently been pushing his soldiers even harder at the assault unit's training ground. Creak, creak. At first, there was the sound of careless footsteps. It sounded like someone who had no intention of hiding their presence. The air felt charged with an unsettling energy as the person approached. "Are you the noble killer? With that gray hair, it must be you. You sure look rough." Someone approached with heavy steps and spoke. The training ground was located at the foot of the Penna mountain range. Though there was a separate training area, they usually did their training at the base of the mountains. This made it rare for monsters or packs of beasts to appear in the area. While the location had been chosen at Kry's request, Rem also believed it was an excellent place for training. Do monsters or beasts come down often? That's pretty impressive. That was the kind of remark the person made. The source of the disturbing footsteps was coming down from the Penna mountain range. The person was holding a sword, with black blood stained on its blade. Rem had already sensed the person's presence before they arrived, so he stood up and sat on the makeshift stairs beside the platform. The stairs creaked as he leaned back against them. Without drawing his axe, Rem casually propped one arm on the stairs and spoke with enough attitude to match the situation. "Where did this scum crawl out from, scum? If you're talking to me, you're going to die today." The man immediately responded. His armor was thin, but exuded a high-quality aura, and the sword in his hand didn't seem like an ordinary weapon. He looked like a noble. However, his ferocious demeanor was unsettling. "Is this guy insane?" One of the soldiers, a veteran with a deep scar under his eye, muttered. He was a former mercenary, once known as the Mad Axe for his fighting style. Though his temper had mellowed over time, that was only because he was now in this unit. "Hey, if you don't want to die, get lost. Shoo, shoo." Another senior soldier waved his hand dismissively, knowing better than to provoke Rem. "Do you even know who you're messing with? Do you think this is some kind of suicide spot?" As everyone exchanged words, one of the more kind-hearted soldiers stepped forward and said with some urgency, "Leave now. If you act up here, you're really going to die. If you want, go to the sacred unit. They won't kill you there." In the sacred unit, they made people do health exercises like walking with stones on their backs, but at least they didn't kill anyone. This wasn't the case here, though. Rem's unit was rough, and the soldiers didn't shy away from a fight. The man swung his bloodied sword without any warning. Rem didn't react until the blade was already in motion. It was clear there had been no preparatory move in the swing. Down! Bang! As the blade cut through the air, Rem shouted, his voice sharpened by countless training sessions. One soldier reflexively tensed his core. In group battles, Rem often threw out advice, and those who didn't heed it would end up injured. The soldiers now reacted swiftly to his commands. The soldier avoided the strike by falling backward. No, it was more like he collapsed backward, following Rem's instructions. Thud! The source of the noise was Rem's axe. The flying axe collided with the opponent's sword in front of the soldier, creating a harsh ringing sound. Though it was a hand axe he threw instead of his usual weapon, Rem had a talent for throwing whatever he could get his hands on. The man casually swung his sword, knocking the axe aside. However, the original intent of that strike had been to cleave through the soldier's chest. The fact that the sword changed direction to hit the axe showed the man's quick reflexes. Even so, he didn't lose his composure or show any sign of surprise. Where did this guy come from? Rem took a step forward, his tone as sharp as his axe. He had already risen from the makeshift stairs, and the distance between them had closed in an instant. The swordsman attacked again, swinging his blade toward Rem's head without warning. Rem responded with a similar strike, his axe cutting through the air. Clang! Clash! The axe and sword collided, sending sparks flying. Both fighters attempted to push each other's weapons aside, but instead they locked together and were forced apart, sliding away from each other. Rem strengthened his legs, absorbing the shock, and then swung his axe again. His arm became like a whip, and the axe blade turned into a flash of light. The strike tore through the air with the same force as Enkrid's sweeping slash when he gathered his will. Boom! The axe suddenly moved, slashing across the swordsman's head. The man's skull split open, but no blood spurted out. It was just an afterimage. The swordsman stepped back, lowering his posture, and avoided the axe. It seemed like he barely dodged by chance. Chance, my ass. Rem realized that the man had purposely evaded the strike. He had used a momentary break in time to avoid and counterattack. As the swordsman thrust his blade, Rem smirked. Interesting. Rem was inwardly surprised. The opponent's judgment was so accurate. Although the attack had been perfectly avoided, the opponent still grabbed the ricasso with their left hand and attempted to strike with the optimal trajectory. Etel. The ricasso is a part of the blade, after the hilt that is unsharpened in order to provide better grip and more leverage. Search it on Google. It was a basic thrusting technique, but if used appropriately, it could be extremely threatening. I won't catch it in one go. Rem stepped forward with his left foot. He planned to watch the thrust carefully and dodge it by simply tilting his head. But the opponent didn't push the sword all the way, and instead avoided Rem's foot. With a sharp step back, the opponent raised the sword with both hands, now holding it firmly. Rem raised his axe and rested it on his shoulder. Their stances couldn't have been more different. Shh, where did this guy come from? Rem muttered. The opponent's stance was strangely unsettling. It reminded him of someone. The swordsman had brown hair and eyes. His gaze was calm like a tranquil lake, yet his presence felt like a pouring rain. He was an intriguing figure. Why do you ask? The opponent spoke. I wasn't curious, you bastard. And he was also an irritating one. Rem never filtered his words, especially not for strangers, and especially not when they had such a bothersome stance. The swordsman moved his right foot forward and shifted his weight. He was fully committed to delivering a decisive strike. Without exerting any overt pressure, the sword nonetheless exuded a force that made Rem feel a weight pressing down on him. This was a display of mastery in large sword techniques. Rem thought to himself, so what? The axe hummed with a sharp sound as the blade quivered. The opponent's foolish attempt to provoke him wasn't going unnoticed. And Rem responded. Matching the fall of the sword, he raised his axe to strike it. With all his strength, from his toes to his waist, he unleashed his power. The technique known as the heart of the beast surged naturally from his body, and the force accumulated in the axe as it mimicked the giant cleave. Boom! A thunderous sound echoed as the shock wave spread as if a meteor had fallen. Damn! Monster-like bastards, one of the soldiers commented, though it was clear they were all thinking the same thing. Rem didn't kill the opponent, though. Instead, he placed the axe on the opponent's skull. More precisely, he angled the axe so that the force of the opponent's sword strike was half deflected and half absorbed by his body, before striking the blade with his left fist. In the opening that followed, he tripped the opponent's foot and broke their balance. Everything had been honed through the battles with Ragna after Enkrid left. The final blow was placing the axe on the opponent's skull after they lost their balance. A knight's strength and technique alone could easily split a skull with a mere graze, but Rem didn't even need to raise the axe high. The opponent was kneeling, blood streaming from under their shattered shoulder blade. "I'm going to ask you something. Answer me well." Rem's words carried a deadly intent. The killing intent was no joke. It was a different kind of menace from the playful killing intent displayed in training. Normally, killing intent would rise slowly, like the sun just beginning to shine, but now it was the midday sun, bright and harsh. It was as clear as day. If the answer was wrong, the axe would fall. There was no hiding the will to kill. "What's your connection with the directionally challenged bastard?" Rem asked. While Rem faced his opponent, Audin also found himself confronting someone. The person before him had blonde hair and blue eyes, a squared jaw, and a large frame. Not that it mattered when compared to himself. "I came to meet someone." The blonde man spoke. Audin considered asking how he got in, but dismissed the thought. Whether he snuck in or entered openly, the guards wouldn't have been able to stop him. Luagan, who stood beside Audin, rolled her large eyes. Where did this guy come from? Her talent for assessing the opponent's level was quite effective. "This one's hard to read." Audin had seen Enkrid's growth firsthand for years, and could easily gauge his limits. But for others, especially knights, even Luagan's eyes couldn't see through them easily. Using this as a base, she guessed the opponent's skill level, at least a knight. "I've heard someone is here, but I didn't know if they actually were." The blond man spoke carefully, as though choosing his words. He hadn't even finished his sentence yet. Audin greeted him with a soft smile. "Perhaps it's better if you first introduce yourself, my brother." The blond man looked at Audin indifferently. He didn't make a move. But Audin's insight told him that the man was ready to draw his sword at any moment. Naturally, Audin prepared himself. He spread his legs apart and let his arms hang, ready to crush anything that grabbed him with his ruthless hands. "So, what I want to ask is, I guess I'm asking for your name. Are you Enkrid?" The blond man suddenly asked. Robert and Fell, who were watching from behind, wondered what this guy was up to. In this region, Enkrid was known as the Demon Slayer, the guardian of the border guard, and the one who ended the Civil War. Rumors about his black hair, blue eyes, and appearance that charmed women of all races were well known. "Does his face look like a woman killer to you? Where do you get that idea? Look at him. Does he look like he could be a woman killer?" Fell babbled thoughtlessly. It wasn't like the nickname woman killer was his concern anyway. Audin was generally satisfied with his appearance, so hearing such comments only flustered him further. "Shepherd brother, don't misunderstand." When Audin called out, Fell murmured as he averted his gaze. "No." Teresa, who was with them, immediately agreed. "Definitely not." She emphasized it, making sure there was no room for misunderstanding. "You too, sister? I'll make sure there's no misunderstanding." "Is that what helping is?" Audin said with his eyes. "Who's this guy? Do you think even our captain wouldn't recognize him?" "This guy might not be able to win a woman's heart, but for fun, he likes to tear people in half." "Watch your mouth. You just offended Lord Audin with that comment," Robert said. "So now I have a hobby of tearing people in half, do I?" "Ah, wasn't that the case? The Holy Infantry warned us to be careful, because one wrong move, and your body could be torn apart. Was the training method of the unit wrong? Auden briefly reflected on his past. The training intensity was probably too weak. It should have been training that left no room for idle thoughts. The blond man blinked his eyes a few times. He hadn't heard that nickname before. But one thing was clear to him. That burly man was no easy opponent. That's not really what's important. The man spoke. A new emotion appeared on his face, one of anticipation and enjoyment. Let's have a fight. Before the words even fully left his mouth, Auden knew his opponent was already coming at him. The momentum surged first. The sword cut through the air, and golden sand gathered in Auden's hands, forming into a protective armor made from gathered divine power, which met the opponent's blade. Clang! The gauntlet wrapped around his hand, infused with divine energy, clashed against the opponent's sword, the will embedded within it, creating a sharp impact. Auden instinctively used his divine penetration technique, and his opponent recoiled after the clash, clearing the effect. The man wielded a typical one-handed sword, and its blade was a pale blue, which confirmed it wasn't an ordinary sword. A skilled fighter. Auden assessed his opponent's temperament. The man was a seasoned warrior, with techniques honed through real-world experience. The opponent was also evaluating Auden's skill. Saying he enjoys tearing people apart may not have been a lie. Given the strength in his grip and the skilled technique he exhibited, it wasn't far-fetched. Just moments ago he had tried to grab his blade and break it. After making that assessment, he withdrew his sword. "This is fun," the man said. Auden sensed a familiar aura coming from him. There was something mixed in him that reminded Auden of Enkrid's counterpart, and a resemblance to Ragna. "My name is Odenkar Wan, Auden Fummery. I wield divine power. Let's have some fun." Yaran. His name was the same as Ragna's family. The man who introduced himself as Odenkar lifted his sword. It gleamed with light. This was the effect of the gathered will. The will he wielded was of a different quality. This man was also a genius who had surpassed some boundaries. Chapter 669. You're Enkrid, the Heartbreaker, aren't you? If there is a beginning, then there must also be an end. Indulging in gluttony to savor delicacies. Surrendering to the rhythm of music in exhilaration. Men and women giving in to the desires of the flesh. All things must come to an end. Enkrid raised his forearm and wiped away the nosebleed trickling down his face. The exhilaration had faded. Since he had enjoyed the process more than the victory itself, all that remained was a sense of calm. Just as he had calculated from the start, Penna had been enough. "I thought you'd drop halfway through." The female swordsman spoke. She was kneeling on one knee, her head lifted. Those who had been hiding here and there, waiting for the moment to pass, realized that the tension had eased. Now they had become mere spectators. A wide-eyed child raised his voice and asked, "Did you win?" The answer came from the female swordsman instead. "Yeah, I lost." There had been no intent to kill from the start. No murderous intent. This was not a fight to the death, but a match to gauge each other. A rather rough sparring session at best. That was why Enkrid had never swung his sword with full intent. Victory and defeat in battle are not decided by skill alone. He realized something anew. When comparing himself to the swordswoman before him, he was clearly the superior one in terms of skill. But what if this had been a real battle? She didn't show everything she had. Of course, Enkrid hadn't revealed all his cards either. "Why don't you get tired?" the female swordsman asked. Enkrid observed her face a few more times, sifting through his memories. "I was wondering where I'd seen you before, huh? You know me?" It had been a fleeting encounter in the past. He hadn't remembered her immediately because their meeting had been brief. But now, it resurfaced because her presence had left an impression. Years had passed, yet her appearance hadn't changed much, which was why the memory buried deep within had surfaced again. It was the day his mercenary comrades had died, so long ago that even their names were now faint in his memory. It was also the time when he had earned the reputation of a man who let his comrades die. The swordswoman who killed those bandits. At the moment when he had barely held on thanks to his 2 comrades' sacrifice, she had barged in. Looking back now, that nickname, the one branding him as someone who let his comrades die, had stuck with him for a long time. It was one of the reasons he had given up being a mercenary and instead became a guide. "I thought you were a man back then," Enkrid said. Her short hair at the time had likely given him that impression. With her chest covered by armor, it would have been difficult to tell her gender if one only looked at her face. Now, however, her hair was much longer than before. A fleeting encounter from his mercenary days had come back around in the present. "Huh. But I'm seeing you for the first time," the female swordsman responded. Enkrid had met countless people, but it had been a while since someone looked at him this candidly. There was only admiration for his swordsmanship in her gaze. His appearance didn't seem to register at all. "It was just in passing, a long time ago," Enkrid said as he sheathed his sword. She had no will to fight anymore, and in the past she had been the one who saved him, even if unintentionally. "Ah, no way. I have a good memory for faces." There was something about the way she spoke that oddly reminded him of Ragna. "Why did you attack?" Enkrid didn't press the matter. It had been too long for him to remember. And besides, it was clear she hadn't attacked to kill him. "I was watching, and my blood just started boiling." She grinned as she spoke. An unguarded smile, a completely honest admission. To anyone else, her words would have sounded absurd. It would have been natural to ask if that was really all there was to it. But Enkrid understood immediately. When the blood starts boiling, that's just how it is. "You're both insane," a voice interjected from the side. Vengeance had appeared at some point, shaking his head. To him, the idea of attacking someone just because his blood boiled was nothing short of madness. He had survived battlefields where swords clashed and arrows rained down, barely making it this far alive. To him, dying to a stray arrow or an unintended sword strike was just an everyday occurrence. One of those times, "It was Enkrid who saved me." Vengeance thought back to the past. When he had been lost in bitter self-loathing, it was Enkrid who had carried him out of that burning tent. Enkrid glanced at Vengeance, acknowledging him with a slight nod. The city watch had arrived, and with them their defense commander. Given the scale of the commotion, he had rushed here immediately. Vengeance gestured toward the archers who had already loosed their arrows. Meanwhile, the soldiers surrounding the area slowly lowered their crossbows. Enkrid and the female swordsman both noticed the growing number of soldiers and the crossbows aimed at them, but neither paid them any mind. Similarly, Vengeance and his men knew full well they couldn't control either of them. But they couldn't just stand by and do nothing either. The border guard's watch wasn't meant to restrain knights. They were simply there to buy time. This entire situation was a testament to how dangerous knights were on this continent. Walking catastrophes. That was how Vengeance saw knights. If a knight swung their sword indiscriminately, dozens, perhaps even hundreds, could be slaughtered in an instant. Of course, that swordswoman would then have lost her head to Enkrid's blade. Generally, no one would ever send a knight on a mission just for mass slaughter. Knights were simply too valuable. And despite their strength, knights were still human. Hundreds of arrows fired in succession. One might eventually find its mark. Even full plate armor wouldn't be enough to stop a ballista bolt. Perhaps someone like Odin could, but an ordinary knight wouldn't stand a chance. They might dodge a few, but sooner or later, they would be wounded or killed. That was why such incidents were rare, almost unheard of. In other words, the female swordsman had spoken the truth. She had come here with a different purpose, but seeing Enkrid had made her blood boil, and she had attacked on impulse. Meanwhile, Enkrid was retracing the reasons behind the exhilaration he had felt while facing her. She wasn't clumsy. She wasn't a fake. That was something his experience had taught him. Those who aimed to become knights, if they merely followed a preordained path, would end up as fakes. The Holy Kingdom's so-called paladins were likely created in such a way. One should not set an answer in stone and force the path forward accordingly. A knight whose beliefs and will are built on falsehoods cannot truly be called a knight. At least, that was how Enkrid saw it. But what about the female swordsman before him? This woman had walked her own path to reach this moment. He was certain of it, because they had exchanged blades. "You've subdued her, so take her away, Commander." Vengeance spoke, though his expression betrayed his displeasure with the situation. That didn't mean he had forgotten his duty. Was there no way to stop knights from casually entering the city? The thought crossed his mind. Or perhaps, was there a way to immediately subdue them, should they become unruly? As he listened to Vengeance, Enkrid spoke up, recalling that the woman had been searching for someone. "Did you find the person you were looking for?" "Probably. There can't be two people with that level of skill." The Madman Knights of Border Guard had gained renown. It was no longer a mere echo of past glory. The woman had followed the rumors all the way here, and now she finally asked, "You're Enkrid the Heartbreaker, aren't you?" "Damn it, Fell, you fucking bastard." Enkrid blamed at least half of that infamous nickname on Fell's big mouth. Naturally, the other half was Shinar's fault. "Yes." Vengeance answered before Enkrid could. Enkrid shot him a look. Was that a provocation? "It's not wrong," Vengeance muttered. "And I hear there's also a bear beastkin who rips people apart." That beastkin supposedly tore through manticores and humans alike. Just about anything. "Yes, but not a beastkin." "Again," Vengeance responded. He remained wary but saw no reason not to answer. He had the sense to realize this woman hadn't come here with slaughter in mind. And a barbarian who drools at the sight of nobles and splits their heads open? That rumor seemed particularly malicious. Then again, rumors always grew wilder with time. "He does not drool." "Oh, really? And the blood-crazed youngest?" "I hear he enjoys stabbing people in the back. There's also supposedly a fairy with the blood of a demon. More accurately, a fairy who despised demon blood. A witch hiding her true identity." That was somewhat true. But Esther had already built her own magic division. She made no effort to hide herself, yet people still called her the Black Flower. And the madman who cuts down anyone who makes eye contact. He has blonde hair and red eyes, doesn't he? That was right. Ragna Yoron, Dotty Dots. The woman's name was likely similar. Enkrid caught on quickly. "My name is Grida Wan Dots. I'm the sister of that blonde madman." The woman spoke. Enkrid wasn't surprised. Ragna had once mentioned that he'd left his family behind. He hadn't gone into detail. He wasn't the type to bother with explanations. So that family name was Yuan, a household legendary for its swordsmanship. Enkrid of Border Guard. Enkrid offered his hand. Grida clasped it, pulling herself up as she spoke. "You're not bad. What do you think of me?" "What do you mean?" "No. Don't say anything." Vengeance was already perking up beside him, and a hooded figure, likely a fairy, was watching from the crowd. "What do you think?" "As a woman, of course." "Ah, he really is a lady killer," someone muttered. And for the first time in a while, An old nickname echoed through Borderguard. Commander of Enchantment, Enchanted Knight, Master of Hearts, Collector of Affections. At least half of them were just having fun stirring the pot. Enkrid knew that reacting would only make the rumors spread faster. He merely memorized a few faces in the crowd. Fad. Somewhere among them a fairy dropped a bottle in surprise. They didn't even bother picking it up before vanishing into the crowd. Enkrid turned back to Greta. Ragna is at the lodgings. I see. But are you really not interested? No. Oh, did you lose it in an accident? Lose what? That? Ragna's sister was strikingly similar to him. The way she ignored others' stares was just one example. She raised her fist and shook it slightly. I have it. Enkrid's reply was sharp. Oh, then maybe your tastes. Absolutely not. Ah, so it's because I lack charm. Greta nodded to herself with a strangely confident expression. She didn't seem the least bit hurt. If anything, she didn't care at all. Then she asked again, but when did we ever meet? Just moments ago they had spoken through their swords. Now, it was time for a normal conversation. And that was far preferable to debating the presence of his jewels. I think I saw you once when we caught some bandits who had raided a village. But it happened so quickly that you might not remember. That kind of thing happens too often to keep track. Did you get lost along the way? If she was Ragna's sister, that wouldn't be too surprising. No, not really. To be honest, I found a lot of interesting things while wandering around. More interesting than searching for Ragna. So, I just pretended to look for him while having fun. But then the family sent more people after me. So that's why you weren't alone earlier? Yeah. By now, they're probably testing each other's skills. If some of you got hurt, well, try to understand. They're all the type who can't stand not swinging their weapons. They'd have to see who got injured. That is my line, Enkrid said flatly. Ignoring the murmurs about his so-called irresistible charm, he walked on. Vengeance scattered the gathered onlookers, and Enkrid quickened his steps. When they reached the barracks, the inside was already in chaos. You're finally here? The first person he spotted was Rem. Beside him stood a swordsman with a scowling expression. A streak of dried blood had crusted over on the man's forehead. Did you lose? Greta asked the man. Chapter 670. The one who never forgets by a hair's breadth. When the man answered, Rem grinned and said, Want me to lop off your head? Talking nonsense about a hair's breadth. The man fell silent. Win or lose, it seemed he'd taken quite the beating. Just from looking at him, his stance was unbalanced, and the scabs forming on his head made further observation unnecessary. If he wasn't even verbally retaliating, it meant his fighting spirit was broken. His glare at Rem remained sharp. Want me to gouge out your eyes? Rem kept taunting, though it was mostly talk. There was an undercurrent of killing intent between them, but compared to what he had with Jackson or Ragna, this was nothing more than playful banter. Ignoring their little game, Enkrid focused his gaze beyond Rem, tracking the two figures moving swiftly. One is Audin. The other was an unfamiliar man. He wielded his sword with practiced skill, his short blonde hair whipping in the wind. He wasn't just swinging aimlessly. His strikes carried weight, interwoven with strategic feints. He's mixing standard and unconventional sword styles. He drew upon what was necessary at just the right moment. From Enkrid's perspective, his structure placed him near the level of an advanced fighter. Analyzing his movements, Enkrid saw the intent behind them. He's deliberately creating openings. He wanted Audin to close the distance. But why? Because he had the confidence to counter. Then, what had he prepared? That part remained unknown. However, it was likely a technique close to a secret art, something he wouldn't easily reveal in front of others. Enkrid had fought countless drifters in his time. Some were truly skilled, while others relied on nothing but empty reputations. But there was one common trait among the real experts. None of them readily revealed their best techniques. Then doesn't that mean they keep passing up opportunities to improve? That was Enkrid's perspective. If you didn't test and surpass your limits, there was no next step. It was a truth he had learned through his own body. And the man before him seemed to be of the same mindset. If he didn't intend to test himself, there was no reason to keep exposing those openings. Audin took the bait, stepping in until he was within arm's reach. Too close for clean sword swings, but perfect for grappling. The clash happened in an instant. The man slashed down with his right sword while raising his left hand. Had he been unarmed, the motion would have resembled a signal flag being lifted. But of course, a weapon had appeared in his left hand, a hidden blade, a second sword. It had been concealed. His armor was designed in two parts, and as his hand slid inside, a wavy dagger, barely a handspan long, shot out. A blade called a kriss. His hand surged upward in a vertical motion. Audin had anticipated this. He brought his hands together, loosely spreading his fingers to catch the dagger between them. Instead of stopping there, he twisted his waist and closed in further. That rendered the enemy's right-hand sword useless. It no longer had space to strike, its trajectory diverted. Instead of hitting its target, the man's sword merely struck Audin's shoulder. Meanwhile, Audin, now practically pressed against his opponent, pivoted on his left foot and slammed his shoulder and back into the man's chest. A devastating body slam at an impossible distance. Difficult to block, agonizing to endure. Boom! A loud impact echoed as the man was knocked backward. Blood dripped between Audin's middle and ring fingers. Meanwhile, the man's breastplate had been dented from the force. "It didn't work, huh?" The man spoke. His tone held both excitement and anticipation. Despite his technique being countered, he showed no disappointment, only an unwavering focus on the fight. Enkrid found himself liking the man, even though they hadn't exchanged a single word. "Odinkar, stop." The voice that cut through the tension belonged to Grida. The man, called Odinkar, turned his head. His fighting spirit hadn't entirely faded, yet his stance showed trust that Audin wouldn't take advantage of this pause. In other words, this was just a sparring match. "Pity," the man murmured. He and Grida were alike. They hadn't come here to kill, but for another reason entirely. "Sure enough," Grida spoke up. "I should introduce us properly. I'm Grida Wan. This is Odinkar Wan, and this is Magrun Yuan. We are from the Yoran family." All eyes turned toward the three of them. Yoran.T, the place where Ragna was born. And now, having found the very person they were searching for, Grida called out, "Ragna, we've come to take you back. Your hair color has changed, hasn't it?" She even raised her hand and pointed directly at him. Everyone's gazes followed her gesture. Luagarn tilted her head. The brown-haired man she was pointing at didn't even bother looking behind him. He knew there was no one else nearby but himself. So it made sense that Jackson was the first to react with confusion, glancing at the finger aimed at him. "Manaya, nay, I'm burning Sarah, Shadisha. His expression practically said, "What kind of nonsense is this?" Grida, however, continued speaking with a soft smile, her tone filled with certainty. "Are you going to pretend you don't know? I am Grida, the one who never forgets a face." While the border guard soldiers remained silent, wondering what this was about. "Are you sure that's him? He doesn't seem like it." Odinkar asked. He knew Ragna, and that man wasn't him. Even as he spoke, his attention remained elsewhere. His desire to continue fighting Odin was written all over him. Even after sheathing his sword, his gaze hadn't left Odin. I think my opponent was probably the strongest in the order. I need more time. More time. Magrun, on the other hand, had no interest in any of this. Ragna, or whoever else, didn't matter to him. What fascinated him was the fact that there were warriors of this level outside the family. He was still in awe of the savage technique that had floored him. And now, all he wanted was to lock himself away and study swordsmanship. I lost. Overcoming a sense of defeat could only be done through research. That was Magrun's belief. See? Ho? Ragna Johan, Dotto. The head of the house is calling you. Grida spoke again. Enkrid didn't feel as if lightning had struck him, but he thought he understood something. Some people struggle to remember faces, and Grida seemed to be one of them. Jackson was at a loss for words, unsure how to respond. This was a first for him. What do you mean? Ragna went to ask Atri to sharpen his blade. Cries interjected from the side. Huh? Grida tilted her head in confusion. Enkrid observed that she didn't seem like the type to hide her true thoughts. After all, she had described Ragna as a blonde with red eyes herself, so how could she confuse faces? The reasoning behind it was beyond him. He didn't care to understand it either. But one thing was certain. Just as Ragna had no sense of direction, this woman had no sense of facial recognition. That's why she had forgotten his face as well. This was the first time Enkrid had met someone who had seen him once, and then completely forgotten him. It didn't particularly offend him, but it was still a fact. This guy isn't Ragna. Enkrid stepped in to clear up the misunderstanding. Grida insisted a few more times before finally accepting it. Even I make mistakes sometimes. Hearing her say that, Enkrid became certain. This woman was Ragna's sister. He insisted on coming back from the market alone, so we have no way of knowing his exact location right now. The soldier who had followed him tried to stop him from going alone, but if Ragna could be stopped so easily, he wouldn't be Ragna. As a result, somewhere between the market and the barracks, he had gone off course, and no one could track him down. Kreis was the one who solemnly delivered this fact to those searching for Ragna. Since their objective was to find him, they had immediately inquired about his whereabouts, and this was the result. Ragna's been terrible at finding his way since childhood. Grida nodded as she spoke, but her tone was so indifferent that she didn't seem particularly concerned about finding him. The other two barely seemed to care at all. One of them, a man named Odinkar, had begun paying attention to others besides Odin. He was even subtly releasing his fighting spirit toward Enkrid. Meanwhile, the third one, upon hearing Kreis' words, simply asked, "Could we stay somewhere quiet, away from people for a bit?" The other two didn't object. Each of them simply spoke their minds without any regard for the others. "Who the hell are these guys?" Rem voiced what everyone was thinking. Kreis almost instinctively responded, "My thoughts exactly," but stopped himself. Jackson folded his arms and positioned himself to keep all three in his sights. His intent was clear. If things went south, he would cut or stab them without hesitation. The three seemed to recognize this, yet remained unfazed. That in itself was intriguing. Johan, the name was known to those who paid attention. The family had produced several knights throughout generations, and their knights were often called sword seekers. Some mercenaries and adventurers had also trained under the Joran family. At one point, Barnas, the beastman general of Azpen and a leader in war, had recognized Ragna immediately. It might have been for a similar reason. He had simply guessed based on Ragna's overwhelming talent. But maybe, in the end, it was just dumb luck. Enkrid had traveled across the continent as a mercenary and guide, but back then, his skills had been mediocre at best. After that, he had stayed within border guard. To him, Jorn was just the name of the place where Ragna had been born and raised. That's why it felt strange to see three people from the same family wielding swords with such skill. If they had been from a knight order, it would have made sense. If they had been from the Empire, he could have accepted it. If they had been from one of the great southern nations, that would have been understandable too. But for them to be from a single family, that was different. That meant they were connected by blood. How is this possible? Bloodline? The power of lineage. It was said that those descended from ancient royal bloodlines were born with exceptional abilities, the power to move objects with thought, read others' minds, or even greater feats. He had heard that the first magic users had emerged from such bloodlines. Most of those stories had come from Esther. Could there be a bloodline that enhances swordsmanship? A lineage of knights? Are talents determined at birth? Is destiny the only answer, not effort? Was this another one of those hidden bloodlines that had survived in secrecy? No, that's not it. Even if that were true, Enkrid would prove otherwise with his own body. That was one of his dreams, separate from the path of a knight. He wanted to prove that talent alone wasn't the answer. But right now, he wasn't the proof of that yet. I lived through today, over and over. Some called it a curse, but to him, it was a blessing. He wouldn't dismiss what he had gained from it. But he also didn't want to claim that this method was the only way to surpass talent. Don't narrow your thinking. The way one saw battle, the way one understood concepts, it all changed depending on perspective. Enki, you see the battlefield too narrowly. It was as if he could hear Luagarn's voice. Using her teachings, he broadened his thoughts. Then something he had realized through first-hand experience suddenly surfaced in his mind. A flawed training method. Shortcuts only created incomplete results. What's the real difference between Count Molson's Chimera Knights, Azpen's trained knights, and those from the Holy Church? Altering one's body to resemble a knight, or becoming intoxicated with power, didn't make someone a knight. Using will alone didn't make someone a knight either. One had to stumble forward and carve their own path. Only then did it hold meaning. One's will could be influenced by others, but if it was dictated by them, it would never fully bloom. So then, how had those three reached such skill? They had broken through their own limits. Talent alone wasn't enough. Something else was necessary. What was it? We come from House Yuan. Not everyone knows us, but you can think of us as a family of swordsmen. Grida introduced herself in a surprisingly polite manner. Craze, standing beside Enkrid, added what he knew. It didn't stray far from the rumors. A tradition passed down through generations. What was tradition? It was an ideology carried through time. The Orn family must have had something that had been passed down. Just as Rem had called them strange, and Odinkar Wan continued provoking Jackson, who was growing increasingly irritated, Enkrid muttered, an established system. His voice was loud enough to draw everyone's attention. This was why the Yuan family had produced knights for generations. In other words, they were those who had walked the path Enkrid had to follow. Luagarn was the first to understand his words. I see, so that's how it is. It was her first time meeting members of the Yuan family. They had always been figures shrouded in the fog of rumors. But seeing them in person, she understood. All three of them belonged to the same family, and all three were knights. There was no way this could happen without a proper system in place. But so what? Rem spoke his mind. Are we going to kick these bastards out? His tone suggested he wouldn't mind either way. Odinkar bared his fangs in response. That was a challenge, wasn't it? The fighting spirit in the air said as much. Rem couldn't hold back and placed his hand on his axe. Jackson, too, quietly gripped a dagger. Crace could feel the shift in the atmosphere. His unease spiked violently. That damned directionless bastard. He cursed Ragna for no reason, and sent a look toward Enkrid, signaling him. But for some reason, their leader didn't step in. It would have been nice if Auden intervened, but today Auden looked more like a beastkin bear ready to tear a man in two. Grace thought for a moment. Would killing those three here bring any benefit? No. Then should they just let them be? After a brief hesitation, Christ decided to show off his wisdom. I'm leaving. He turned away. It was best to leave them to handle it themselves. After all, the Madman Knights were an uncontrollable variable. For the sake of his mental well-being, he walked away. Chapter 671. It's not like that at night. Contrary to Kry's concerns, there was no intense battle. Both sides had already fought once and understood. It would be impossible to determine victory or defeat without risking their lives. Just because you had the upper hand this time, does that mean it'll always be this way? A man who had barely survived after facing Rem spoke up. His appearance was unremarkable, but his sharp gaze revealed his intelligence. His name was Magrun Yuan. Though his hair color differed from that of Odenkar, their facial features were subtly similar. Odenkar had a laid-back aura, while Magrun gave off an intense, unyielding impression. It was just a feeling, not a perfect match, but close enough. These people did not bother hiding their true intentions. That much was clear from observing fairy society. For them, lying was unnecessary. Their language likely lacked even a word for falsehood. And just as the fairies had no reason to conceal their thoughts, neither did they. Yuan has always lived in competition. Unlike you, who complacently sacrifice the weak as stepping stones. Magrun continued speaking, sweeping his gaze across the crowd. His eyes and posture conveyed that he would not be outdone in spirit. Even though he had been beaten by Rem, it did not mean he was finished. His words struck at the core of a fundamental issue, the way knights on this continent typically regarded individuals like them. Knights did not duel each other lightly. They were too valuable as military assets. The kingdoms that ruled the continent revered their knights and honored their desires. If knights injured or killed one another in training, the loss would be immeasurable. Thus, it was common sense to avoid unnecessary conflict. Magrun's argument was the opposite. He criticized those who became knights only to rest on their laurels. He was passionate, and Rem completely ignored him. What is this guy even talking about? Magrun's words did not fit the people here. The warriors of the battlefield, the ones who bloomed amidst bloodshed. They were those who stood their ground where the blood flowed, who lived with death at their side, whispering with their swords instead of tongues as they faced each tomorrow. Enkrid especially was an anomaly to even still be alive. At least, that's how Rem saw it. And Auden and Jackson would likely agree. At that moment, Magrun snorted and pointed at Enkrid. So, all of you gathered to train him, right? He must have been exceptionally talented. Did he savor everything that was handed to him? Walk the predetermined path? And that's how he got here. There was a fervor in his voice, a confidence born from strong conviction. Enkrid, snapped from his thoughts, looked at Magrun, or rather, at the finger pointing at him. Magrun spoke as if he were wielding a sword infused with will. Did Ragna lead you all? Was it just luck that brought you here? Wait and see. I'll catch up to you soon. No more than 2 months. Fel had fought demons in the fairy city alongside Enkrid. He had battled cultists, witnessed everything that had happened upon their return. What the hell is this idiot saying? Fel muttered. If you have no place in this conversation, stay out of it. Magrun dismissed him without even looking his way. Fel bristled, but Ropard caught his arm. Ropard's expression was as composed as ever, but the way his lips were firmly set betrayed his irritation. "He's not entirely wrong, is he?" Rupert spoke, not to provoke Fell, but simply as an observation. Fell understood that. Instead, both clenched their jaws, silently resolving to let Auden beat them 2 levels harder in training starting tomorrow. Was Enkrid's method truly the fastest way? Maybe not. Maybe it wasn't even the right one. But they had no alternatives. So they would press on. Hadn't they learned that from watching him? Don't waste time worrying. Move forward. If you collapse, crawl, but keep going. That was what they had seen and learned. Fell and Rupert were in complete agreement. Idiot. I caught up to my commander in just 15 days. You think the time it will take me to beat you is more 2 months? Magroon straightened his posture. He was not arrogant. His confidence was built on experience. Raised on hand-fed competition instead of true struggle. His words were openly, deliberately provocative. Before he could even finish speaking, all eyes turned to Enkrid. Everyone waited for his response. Surely he would say something now. Would he knock that fool down? Put him in his place with words? 2 months, you say? Enkrid asked nonchalantly. He showed no sign of being upset. In fact, rather than being offended. Why does he look so pleased? Rem tilted his head. Jackson's eyebrow twitched. Brother. I did, Auden called, but Enkrid simply held up his palm, stopping him. Fell, Rupert, and Teresa all watched in confusion. And once again, it was Luagarn who noticed first. He's excited. That was correct. And it wasn't hard to guess why. Because these people could fight. Fine. I'll give you 2 months. Prove yourself. Enkrid said firmly. Magroon was different from Grida. He was aware of his own shortcomings. He knew he had a bad habit of provoking people whenever he opened his mouth. Grida refused to acknowledge her inability to recognize faces, but Magroon accepted his flaws. Yet this was a first for him. Why isn't he getting angry? Usually when challenged like this, people would start listing their efforts, claim they were being insulted, demand not to be disrespected. That was the usual response. I told. 2 months should be enough. The heat in Magroon's voice cooled just a little. Anyway, Craze? Where's Big Eyes? Enkrid suddenly asked. He slipped away earlier. Luagarn answered. All right, Rupert, yes. Find these 3 a place to stay. Yes, understood. Rupert bowed his head and stepped away. Magroon's gaze remained fixed on Enkrid. Even Grida and Odenkar looked on in surprise. All right. Your name is Odenkar, right? Let's have a match. Without caring about the attention of others, Enkrid spoke directly. Odenkar shared a similar disposition, but was at least aware of his surroundings. Now, Odenkar asked again. He did want to fight. Yes, his instincts for battle were stirring his heart. But wait. Isn't this a moment where you should be feeling bad? Why are you gripping your sword with excitement, your expression practically glowing? I'm not drawing this sword yet because it hasn't fully adjusted to me. I should be able to spar with it by tomorrow. For now, I'll use this one. Enkrid had already tuned out everything else. Gridaron's specialty is identifying weaknesses through observation. Enkrid had figured out Grida's ability. There were likely more hidden tricks, but from what he had seen so far, that was the main one. He was also curious about the skills of that Magroon Yuan fellow, but that one was injured. Fell, go call Anne to heal him. Without shifting his gaze from Odenkar, Enkrid spoke. A knight's recovery rate was vastly different from that of an ordinary person. A bit of medicine and that level of injury would heal in no time. If lucky, even a broken bone could mend within a day. The surge of will could substitute for vitality, making such feats possible. To achieve that level of regeneration before becoming knights, however, one had to undergo extreme training. That was what Odin and Enkrid had done in the past. Are you excited because you found an opponent to fight, or because you want to beat him up? Rem, having caught on to Enkrid's thoughts, asked. Probably both. Jackson answered instead. Lord, was my brother the true apostle of the war god? Not me. Despite hearing them clearly, Enkrid let their words slide past him as usual, merely tilting his sword. Odinkar, swept up in the momentum, unsheathed his sword as well. With a ringing sound, a silver blade revealed itself. He might be mindful of others, but he wasn't the type to hold back. No, if anything, he was quite the opposite. Odinkar repeated a few words to himself, even rehearsing them in his head a few times before speaking. I have an advantage here. The sword I'm using was tempered by my family, and just so you know, I'm not great at stopping. I lack patience, so if things get rough, just do your best to survive. If Greta struggled with recognizing faces and Magrun had a knack for ruining the mood, then Odinkar's flaw was a lack of restraint. Normally, he maintained a relaxed demeanor precisely because he couldn't stop himself once he started. For example, if he found a dish he particularly liked, he would eat nothing but that meal for an entire year. The worst of it, however, came during sparring. Odinkar didn't know how to hold back. In real combat, his recklessness sometimes turned into brilliant, decisive moves. But in sparring, it was nothing but a problem. Yet none of this seemed to bother Enkrid in the slightest. In fact, it wasn't even worth considering. Not recognizing faces? That wasn't too bad, was it? It was far better than constantly getting lost and going missing. Speaking harshly? That was nothing. Compared to Rem, this guy was practically polite. Sometimes hearing Rem talk made Enkrid wonder if he should hold a moment of silence for Rem's enemies. That savage's tongue was growing sharper by the day. And restraint? Why should I hold back? He had people around him who could take his sword strikes. More than that, he had people who would push ahead of him and tell him when it wasn't time yet. So why should he hold back? Come at me, 2 months. Enkrid, unable to recall Odinkar's name, called him whatever came to mind. I'm not 2 months. Magrun mumbled, baffled. Greta chuckled beside him. By now they all understood what this madman truly wanted. You must get told you're strange a lot, huh? Odinkar asked, lowering his sword slightly. When a member of the Orn family set foot on the continent, the most common thing people said about them was that they were unique. That was the polite way of putting it. Behind their backs, people didn't hesitate to call them lunatics. And yet, here stood someone even crazier. Not at all. Not only did Enkrid refuse to acknowledge it, but he also sounded completely sincere. No, you're definitely weird. Odinkar grinned. This time, he didn't bother choosing his words carefully. He just spoke what was on his mind. So, was it really okay not to hold back? The others instinctively stepped back, clearing the space for them to duel. Luagarn took a few steps back and suddenly realized something. Right now, Enkrid wasn't just excited because he had found a strong opponent. There was something else mixed in. Curiosity. Enkrid had a dream and a passion, and recently, that passion had been accompanied by a growing curiosity. For a frog, there was no better word. Curiosity. Thirst for knowledge. But about what? The Arn family had an established system for training knights. What they possessed was a refined, effective method of knightly development. Enkrid wanted to know that too. That was why he told them to stay. Ragna's absence had been a convenient excuse. Magrun's foolish remark about 2 months had been another good excuse. But in the end, they were all just excuses. Even without them, he would have made them stay. Luagarn was certain of it. By then, a smirk had formed on Enkrid's lips. A satisfied grin spread across his face. He had already found a weakness in Odinkar. one that Odenkar had even pointed out himself. A lack of patience. "Hi, no, do you have a lover? What? If you do, I offer her my condolences. Why? You planning to kill me?" Odenkar countered the crude provocation with a grin. But Enkrid was not someone who made weak provocations. "No, you said you lacked patience? Then how unfortunate must she be. For her, the nights will feel long. Most nights she'll fall asleep unsatisfied." The words were twisted in a way that made everyone reflect on them. Odenkar was no exception. But upon understanding the meaning, a flush of red crept across his face. He spoke with eyes full of anger. "It's not like that at night." With those words, his body stretched out, launching him at incredible speed. If he could break his composure, he would. Taking advantage of the slight opening, Enkrid gently pushed Penna forward. It was a technique of the Valov-style martial arts, using the body to execute a flowing motion, as if it were a blade. With a flick of the wrist and gathering force from the body, he executed the move. The weapon was merely an extension of the hand. He casually named it Feather Toss. Enkrid was still in the phase of fighting based on his special skills. By his standards, this was considered intermediate level. The outcome wasn't determined simply by skill level, especially not in a sparring match. The Wave Guard's sword especially shone in sparring, which gave him an advantage. Boom! The two blades collided. Without a soundbox, the blades resonated, creating a sharp clash as they met. Boom! Thud! Ding! The sound of the blades meeting echoed, playing a march of battle. Chapter 672 brought another woman again. Are you crazy? Anne, who had been watching the sparring match while treating Magroon, was appalled. More than that, her face turned deathly pale. To her, it was nothing short of a spectacle of madness. Of course, Anne couldn't follow the flow or direction of the fight, but she could see the result. Enkrid's sword had stopped with its blade halfway embedded in the blond man's shoulder. If it had gone in just a little deeper, no amount of divinity or drugs would have stopped his clavicle from being severed. "I stopped it, freckled sister." Auden spoke to Anne as he placed the back of his hand against Enkrid's sword. He wasn't wearing any protective gear, but the golden sand flowing from his skin prevented his flesh from being torn apart. Still, the fact that blood was dripping from his hand proved just how unhesitating Enkrid's blade had been. "Oh, I almost killed him." Enkrid's tone remained indifferent. "Losing an arm won't kill me." And the one on the receiving end was just as nonchalant. These lunatics? Anne was a healer. Did she become one because she wanted to kill people? No, it was because she wanted to save them. She chose this path so that no one would have to die from meaningless diseases anymore. So what did they mean it wouldn't kill them? If an arm were cut off, there would be massive bleeding. A literal waterfall of blood. Rapid blood loss lowers body temperature. That was what Anne knew. Going deeper, the initial symptoms would include anxiety, followed by pale skin and a chilling sensation spreading through the body. The pulse will speed up, and breathing will become erratic. As body temperature continued to drop, the pulse would become irregular or weaken. Once the skin started to take on a bluish hue, the victim would slip into confusion, and their awareness would fade. A night might endure it longer, but still, being a knight didn't make one immortal. Just like how the exhilaration of omnipotence could lead to sudden exhaustion, relying on the vitality of one's body recklessly could just as easily lead to death. Anne had been able to study a variety of medical subjects under her mentor, and had learned much from sneaking peeks at his research journals. Thanks to that, she knew, unless one was a frog, regenerating a severed arm was impossible. That was the conclusion. But then, another thought crept into her mind. Wait, or is it possible? If someone possessed the divine power of a high-ranking archbishop, It might be doable? Of course, simply pouring divine energy into such a wound wouldn't magically heal it. Hadn't the ragged saint given Seiki a few pointers over the past few days? Anne had been working tirelessly on developing potions infused with divine energy based on those teachings. And through that, she had learned something. Using divinity also requires skill. Just like how stitching up torn flesh with a heated needle took technique, so too did the proper use of divine power. The question was, how many people could wield divinity with such proficiency? And even if someone could use it, how many years would it take to master the technique? One had to apply divine power to countless wounded people to hone their skill and understand the correct degree of application. If you grew a third leg, how would you use it? What if you suddenly had a tail? That was how the saint had described it. But apparently, there was a spell that helped one adapt to such changes, a spell to help one learn and adjust. It was a process of teaching and learning. Someone who had already mastered it would pass their knowledge on to those deemed worthy. For that, they needed a person capable of wielding divinity, and someone with the necessary experience. Coincidentally, we have both. The ragged saint possessed the technique. Seiki had enough divine energy to be called a saint herself. And then there's me. She could determine which wounds couldn't be healed with divinity alone. If necessary, she could administer potions that enhanced regeneration, or if needed, even perform surgery. After all, her childhood practice of stitching up corpses had made her sewing skills better than most tailors. As long as he didn't die, it's fine. Rem's voice came from behind. This was too much, though. Anne finally spoke after finishing her thoughts. Even as she did, her hands continued moving busily. She sprinkled white powder to stop the bleeding before inspecting the wound. Should she stitch it? Or use medicine? She had recently made a new ointment, one crafted by blending water from a fairy spring with morning dew. Should she put him to sleep before treatment? No, stitching and applying the ointment directly would be faster. The man was a knight. This should be enough. This time, I think I lost by half a step. But next time, that won't happen. Odenkar spoke. Despite sustaining a wound that could have killed him if things had gone south, he was still talking as if nothing had happened. Enkrid had grasped his personality. Recklessness without concern for consequences. And there was a clear reason why he had survived with such a mindset. He had the talent to back it up, enough to be called a genius. That talent had turned his recklessness into boldness. Yeah, next time, you'll just die. Enkrid stated the fact plainly. You said that on purpose to gain psychological dominance, didn't you? You're more cunning than I thought. There's a fox-like side to you. Even when you fight, you keep calculating. Enkrid wiped the trickle of blood from his nose with the back of his hand. As Odenkar said, he had used the same strategy he had when facing Grida. Calculation? Viewing every situation as a probability. This was something he had picked up from Jackson, but he realized he needed to refine it further. If polished a bit more, it could become an entirely new style of swordsmanship. But at the same time, you can strike boldly like others. It's fascinating. Rough, yet fun. Odenkar grinned as he finished his sentence. The white powder worked its magic, staunching the flow of blood. Only then did Odenkar finally glance down at his wound. A skilled healer, I see. You could tell just by how they handled wounds. If you understand, would you kindly keep your mouth shut? You need rest. I'm a knight. This much will heal in a day. Even a frog wouldn't heal from wounds like these overnight. Anne spoke while closely observing the injuries, gauging where to stitch. Enkrid then turned to Odenkar. Welcome to Border Guard. A bit early for a greeting, isn't it? This counts as the real greeting. Enkrid shook Penna. the sword that had just cut into Odinkar's shoulder. Sunlight reflected off the blade as blood splattered. It was Odinkar's. As Luagarn had said, Enkrid was more than willing to learn their system. But could he really just ask and learn outright? He wasn't sure. If not, he'd steal the knowledge if he had to. For now. Technique. His victory over Odinkar earlier had been pure luck. If luck hadn't been on his side, he would have been the one to lose. That fact alone was oddly thrilling. Everything else could be considered later. Regardless, the three from the Yorn family decided to stay, and Enkrid had to take it easy for the next day. You're not going anywhere until the treatment is finished. Otherwise, you might as well just die and become my test subject. Anne persuaded him without a hint of humor. Enkrid wasn't in top condition either. Even as a knight, with his naturally heightened vitality, overuse of calculations had left his head throbbing. After 2 days, the pain was completely gone. During that time, he watched Audin spar with Grida, and then Rem spar with Grida. Among the three from the Yuan family, Grida was the only one who didn't care about winning or losing. Isn't it unfair to fight while wrapped in divinity, Jackson? Sister, if you don't know my name, don't call me anything at all. Odin's response didn't faze Grida in the slightest. For Odin, Grida was the most difficult opponent to deal with. By Enkrid's standards, Odin could draw a massive circle. And more than that, he was a holy knight. Divinity was a power specialized for defense. The golden sand enveloping his body was a gift from the gods, a divine armor that was nearly impervious to normal attacks. This is totally unfair. Rem, that's my name. Even as Rem pointed that out, Grida kept throwing out random names. Except for one. Enkrid's. Odin won the match. Was it overwhelming? Not quite. They simply adapted to each other's pace, and Grida admitted defeat. Rem's fight, however, was much more intense. At a glance, Rem had many apparent weaknesses. But that was part of his style. He exposed openings only to use them against his opponent. Grida, on the other hand, was a swordswoman who knew how to exploit an enemy's vulnerabilities. She did exactly that, and she lost. Rem barely moved his wrist as he swung his axe, the same technique that had frustrated Ragna. The weightless axe zigzagged unpredictably, blocking Grida's attacks. Clang! The moment their weapons clashed, Grida caught a glimpse of her own death. Sorcery! If divinity was a holy knight's armor, then sorcery was a barbarian's blade. A crude, barely wrapped weapon, one that could just as easily cut its own wielder if mishandled. Yet Rem wielded it with masterful precision. Not bad at all. Despite losing, Grida simply grinned. Among the three, she was the most sociable and easygoing, aside from the fact that she never remembered faces. Luagarn, huh? There's a research-oriented frog in my family, too. Apparently, one of their ancestors developed a few of our sword techniques. As she got to know a few people, Ropert and Fell increased the intensity of their training, even while chewing on wooden sticks and getting beaten up by Audin. Meanwhile, Magrun observed everyone in silence, jotting things down. There were no simple knights in the Yoran family. Their knights fell into 3 categories. The first was the pioneer, those who used their talent as a guide to explore uncharted paths. Odinkar belonged to this group. The second was the researchers, also known as the deep diggers. They were completely enamored with swordsmanship, creating new techniques and then devising countermeasures against their own inventions. At times, they became obsessed with seemingly useless things, but they were the very ones who had shaped the John family into what it was today. Magrun belonged to this category. Lastly, there were the observers, also called guardians. Grida Yuan was one of them. They didn't focus on winning or losing fights, but rather on observing everything and ensuring the knowledge was passed on to the next generation. A structured system required an equally structured framework to sustain it. That was how the Yuan family operated. Is it really okay to tell me all this? Enkrid asked. Greta smiled. The seasonal rains were due to come soon, and as if the sky had been ripped open, a torrential downpour followed. Swoosh! Through the sheets of rain, Greta's voice rang clear. Anyone who visits the Yuan family would learn this much. And you want to know even more, don't you? They stood beneath a broad eave, watching the mist rise from the rain-drenched earth. Beyond the watery haze, Greta's brown eyes gleamed with curiosity. Enkrid nodded. I have nothing to offer in return. That was the truth. He had no price to pay. If she was hoping for a relationship, well, he'd have to deal with the golden flower first. Another woman, really? The next morning, before the sun had fully risen, Shinar came shouting. Thankfully, the misunderstanding was cleared up. But she made sure to tell Greta, loud and clear, there's already a long line ahead of you. Your turn is far off. Sure, if you say so, you're the black flower, right? With that answer, Greta affirmed her own identity. The fact that she could look at a fairy's golden hair and still associate her with the black flower was amusing, to say the least. She had a talent for observing others, yet couldn't remember faces. Was she even capable of relaying information properly? That thought crossed his mind, but he let it go. Not his problem. Spring was ever fickle. For 2 days it rained. Then, for 2 more, the sun shone brightly, drying the rain-soaked earth. Flowers bloomed, and trees bore fruit. The seasonal rains had passed, and Ragna had still not returned, even after half a month. During that time, Enkrid spent much of his days with the Yuan trio, learning and absorbing everything he could. There would be no other time quite like this. It was, without a doubt, a valuable experience. And so the days, the hours, the moments passed by in strides. Chapter 673. Eyes of Similarity. Greta had liked this place from the moment she first saw it, but after staying for a while, she found it even better. If it weren't, she would have left after finishing her business, 2 months or not. She had traveled across the continent and seen many things, but places that suited her as well as this one were rare. And she wasn't the only one who felt that way. This is absolutely incredible, particularly for Odenkar, it seemed. He didn't hesitate to give a thumbs up as he took a bite of today's special, minced meat mixed with onions and flour, grilled and placed in bread. Juices mixed with oil dripped down the corner of his mouth. It was the kind of sight that made anyone take a bite themselves. The seared exterior crackled as the meat's juices swirled in his mouth, stimulating his tongue before sliding down his throat. All right, he admitted it. It was delicious. Greta agreed and gave a thumbs up as well. The food here was truly exceptional. The seasoned jerky and well-baked bread were great, but the slow-roasted pork barbecue, shredded and stuffed into a long bun with spices, was equally amazing. What was it called again? Pulled pork sandwich? And that wasn't all. And what about the pumpkin soup and juice? The hot broth warmed her insides. It was perfect. Yarn's culinary skills were certainly not lacking, but this place had its own distinct flavor. Some dishes were similar, but there were unique tastes too, and that made it all the more enjoyable. Odenkar, who had always been enthusiastic about food, couldn't help but say, "Can I just not go back? Do you think that's possible?" Greta, knowing it was a joke, spoke soothingly. What about the 4 wives and children he had left back home? I'm joking. Just joking. Odenkar laughed heartily. Hey, if you're done eating, come outside and spar with me. Beyond the dining hall, Enkrid called for him. What are we doing today? Odenkar gulped down the last of his food and asked. Are you taking on 2 opponents or just one? Enkrid's voice rang out again from outside. Odenkar had no sense of restraint. That meant that every sparring session with him was a battle for survival. Even after nearly having his collarbone cut, Odenkar had dueled Enkrid twice more, and even won once. That time, it was Enkrid who had nearly died. Just before the blade sank into his neck, a man named Jackson had blocked it with a pointed dagger. At the same time, another man named Odin had seized Odenkar's arm. After that, they realized that continuing such duels would only end when one of them was truly dead. Then Rem came up with an interesting suggestion. In his unit, a single warrior would train against 3 others of similar skill. Wasn't that just a method of torment? Craze muttered from the side, but everyone knew it wasn't merely for suffering. Of course, there was no doubt Rem's personal tastes had influenced the decision. Forcing someone to fight 3 at once, refusing to explain the reason behind the method, not offering any solutions for overcoming it, and simply letting them figure it out through experience, while laughing at their struggles, was all very much in line with Rem. That's a great idea, brother. Not bad. If 3 skilled fighters pressure one, that one will have much to learn, and the 3 will also improve their coordination. For once, Jackson spoke at length, probably because he wanted to argue that their current training should be abandoned. But since they trained this way in Rem's unit, there was no reason knights couldn't. And so the training method changed. Enkrid fought against 2 or 3 opponents, and Odenkar did the same. At times, Rem and Odin took that position as well. What amazed Greta the most was that Odenkar gradually began to control himself. Upon seeing that, Rem had laughed and said, "Anyone can be tamed with enough beatings." Jackson claimed that Odenkar had simply been forced to change his habits. Odin called it divine grace, saying he was merely delivering the will of God with his fists. They all had different words, but the meaning was the same. So everything just gets solved by beating it into submission? And yet, despite their words, they were meticulous. Their techniques, their approach to training, everything was precise. Changed by taking hits. Could it really be that simple? Odenkar had walked the line between life and death since childhood. A habit like his wouldn't be altered so easily. Then what had caused this shift? What was at the core of this transformation? Observing alone wouldn't be enough. It needed to be studied. Would Magrun have noticed? He was particularly gifted in that area, after all. Regardless, at the center of all this was one man, Enkrid. Once the change in training style brought a level of safety, these lunatics truly lost themselves. Enkrid in particular was something even Odenkar found shocking. It wasn't just his attitude toward sparring. It was the way he spent his days that was astonishing. At dawn, he would wake up and train his body. In the mornings, he sometimes strolled with a panther, sometimes with a witch clad in a revealing, long black robe. Yet even that was training. Sparring with a mage. At least twice a week he did that. Beyond that, he trained separately with barbarians, assassins, and fairies. And he still finds time to teach others. He also managed his personal unit. Whether it was his escort force or an elite guard was unclear. Though for the most part, he simply set the direction of their training. "I won't fall down." Among them, a soldier named Clemen stood out. Regardless of her talent, her burning passion was remarkable. Another, a girl named Siki, had immense talent but seemed uninterested. Meanwhile, the squad's regular training was handled by other members. What mattered most was how Enkrid spent the rest of his time. He spent it fighting, all day long. Endlessly, without pause. He simply fought. Every single day he repeated this routine. Can the mind endure that? The body wasn't the issue. If the mind wavered, the body would follow. So the mind had to come first. And yet, Enkrid handled it all with eerie composure. It was baffling. With that thought, Greta called out to a passing knight. By now she had memorized most of the names of the lunatics in this order. "Hey, Robert. Want to spar for a bit?" She greeted the nearest squad member he spotted, but the man responded with evident displeasure. "My name is Fell." Shepard Fell. "Why do you keep mistaking me for that bastard?" "Oh, isn't it? You two look alike." At those words, the man named Fell drew his sword. A duel it is. They were an amusing bunch. Greta humored Fell, who charged at her, playing along just enough. It was fun in its own way. Meanwhile, Luagarn, that frog, came over, eager to discuss theories and exchange ideas, which pleased Magroon. It's a level of refinement that's hard to believe was built solely through experience in the wild. Greta hadn't expected such words from Magroon. Praise, not criticism? The Magroon known for his barbed tongue. "Frog, is this your doing?" Magroon then asked. "No, it's that one." Luagarn's stubby finger pointed at Enkrid. Magroon, seeing this, merely tilted his head. "Is that so? Interesting," he replied simply, showing no trace of his usual scathing remarks. Even within Yuan, there were few people Magroon treated like this. You could count them on one hand. And now, Enkrid was among them. But from the sidelines it didn't seem as if he was performing any extraordinary magic. He merely walked over, exchanged a few words, and engaged in a theoretical discussion. Neither Enkrid nor Magroon raised their voices or grew agitated. Both remained composed. Enkrid had one or two such conversations with Magroon each week. Strange, and yet Greta felt the same way. At first, she had thought of it in terms of romantic relationships, but now she didn't want that at all. Men get awkward once they break up. She disliked that. She liked things as they were now. "I'm not lining up." When she said that to the fairy, the golden-haired fairy showed obvious delight. "Shall I fetch you a bit of spring water?" All this just because she got a bruise on her arm during a spar. Good thinking. The line is long. But for all this talk about a long line, Greta hadn't heard of anyone aside from the Black Flower and the Golden Witch. Oh, but there were plenty of letters. Invitations to parties, introductions from people claiming to be close to some noble lady. Countless letters poured in. Among them were even letters from the King of the East and some holy order. He's quite popular. Even just walking through the city, people recognized him. Besides the Golden Witch, there were fairies secretly throwing flirtatious glances his way. "Shinar's old, but I'm not." The guard course archery instructor approached and made her move. Since Greta was standing next to Enkrid at the time, she got to observe the situation closely. How would he respond? "If you're barely past 400, that's not too old, is it?" Enkrid casually played along with the fairy's humor. "I'm not even half that. To humans, 200 or 400, it's all the same. 200 and 400 are not the same." The fairy blinked her innocent eyes, but behind them lay a sly intent. She wasn't lying, but she was twisting the truth. That was the way of fairies, something even Greta knew well. With those wide, seemingly naive eyes, she pressed the age difference again. "You understand what I mean, don't you?" Enkrid firmly rejected her advances. So this is how he does it. Besides this, the innkeeper liked him. A giant merchant showed him favor, and even a frog who made trinkets puffed her cheeks and chattered on about the materials she had gathered and what she was planning to create. Yet, even in the midst of all this, Enkrid listened to everything. He was always attentive, always serious in his approach. Watching him, Greta realized she was truly in love with this man. Not as a man or a woman, but as a person. "You listen well," The passion in their words is enjoyable. The way he said it so offhandedly was utterly captivating. So Greta spoke up. Ever thought about coming to Vuren? He wouldn't accept. Greta had observed him for a month, and knew that this man would refuse. But then, another unexpected response came. Can I visit, huh? I'm asking if it's all right to visit. Oh yeah, sure, come by. Yes, this man would not settle in Yuan. He couldn't be contained. The light he radiated was too bright. Yuan was a still, enclosed lake, while he was like the wind that could fly anywhere. The wind could linger by a lake, but it would never become the lake itself. Wind-fanged. Ever heard of a sword by that name? Isn't that from a bard's song? Yes, one of the founders of Yuan wielded it. That's new to me. Greta shared bits and pieces of history. If you two stick that close, people might misunderstand. At one point, Shinar chimed in with a teasing remark. Then, the three of them chatted for a while. When Esther eventually joined them, they sat in silence, sipping tea. Silence was good. Conversation was good. All in all, they were good people. So this was why Ragna didn't want to come back? Just then, an unfamiliar face entered the unit. Greta, who had been standing out front, looked at the visitor, a blonde with red eyes, and asked, "Who are you?" The man slowly blinked and shook out his disheveled hair before speaking. He looked like he had been wandering lost somewhere. He smelled, and his appearance was ragged, but the way he carried that great sword was at least somewhat impressive. Greta, you know me? You look familiar. Who were you again? The face was familiar. Greta frowned. It's Ragna. What are you doing here? Did you get lost as well? Oh, Ragna. Yeah, her search for this guy had brought her all the way here. At first, she had been serious about finding him, but after a while, drifting around had turned out to be fun. She'd ended up slacking off and eventually arrived here. I came to find you. Me? There's someone who wants to see the runaway. They should come see me themselves. They can't, so I came instead. Honestly, if the family hadn't contacted her, Greta would have enjoyed her travels a little longer. It had been a while since she'd set out, and there had been plenty of enjoyable experiences. Of course, there had also been plenty of miserable ones, but now that Ragna was back, Greta had to say what needed to be said. Father is looking for you. Greta spoke. Ragna looked at her, his gaze practically saying, So what? And what do you want me to do about it? This place is nice, but Ragna's picked up some bad habits. Her little brother hadn't always had that look in his eyes. That look. It was just like the savage Rem. Chapter 674. Triple Iron. Why are you looking at me like that? Greta spoke, tilting her head askew. Ragna's mouth opened instinctively. What's wrong with my eyes? Now that she thought about it, his little brother had always been like this since childhood, though she'd never seen him open his eyes quite like that before. I'm asking why you're staring like that. Greta's voice carried a faint trace of fighting spirit. Though there was a considerable age gap between them, they had started wielding swords at the same time. Hadn't Ragna first picked up the sword just to avoid getting beaten up more? Yeah, there had been days like that, memories from childhood when he had just learned to walk and begun to understand the world. Of course, there was no reason for Greta's memories to be Ragna's as well. It's my business, Ragna answered without blinking. Her younger brother, who had needed less than a month after picking up a sword to stop getting beaten, still got on her nerves. His eyes, his way of speaking, everything. Greta's right hand dropped slightly, then rose again. She loosened her fingers, then clenched them tightly around the grip of her sword, which had somehow found its way into her palm. Ping! The drawn blade rushed toward its target. Its exceptionally bright steel caught the sunlight, momentarily disrupting Ragna's vision. If he failed to dodge, he'd pay in blood. The sword's trajectory was bold, soaring upward before plummeting straight down. Then, like a swallow, it curved toward his forearm. Clang! Ragna twisted his left foot and drew only half of his greatsword to block Greta's strike. Then, as he fully unsheathed his blade, he slashed upward. From childhood, the siblings had grown up clashing swords. This was their greeting. Greta was secretly surprised at their exchange of light blows. Surprised by two things, in fact. The first was evasion. The Ragna of their childhood didn't know how to dodge. Dodge? Why? Blocking is enough. That was simply Ragna's nature. The family had once speculated that he might become the greatest pioneer of their lineage, though he had an obvious flaw. Too stubborn. His persistence was extreme, excessively so. Sometimes one had to take a step back, but Ragna only ever looked straight ahead. To wield a sword properly, one had to move like flowing water, extending, retracting, cutting. This was the wisdom passed down through generations of their family. But Ragna found all that tedious. He simply repeated what he was used to. It was exactly how he had been when Enkrid first saw him. Greta knew that version of her brother well. Yet now, he was deflecting attacks. His movements were more akin to flowing swordplay than the heavy strikes of a greatsword, something Greta never expected to see from him. And there was one more thing that startled her. Greta swiftly tightened her grip with both hands, bracing against the force of Ragna's attack. Clang! Gurra! Kong! She couldn't even think of blocking it with just one hand. Just how strong has he gotten? Her fool of a younger brother. From the outside, Ragna's upward swing appeared effortless. But Greta, bearing the brunt of it, felt a cold sweat run down her back. Thunk! In the end, she disengaged and leaped backward. Whoosh! Ragna's greatsword passed through the space where she had just stood, halting mid-air with its tip pointed skyward. Holding the massive blade in one hand, he looked straight at her. Earlier, his eyes had reminded her of that barbarian, Rem. But now, he keeps surprising me. A third thing startled her. For the first time, Ragna's eyes held something: determination. He had left the family because he was sick of following a predetermined path. Back then, his eyes had been like those of a rotting ghoul. He had always been bored, always indifferent, never finding joy in anything. To him, swinging a sword had been nothing more than labor. But now, deep in his eyes, Greta glimpsed the same fire she had once seen in Enkrid, the Madman. Her keen observational skills did not deceive her. What the hell happened to him? Greta adjusted her grip on her sword. Instead of asking aloud, she would press for answers through their blades. Enkrid stood alone in the training grounds, swinging his sword, lost in thought. Would devoting himself entirely to sword training open the way forward? Could he simply fill his mind with nothing but swordsmanship? Would that be enough? No. He had to let his thoughts flow freely. If he focused solely on swordsmanship, he would only trap himself. By letting passing thoughts drift away one by one, new paths would sometimes reveal themselves. That was how Enkrid approached it. And naturally, the first thing that came to mind was a missing squad member. Ragna had been absent for a month, yet no one worried. He would come back on his own. Greta remembers faces of people she sees often. Likewise, Ragna remembers the paths around the barracks. More accurately, he had memorized the entire terrain. If needed, he would climb trees, leap across rooftops, whatever it took to return. Even if he couldn't find his way on the ground, he would figure it out from above. There was a chance he had left the city, but that seemed unlikely. Just as Jackson regularly ventured into town for errands, Ragna would occasionally wander into the marketplace to waste time however he pleased. Everyone assumed the same thing. He had probably gone to the market, eaten his fill, found a warm place to rest his back, and dozed off out of sheer laziness. It wasn't an unreasonable guess. Even Enkrid thought the same. So, he put aside any concerns about Ragna. Instead, his mind drifted over the past month. The usual training, the usual drills, and the addition of 3 members from the Johann family. Johann.Call. He had seen, heard, and learned what they had to offer. And in the process, Enkrid had felt something stir within him. Then again, the very concept of a knightly order, the thing he had always aspired to, was already a source of endless inspiration for him. If Craze knew his thoughts, he would probably just scoff. Even Jury, who sells marmalade at the market, would know that the captain has always been like that. Wouldn't that be the way to put it? In any case, neither Jackson nor Rem were the type to settle comfortably in Enkrid's orbit. That was immensely satisfying. And the 3 of the Johann family were like a slice of butter melting on a well-toasted white bread. Thanks to them, the usual satisfaction had increased even more. Recognition, calculation, anticipation. As he thought, Enkrid mulled over Jackson's words. They had surfaced in his mind suddenly. These words swirled around, stirring his thoughts before settling down in an orderly manner. Confirm the opponent and grasp the environment. That was recognition. Then, outline the possible attack paths. That fell within the domain of calculation. Next, predict the impact of my actions. That was the process called anticipation. Jackson had described the foundation of assassination, a principle that remained core even now. I first learned within this framework, and even now, everything I use doesn't go beyond these boundaries. What had he gained from Jackson's words? The fundamentals. Doing what he had been doing, but doing it better. He had determined that was what he needed now. Recognition, calculation, anticipation. He had been harshly practicing these concepts lately, yet there was an undeniable drawback. Overworking my brain with calculations shortens my endurance. That wasn't the direction the Wavebreaker sword sought. But was the Wavebreaker sword the only answer? That wasn't the case either. Finish the calculations in an instant. His mind held memories of sparring with Rem, dueling with Audin, and training with Jackson, where they had engaged in a relentless game of feinting, swinging his sword and training all day. Constantly thinking, analyzing, and reviewing his matches. In the past, such realizations would have only come at the cost of his life. But as experiences piled up like a mountain of stones, they eventually became lamps illuminating his path. Now was such a moment. Insights flooded him, and Enkrid condensed them all. Rem focuses on the moment. Jackson moves with everything in his surroundings in mind. Audin secures his distance even through deception. All these factors overlapped, shaping Enkrid's vision. When he blocked an incoming arrow, when he noticed the projectile Rem had slung, it was a world of fleeting moments. Within stretched-out time, he had to capture and react to each moment. An attack only matters if it lands. Flash, lightning. Not simply speed, but speed imbued with calculation. Then it would truly match the meaning of a flash, a light that bursts forth in an instant. Its execution would be deadly swiftness through calculated precision. And the training method? Strike with tactical thought in response to spontaneous moments, never forgetting speed in any moment. A difficult path, no matter how one looked at it. Yet, having found his way, Enkrid trembled with unparalleled exhilaration. What's wrong with him all of a sudden? Magrun, who had been researching swordsmanship at the training grounds, asked while staring at Enkrid. He was trembling all over, even drooling, clearly intoxicated by euphoria. To an outsider, he would appear outright insane. The Johann family had its fair share of eccentric individuals, but none as peculiar as this. To Magrun, Enkrid belonged to a realm beyond comprehension. Just leave him be. He's just excited. Rem, having seen it before, remained unfazed. Does this happen often in the West? What do you mean often? The West is just a place where people live too, you idiot. Rem snapped at him before walking away in irritation. So, does that mean he's not human? Magrun's confusion only deepened. Meanwhile, Enkrid, having bathed in his euphoria, returned to his senses. Now that he had a direction, all that remained was training. Then Jackson's final piece of advice surfaced in his mind. A lesson about never letting one's guard down or growing arrogant, no matter the situation. Anticipation isn't the end. The last step is retreat. If there's no opening, why charge in? If no opportunity arises, pull back for a moment. Of course, even in retreat, you need to know how far to fall back, how much damage you can afford, and where to reposition yourself. A warning against getting lost in aggression without considering one's rear. Jackson had meant it as a reminder not to throw one's life away in vain, but how one interpreted it was up to the listener. Getting too absorbed in technique without considering what comes after is dangerous. That was a lesson he had already learned today. Obsessed with thrusting, he had failed to consider what followed. Hadn't he already reviewed that mistake to ensure it never happened again? Thus, as he continued refining the swordsmanship he dubbed Flash, Ragna entered the training ground with Grida. A month had passed since he got lost, but why were you trembling and drooling earlier? Is there something wrong with your body? Magrun, without even turning his head, directed the question at Enkrid. Off to the side, simply muttered to himself while sharpening his axe on a whetstone. Odin gave a brief glance before devoting himself to assisting Fell and Ropert with their training. Odin's voice filled the brief silence. You said the first to scream loses, didn't you? I shall assist you with what little strength I have. The Lord shall watch over you, brethren. The color drained from Ropert and Fell's faces as they bit down on wooden rods. Understandably so. They knew all too well what was coming next. Whoosh! Odin swung a specially crafted, smooth metal club, thick as a grown man's forearm. Thud! That was the sound of it landing on Ropert's bare thigh. You held back, Teresa said. She was watching the match, her gaze and demeanor exceptionally cautious. Good, Odin, pleased, raised his club toward the next opponent. Fell hesitated for a moment as he watched. Should he admit defeat? No, he couldn't do that. As he wavered, Odin swung his club. Thud! Both of them took a hit, perfectly even. From a distance, Luagarn, brandishing a whip and sword while dripping oil, spoke. You're here. That was all. Ragna entered without much fuss. Odinkar, absorbed in his solitary training on one side, noticed Ragna and picked up his sword. Yo! It was a greeting. Odinkar. Ragna raised his hand slightly in response. That was all he said. Odinkar seemed completely assimilated here. The way Ragna casually greeted him showed it. It was a level of adaptation that could put even the fairy's assimilation technique to shame. Then, behind Ragna, Shinar entered and called out to Enkrid. Fiancé, I'd like us to decide on our child's name today. Yes, it was just another ordinary afternoon. You guys really are weird, Grida muttered as she observed it all. Ragna, as if it were the most natural thing in the world, went back and forth between the dining hall and the bathhouse before heading toward Enkrid. You came at the right time. I needed you. Enkrid welcomed Ragna. He had just devised a new sword technique, Flashing Strike. The urge to test it was overwhelming. Swish! Ragna drew his greatsword. Despite Itri's modifications, the blade had chipped. It had happened while facing Penna, and then Grida. Enkrid unsheathed his sword, crafted by Atri from 3 different types of iron. Shing! The sound of the blade being drawn was remarkably crisp. Then they sparred. It was routine. What's the child's name? I've already chosen it. Grida paid close attention to Shinar's words to Enkrid, wondering if there was truly a child. But Enkrid simply gripped his sword and spoke, which only reaffirmed Grida's belief that he was insane. Triple Iron. After much deliberation, Enkrid named his sword Triple Iron. It's a miracle Big Eyes hasn't lost his mind yet, seriously. When Rem remarked while looking at Enkrid, he nodded. Right? It's a great name, isn't it? Big Eyes was so excited at first he went wild. What a convenient set of ears. I don't know why you even keep them. Rem left him with that sarcastic praise. Days passed. 1, 2, 3. Even after Ragna's return, nothing changed. The same monotonous days passed, ones that some might find dull. And then on a bright spring day, 2 months in, it happened. The sky was clear, without rain or clouds. That morning, Grida made a proposal to Enkrid. Let's have a real fight. For 2 months, she had focused solely on fundamental training rather than sparring. Watching her, Enkrid thought her approach was similar to Etris. Like tempering steel with fire, Grida had forged herself in that very fire. Chapter 675. Stagnant Water, Tetiel. Samkiel means triple iron, the name Enki chose for his latest sword from Atri. It does not sound good in English, though, so we're using Korean Samkiel. Are you ready? Enkrid responded to Grida's words in kind, and she, watching him, carefully chose her words before speaking. I told you not to call it that. You really sound like a crazy person. Grida was serious. The sword didn't even have a will of its own, so why did he keep talking to it? Enkrid didn't argue. He spoke to it because it was worth speaking to. The sword's name was Samkiel, a masterpiece. If it contained will, it could be considered an engraved weapon. Not all swords made by a Etri were like this. Samkiel was special. While Penna felt as if it fit perfectly in his hand, Samkiel felt as if it had become one with him. And so, the sword whispered. It wanted to rampage, to play, to form an ensemble with other blades. Only Enkrid could hear that voice. Though, to be honest, he wasn't really hearing it in the first place. Samkiel whispered that it wanted to play an ensemble. I usually try not to engage with your nonsense, but do you realize you sound even crazier when you say that? It was Rem, who had apparently been watching. The morning training had left him drenched in sweat. The season was shifting, the winds no longer biting but carrying a touch of warmth. Though the sun rose earlier, the dawn training remained unchanged, and so he continued to sweat. It had been the same for the past 2 months. Grida acknowledged this about Enkrid. Training freak. Even in Yuan, a place full of people obsessed with swordsmanship, this type was rare. I didn't expect to find someone like him on this continent. Once in a while, an unconventional genius would emerge. Still, the strangest thing was that despite his undeniable talent, Enkrid seemed to be standing still. Even after 2 months of sparring, she hadn't noticed any significant improvement in him. There must be something she didn't understand. Otherwise, he wouldn't have become a knight, wouldn't have earned everyone's recognition. As the spring breeze blew in, a chilling gust seeped into her chest. Grida felt her muscles tense in response. Her heartbeat quickened slightly. Good. A little tension would sharpen her reflexes. I've been slacking off too much. Even when she roamed the continent under the excuse of searching for Ragna, she never stopped training. But there was a difference between casual training while wandering and training alongside those who had settled down and dedicated themselves to it. That's why I feel like I've fallen behind. Well, it was the path she had chosen, so she had to bear the consequences. She knew this would happen. She hadn't chosen this path out of laziness. She had simply done what she needed to do. The clan head had told her to find Ragna but never set a deadline, likely for the same reason. Traveling, eating, and drinking was fun, though. One of the highlights was when a noble fell for her and tried to take her as a concubine. The look on his face when she cut off the wrists of his 3 bodyguards was priceless. Even the moment her lover set off in pursuit of his own path was now a fond memory. Shaking off the brief nostalgia, Greta spoke. Have you figured out Ewan's secret? Enkrid, his sword held loosely, nodded. Not that it was much of a secret. Greta and the others hadn't hidden anything. Everything had been laid bare. You didn't even pretend to hide it, so what secret are we talking about? It sounds more impressive if I say it like that. Greta flashed a bright white grin. Even during her travels, she had clearly maintained her oral hygiene. Knights rarely suffered from common ailments, so their teeth rarely decayed. With swords in hand, they measured the distance between them. Not only Rem, but Audin had also come out to watch. Rupert and Fell were tying cords around each other's wrists and ankles as they observed. Lately, training included sparring with limbs restrained, in addition to the usual beatings with wooden clubs. Watching the two before them, both felt a sense of urgency. It's been 2 months, yet they were still nowhere near a knight's level. But that was to be expected. Even with structured training and new methods, becoming a knight wasn't something that could happen overnight. If it were that easy, knights wouldn't be so rare across the continent. Still, both were progressing at an impressive pace. This was clearest in the eyes of Magroon, who had been watching. After spending 2 months observing Greta, he had come to a conclusion. Magroon had stepped out to spectate and had naturally watched Fell and Robert. He felt a vague certainty as he looked at them. Those two will make it. Yoren trained knights using a unique method. Based on his experience, Magroon was confident in calling his intuition correct. Even their sense of urgency would serve as fuel for their growth. That much was a given. After all, that was how Yuan operated. Yuan thrives on competition. It was a method that spurred ambition, though this place took it even further. Border guard training didn't just foster competition. It was brutal, nearly murderous. It was the opposite of Yoren's self-driven approach. Enkrid kept his eyes locked on Greta. She was never an easy opponent, but if he had to be honest, he rated her slightly below Odinkar and Magroon. That opinion hadn't changed. So, what did you figure out? Greta asked, as she took a step to the side. The sunlight at her back now poured directly into Enkrid's eyes. Enkrid shifted half a step to his right, angling himself to shield his vision from the glare. To never stop competing. He had spent time watching the 3 from Yoren, talking with them, listening, and analyzing. Rather than simply replicating their techniques, he had sought to understand the values that drove them. That approach had led him to this realization. Yoren was always competing, and at the core of that competition was desire. If someone were to ask Enkrid how to cultivate will, he would answer like this. You need the passion to pursue what you desire. That was the key. And it was the same lesson taught by Yuan. How does one cultivate will? Through unyielding passion. That was the way of the Yuan family, and Enkrid had grasped its essence. Talent makes such things possible. The family must have begun by gathering those with talent. Yoren's teachings do not claim that sheer determination alone can compensate for a lack of talent. That was not the path Enkrid sought. And yet, there was still much to learn. They encourage you to become even better at what you're already good at. Enkrid continued, raising the tip of his sword. Though he spoke, his eyes had already taken in the entirety of Greta's form. Calculations began. He predicted every possible movement before the fight even started, weighing the probabilities. Grida simply stood still and smiled. That's right. And those who fall behind will be left behind. Only those who enjoy competition remain. And thus, progress continues. That's right as well. Grida nodded. After Ragna returned, they had once spoken about his childhood. Ragna? As a child, you could say he was a little lacking. But there was one undeniable difference. My brother was an anomaly. His talent was real. What others struggled to grasp through gritted teeth, he picked up effortlessly. Yet, he lacked enthusiasm. His natural talent was both a blessing and a curse. Ordinary talent fosters passion, but overwhelming talent robs one of it. That was the conclusion they reached. The elders gave up on Ragna. And Ragna didn't care in the slightest. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that was when his laziness began. He always found things bothersome since childhood, but when he did go somewhere, he enjoyed wandering around. Did he say something about finding new paths fun? Enkrid had never heard Ragna's full thoughts on the matter, but he had heard similar things. A path with a visible destination did not interest him. That was why walking his own road must have been so exhilarating. Since he couldn't find a path, every road he took became a new one. For Ragna, being unable to find a path wasn't a curse. It was a blessing, the opposite of his talent. Was Ragna held back by his family's expectations? Or was he given the freedom to do what he wanted? If what one excelled at differed from what one wanted to do, what should they choose? Enkrid knew the answer, and he respected it. Johann does not seek battles with the demonic realm, nor does it desire anything else. We are devoted solely to the pursuit and study of swordsmanship. We live for every moment of it. Grida added, Yes, that was the essence of Yuan's philosophy. They never hesitated to learn, teach, and train through competition. At the same time, they expended their strength nowhere else, remaining within their own domain. You could call us stagnant waters, but we ensure we do not stagnate. Wandering is a duty for most members of our family, sending them across the continent. Some choose to stay behind with like-minded individuals, leaving their mark on history. Enkrid had no intention of criticizing them. Does strength always need to be used? Not necessarily. If needed, it could be put to use. If given what they desired in return, they might accept such an offer. But Enkrid didn't want to do that. Shouldn't they also be allowed to live as they wished? This was a choice born from respecting personal will and aspirations beyond mere strength. A gathering of individuals who focused solely on the sword. A group where competition fueled their passion. For that reason, they did not hesitate to share techniques, nor were they stingy with their teachings. Would you sell your soul to the devil for the sake of swordsmanship? A Yoran might. But they did not choose that path. Enkrid had heard the answer from Odenkar. If I sell my soul to the devil, then the one training in swordsmanship wouldn't be me anymore. That would be unpleasant. Selfish, yet undeniably fascinating individuals. Magrun has been watching you for 2 months. Grida spoke, raising her sword. In response, Enkrid angled his own blade. Both were now ready. Be careful, Enki, Grida warned. As the two shifted positions, behind Enkrid stood Rem, Odin, Jackson, Esther, Shinar, Teresa, Rapport, Fel, and Luagar. Behind Grida, Odenkar stood with his arms crossed, while Magrun had brought over a chair and sat down. Enkrid and Grida's gazes met. Was she the same as when they first encountered each other in the marketplace? Enkrid asked himself and answered, No. The woman who had forged her body like steel over the past 2 months swung her sword. Her left foot stepped forward, marking the first recognized movement. It was a scene his insight revealed before it fully unfolded. A thrust, launched by the force of her left foot striking the ground. The moment he perceived it, her attack was already sharper, swifter, and deadlier than before, flying toward him like a piercing dot. Clang! The white blade met his samchiel sword and was deflected. There was no time to gauge breath. Enkrid crossed his feet and advanced. Closing the distance in an instant, he brought the pommel of his sword down toward Grida's head. A completely unexpected move. Grida raised her forearm to block. Thud! The difference in strength was evident. She was pushed back, choosing to retreat instead of enduring and straining her forearm. At the same time, Enkrid calculated the dozens of potential attacks Grida might launch. But she chose none of them. Tap, tap, tap. She tapped her foot twice. Or rather, she struck the ground with her soles. A meaningless motion on the surface, but to Enkrid, it branched into dozens of potential movements. Why did she stomp her foot? A feint. The start of an unexpected technique? A step adjustment? A positioning tactic? A strategy to utilize the environment? Dozens of possibilities flashed through his mind in an instant. If I don't know, I'll watch her reaction. The reason behind her actions would reveal itself in her next move. Enkrid reversed his grip, shifting the blade's direction. Samchiel had two edges, one of black gold, one of true silver. It might seem like this would ruin the balance of the blade, but Enkrid had adjusted the ratio of meteor iron to compensate. That didn't mean the metal on both edges of the blade was different. Hence, this kind of trick was possible. He shifted his weight forward, positioning the side with the black gold metal in front. This added extra acceleration to the blade. It was a technique that took advantage of the uneven weight of the weapon. Enkrid extended his right foot, twisted his waist, and transmitted the motion through his elbow and wrist as he slashed his sword. Bang! The blade, tearing through the air, carved through the space where Grida had just been. Grida rolled sideways to evade. Of course, simply rolling wasn't enough. The moment she hit the ground, she pressed her left hand against it, springing herself up, then struck her own chest with the sword-wielding right hand. Pak, Dotty. The impact was strong enough to make a sound. Why? What was the purpose of that move? Was it preparation for an attack? Had she lost her balance? No. After repeating the same motion a few times, Enkrid stumbled over his own foot. Seizing the moment, Grida thrust her sword tip forward. Tang! Though he blocked it, blood trickled down from Enkrid's nose. Fun, isn't it? Grida asked as she watched. Even though his head was spinning, Enkrid responded, Yeah. Looking back at the sequence of events, it wasn't hard to figure out what had just happened. A series of unpredictable movements to overturn calculations. That was the conclusion.